my fantasy. Are you coming with me? Read my fantasy.
And what's up, guys? Welcome back to the Purple Pill Pod, where the truth is always in the middle somewhere. I got right side collabing with me again today. I think we're going to keep this going as long as y'all keep liking this type of stuff. Today we're going to be going over some red pill shit. We're going to talk about Michael Sartain and Rollo, and really try to dive deep on red pill and see if I can red pill right side. We'll see how good I am today, guys. Right side, what do you think, though? Go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit and then tell me what you think about what we're going to talk about.
What's up? I'm right side, or Hegelborg, previously right side. I don't really have a hard position on the red pill. I'm just
agnostic.
Agnostic, partly because there isn't really like definitional uniformity across the board. You hear something different every time you ask somebody about it, so it's hard to form an opinion on something that's amorphous. It's kind of like it's like the concept of feminism within, or like queer. It's something called a floating concept, where
it's like a container word almost. People just make it whatever they want it to be. It's kind of funny because feminists, we make fun of them all the time, especially on the red pill side of things. We always make fun of them for always infighting. Like, they don't even agree with anything within their own groups. And red pill is the exact same fucking thing. Like, I hate so many of them, and I call myself
spirals.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and let me pull this thing up, and we'll get started on this video. Just so everybody knows, we're going to be watching the Saucecast video, which I thought was a pretty good,
strictly
pretty good breakdown of what red pill was. Rollo's getting better and better at saying the elevator pitch, I feel like.
Relationship. Hey. That's what we're talking about today. I know we got some people offended. Some girls are back there like, yeah, sign me up. We're in that for that. But welcome to the show. Amazing panel. Amazing things to talk about today. So we're going to get right in. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Let me make some quick introductions. You know him, you love him. Some of you hate him. But he ain't going anywhere. Rollo Tomasi, the rational male, is in the house.
Gracias.
Right?
What do you think about Rollo? Like, from just what you've seen about him and stuff, like, what's just your personal opinion on him?
I really haven't seen that much stuff about him. I just see, like, when he goes semi-viral, when there's outrage on Twitter, and that tends to be like, it really, like, the takes I see from him on Twitter tend to be like, just like ridiculous. They're
hyperbolic as fuck.
Yeah, it's not even anything to form an opinion about, because it's like clearly like rage farming. So
if I told you graduated college for marketing, would you believe it?
Yeah. Yes. 100%.
Yeah. A lot of people underestimated it. I think college marketing sucks, but I mean, school.
There he goes.
At the end of the day, he got a marketing job, so he learned marketing through his job.
I actually wore black and white, assuming that you. I know
we're doing the yin yang thing now.
You're all black usually.
You're in the middle.
Thing going on. You can find Rollo and also Michael Sartain, I'm going to introduce right now, on Access Vegas, where they co-host a show together out there in, take a guess what city, Nat? Vegas. Okay, we're quick. We're going quick now. Access Vegas, Michael Sartain, MOA.
Let me give you 4 reasons why this is the smartest wallet you'll ever own. Hey, I'm Daniel, one of the founders of Ridge.
Let the people out there know what MOA stands for.
Men of Action. You guys can check us out if you want to do a lot of really offensive stuff and change your entire life, level up, and piss your friends off. Join Men of Action.
Yes.
And I just want to say,
What do you think about Michael?
I like him better than Rolo, just from I saw he disagreed, like there's some like back and forth between him and Andrew Wilson, but he seems to take a more, I guess, well-rounded approach to these kind of issues, like social issues, less kind of reactionary / like rage baity. But I'm not extremely familiar with like the ins and outs of his takes, but he seems better than Rolo, just from like.
Michael is a really, really good businessman, like extremely good, and he knows better to say certain things, because like when you're actually running a business really successful, you don't really you're political, like you don't choose sides for anything, because that's how you get more customers. Like otherwise you're pigeonholing yourself just to one side or the other. So I think he's very intelligent about not ever being one-sided, because he knows that he'll miss out on financial opportunities if you do stuff like that, which is very smart.
Say that I would much rather be in the forest with Rolo Tomasi than a bear.
Yes, we know what bears can do.
Depends on what kind of bears. A lot of bears out there. Go to South Beach, you'll find a few bears out there. Not grizzlies out there. But what Michael and I were just talking about before the show, some of you guys, you get bad advice from certain people, tell you to be yourself. Michael, tell them, don't be yourself.
Yeah, like listen. If you'll notice that when men are incredibly good looking with six-pack abs and tattoo sleeves and they're 6'3", when they be themselves, women like them. It just seems to work out for them. And you'll notice that a lot of the influencers who are telling you to just be yourself, they're all outrageously wealthy or popular or good looking. But what you'll notice is that for the other 95% of us, if you have an issue, like for instance, you're overweight, you live in your mother's basement, you watch copious amounts of pornography, you should not be yourself. You should fucking change. You should improve and get better. So anyone who's telling you to just be yourself without context is giving you bad woke advice.
Yeah.
Please stop listening.
For the 2% of you out there, they're doing crushing awesome, be yourself.
Yeah. If you have
the rest of you guys,
yeah.
be a little bit better than yourself. Yes. Fake it till you make it.
So what do you think about that mentality of like you need to always be self-improving though? You know, obviously, you know, I like have that mentality, but do you think that's a good prescription for people? In general, I guess.
Yeah, but it like depends on like what you're improving. Like that's like goes to the value orientation thing. It depends on what you're improving for and what the purpose of the improvement is. Because like what your kind of marker in the sky like that you're shooting towards is going to be predicated or derivative of your value system and like what you think matters. And so
you might compound something very bad versus compounding something very good.
Like if your orientation is like exclusively like having sex with like thousands of people, then your value orientation is going to be like you're improving for what? Like for hedonism? That just leads to nihilism. So it's like I think you have to kind of identify the purpose of doing something or taking an action, but before kind of you can concretely say improvement towards that metric is good.
I agree. Don Hod, RP can't be based when it's built over many logical fallacies. Yes, Don, very correct, dude. Valuetainment, Saucecast. How about I think you were saying this to the wrong person. I thought that was so funny when I read it earlier. I was like, you're watching two shows at once and you accidentally commented on mine. Sober Patrol, would love to podcast with you. Podcast Sober Patrol, Sober Army Podcast. Hit us up. You can either hit her up or you can hit me up on Twitter. I would love to collab for sure. Hey, what's happening? What's up, Patrick? Yeah, I think he's one of your peoples, maybe. I don't know. Let me get back.
Speaking of the 1% of guys that you were talking about, they're 6'3", good looking, have abs. Ken Lang's in the house. Former professional athlete, NFL, played some ball. Now he helps men transform their lives, transformation coach. He's in the house. And you recently moved to Miami.
I've been here. I moved here 8 years ago.
That's right. Recently. Who's counting? Can't tell time.
I was moved back here.
Okay. But when I saw you recently, you'd come back and forth. Exactly. Anyway, welcome back to Miami again, officially. Hey, you know what? Do me a favor. Be yourself. Be yourself.
If I'm him, I'm going direct. I'm going direct every fucking time.
Be yourself. What's the gentleman on the show? We had a little beef before the show. There was a little white on brown action going on, tan on pale action going on. What?
I'm about it. Let's do it.
Saying,
where were you?
How old do you think Michael Sartain is?
Late 30s, early 40s.
He's like 45. Isn't that crazy? He doesn't look it to me.
Amy caught a comment.
Probably because he's like on TRT.
Yeah. TRT keeps you young for sure.
But what I said is, Amy, dude, people are gonna
Wait, what's your opinion on TRT actually?
I think if you want to live long, it's not good. Because obviously it puts huge stress on your heart and your like just your cardiovascular system. And also it's kind of like there's a drop in testosterone, like a very sharp cliff when you hit your mid 40s to 50s. And it's kind of like male menopause, where like at that point, the reason why that happens evolutionarily is it's to decrease the amount of conflict an older male gets into, because humans rely on information transmission. And the same reason why women go through menopause is because childbirth is dangerous. You're too valuable at that age with respect to your information accumulation to die fighting somebody or in childbirth. You need to transmit the information you've gained like throughout your life to the next generation. And so I think when you kind of tweak things like that, there's obviously going to be down the line consequences that you don't necessarily anticipate. There's trade-offs to every decision you make. And so like taking something like that there's going to be trade-offs. It's just something you have to calculate.
Yeah. Hey everybody, make sure y'all like the video right now too. Share it, open a browser, open it up on Twitter, other things, be a friend. Share it if you're on Twitter, guys. Subscribe to her Twitter. It's XX exclusionary. If you want to support, you can subscribe on there. How much is it? Like $5 or something?
3.
It's $3. Yeah, $3, guys. Go show some support. If you want to show me support, become a member on YouTube, please. But yeah, let's get back to this fucking video.
Yourself, Amy.
Amy should be herself. That's right. Amy Dangerfield's in the house. You know, your lover, content creator, works here at Valuetainment now, officially cultural, political commentary, and whether she's tan or not, she got it going on.
Thank you. Yep, I'll be here being a slightly diluted version of myself.
Why diluted?
Have a good show. No, it was a joke based on
Okay.
what we're talking about.
Gotcha.
I'll be myself.
All right. Well,
Oh, I get it.
there it is.
Thanks.
I'm surprised no one
Oh,
What'd you say?
I'm surprised no one responded to that really bad joke with women aren't funny.
Well, I mean, so Amy's really cool. I actually met her twice because I was on Saucecast with her about a year ago, and then a couple weeks later, I went to Vegas to debate Rolo, and I was supposed to go on like Access Vegas, but they told me last minute I couldn't go. Rolo told me last minute I couldn't go on, but she was on Access. Yeah, it was super fucking. I was so mad about it, bro. Like, because I flew all the way out there for that shit, and then he just fucking was like, no.
You should have sued and small claims. Just be like,
Right, I should have. No, she was on that show though in Vegas. So then we ended up like all hanging out after that too. It was cool. But she's like a really cool girl. And then she ended up going back and working in Miami for Patrick Bet David and them on Valuetainment. So don't talk shit about her because she's like a friend and she helps me out sometimes. So I don't. She's off limits today. You're not allowed to talk shit.
Speaking of tan and doing her best, Toria's in the house. Toria Brooke, she's back.
Yeah.
She works. I keep saying that you work with Trump, but you don't work with Trump. You work with Kash Patel, who is Trump's
Senior advisor.
senior advisor. Just a little small role out there at Mar-a-Lago situation these days.
Well,
All
you know,
right, we're gonna talk a little Trump today. Is that okay?
Of course.
You a fan of Melania?
Of course.
Are you more of a fan of Melania or DJT?
See, that's a tough question.
Well, we're gonna get to that.
I would have to go with Melania.
I like that.
By the way, we got.
Who's the other name that he said?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm out the fucking loop when it comes to anything like that.
Little triple threat in the house.
Oh, Kash Patel.
Celebrity, stand-up
Kash
comedian,
Patel.
actress.
Yeah, who is that?
Oh, Kash Patel. It's like one of Trump's advisors.
But like, why would he ask that question?
He asked if she was affiliated with Trump. And she said like, no, I'm affiliated with Kash Patel.
Okay, I get it then.
Producer, I'm gonna say her name right. Zhao Yang Summers.
You got it. That's really impressive for a guy from Florida. It's
That's right.
my iPhone actually changed my name to Annoying. That's also, I'm actually coming here today to give everybody COVID.
Perfect.
I need a green woman, and I heard the guys in the tight pants will get COVID tonight.
Ooh.
Is it racist if you make fun of her voice?
I've heard her before, and it kills me every single time.
She sounds Vietnamese. They have a accent, like super thick. I'm allowed to talk about Vietnamese people because I lived with one for a while, so I'm allowed to.
This one, the guy I can really crotch.
Do you like that?
Is he circumcised or not, Zhao Yang?
He's circumcised, yeah.
Okay.
If you're giving me COVID, I'm more than happy.
How is he going to get
Over
COVID?
there.
How are you going to transmit this COVID?
Those are really tight pants.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who actually has the loosest pants?
I think you are pretty loose. Yeah.
That's right.
You're
I'm keeping it
loose.
loose.
You're loose.
There's a lot going on there. We
Tighten it
gotta
up.
keep
Tighten it up, buddy.
Tighten it up. Yeah, yeah, house. By the way, where do you live?
I live in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Oh.
There's Asians in LA.
I just realized that when I watched this, it was a clip and it was already at the money spot. So now I need to like find the. Oh yeah, is the red pill dying? Here it is. Were you about to say something?
Yeah, all those dudes, they need to like get pants that are like 2 sizes bigger.
What the fuck? Like, so you're one of those people that judges guys based off of like if their pants are too tight?
Yeah, it's like, well, because
But
one,
like all designer jeans though are tight as fuck. Like all of them. It doesn't matter what designer brand.
yeah, you know why? It's because all the designers are gay.
I can't disagree with that. Yeah, I'm happy to stop buying designer. I was that guy though for a long, but no, that's why those pants are tight. Like they're just designer jeans.
Designed by gay men.
I mean, yeah, dude. Okay, hold on. So you just basically pointed out that red pillars wear pants designed by gay men.
Well, that happened to be very tight. They're victims.
Wow, but like this is just another you know, the psyop is so strong. There's even alpha males wearing pants that gay men wear and created. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty crazy. Like I don't know. I'm happy I'm past that phase of my life. So I guess I'm allowed to talk shit about it now. But remember, they are in Miami, so I get it. Like they got to keep up with the fucking Miami game, so whatever.
You know, Biden about a month ago did the State of the Union address. I want to talk to Rolo because this is someone that I view as someone who is reasonable, rational, credible, and a voice of reason. I want to get to the understanding of the state of the red pill address.
Oh boy.
Is that cool? But here's I'm going to tee up this question, and then you're going to go. But it's a long question, and Michael and Keenan, ladies, are going to weigh in. So, by the way,
Hold on. Simp Soren's talking. I want to see what he said. Right side casually red pilling men on what women actually want while casually burning a whole industry. Basically, yes. Like basically, literally cooked it without even trying. You didn't even try to, and you made me realize that I was about to cook myself in my own.
You know,
people.
tight pants are actually like dysgenic. They're actually anti.
Yeah, they make you like stop producing semen.
Yeah, because
yeah, I didn't know what that word was, but I knew what you were talking about. Dysgenic, like what the fuck did you just say?
yeah, dysgenic. It's the opposite of eugenic.
Oh, dude, mine one. That's God. You make me learn so many vocabulary words. This is so much fun every time we do a show. Nuanced Nancy is your new nickname for me.
Hey, does everyone have a thumbs up, thumbs down? Do we have
Yes,
one of these
sir.
things? I actually genuinely want to get an understanding.
Hey.
We'll get this. How many of you guys, don't even just say yes or no, how many of you guys have heard of the red pill or manosphere? Heard of it? Okay, great.
Well
Okay.
done.
Okay, put up green if you're like, okay, cool, I've heard of it and it's good, I like it. Put up red if you're like, it's not my thing, kind of a negative connotation. Hold them up high. Girls, don't make me treat you like you're in elementary school. Hold up your signs.
I've heard of it.
Perfect. Good. Okay, so it's sort of mixed. But the reason I have Rolo here, because actually Rolo's, people don't remember this, over 2 years ago, you taught me what red pill was. And it made sense to me because I worked in nightlife my whole life, intersexual dynamics. I got it, I caught on quick, but I got to give credit.
February of 2022, if
There
memory
was.
serves.
2.5 years
Yes.
ago. Incredible. And I was like, what's going on? And then boom.
What do you think about the beanie thing?
And the fake hair. I
What do you
think
mean
it's
hair?
disgusting. It literally makes me like.
What do you mean the fake hair?
His like.
What do you mean the fake? What do you mean the fake hair?
And he tucks it into his beanie.
That's fake hair?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
How? Wait. How do you know it's fake?
I saw something about it. It was like months ago on my timeline, but like people were making fun of him for the fake hair that he tucks into his beanie.
Wow. I don't know if that's true, but that is crazy. I figured he's just balding a little bit, and obviously, you know, he's wearing extensions. I don't think he's wearing extensions. I don't know.
Look at it. It looks fake. It looks like he got it from it's like really shitty, like Dollar Tree extensions. It looks like a black woman's weave.
Bro, I need like a stylist to do a breakdown one day, like on close-ups of his hair or something, and be like, "See, this shows that it's this brand of this." You know, that would be
I'm
funny.
surprised he doesn't plug an affiliate code for his weave.
Nah, bro, I can't believe that. Honestly, that's too much, bro. I know, dude. Rolo being even worse than I thought. Nah, he might not. I don't believe this. Just right side is just on a she's trying to take the red pill down, right? I gotta defend my boys. Stop it.
So
He
I
blocked
will
you. Why are
always-
you simping for a man who fucked you over?
Well, he blocks a lot of people, and
So he's a little bitch? That makes
not,
it worse.
but like people
You
like,
believe and he's a bitch.
I think it's like a safety thing, because you know how like sometimes like people can dox you and shit. Like I don't know.
Oh,
I think
I thought he was a big man. He can like protect the women in his house. So who's he afraid of? Does he not have a gun? Is he for gun control?
I mean, but like, what if you have family that doesn't live with you and you can't protect them?
Oh, come on.
I mean, come on. I understand it. Like, and the thing is also in the red pill.
It's such an excuse because he doesn't block people threatening him or sending him threats in his DMs. He blocks people who disagrees with him.
So like here's why though. So on Twitter, like even for me, say like I'm running a business for like my status hackers, and I really want to just destroy the competition where like they can't come mooch off of my customers. I would block all of them. And like that makes it to where they can't steal my content and reuse it. And that also makes it to where like any customers that are on my stuff, they can't come in and like try to scoop them up in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's not what he's doing. He's blocking people who disagree with him, like a little.
Well,
like,
I think a lot of red pillers do that. Like I think that the way that they
yeah.
corner the market and like keep everybody out, basically like they can all like text each other in a group chat and be like, hey, we don't like this Sergio dude. We don't like him in the red pill space.
That's
Yeah.
convenience work. That's what the feminists do. So
Well, that's what it
very
felt like because when he,
feminine behave with.
well, but that's what they do because that's what happened to me. Like when I got blocked by him, I got blocked by like everybody. It was very I saw the little thing. That's so cool that it does that. I guess that's like a Twitter thing.
No, I think it's a iPhone camera thing. Yeah.
What? Yeah, but how did they make it come up on here? Like
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's a Twitter. It has to be a Twitter thing.
Give him credit where credit is due, 100%. And then Michael, red pill adjacent. I've learned this thing. I don't know where Kian is in this. I know you do relationships. I want to hear what to say. But here's what we got going.
Patrick said they also pervert sexual relations. Hey, no, they don't. These are my boys. Stop talking bad about the red pill for the dub.
And Rolo, for those of you guys don't know, he's been described as, I don't even know if you call yourself this, the godfather of the red pill.
I inherited the name.
The rational male, Access Vegas. We'll talk about that. But here's what I want to kind of go to. It's a long question, so bear with me, and then you're going to have all the time in the world. So there's a lot of content out there that's saying that the red pill is dying. But I've heard you say things like, dude, with the iterations of the red pill.
Goes through cycles.
Goes through cycles.
Hold on. I think this guy said a pretty good point. James Bond said, "You're blocked because you're fucking with their money and brainwashed fans." Do you think that's kind of true, right side? Do you think?
That's what I was saying.
Oh, I thought that you were disagreeing for a second, but
no, I was saying like that's what the feminists do. They as well. They block people who kind of like give a point or some facts or something that disproves like whatever they're selling in the post. Whatever narrative they're selling, I mean. And that's so kind of it also helps to keep fans in an echo chamber, and it also kind of bolsters your view. If there's very few people dissenting, or very few dissenting comments in your comment section, people are gonna think, oh well, like they're right.
Yeah. No, and Michael Sartain always says a really good thing. He always says like you should never cut people off or try to do that stuff on YouTube because you never know what's gonna happen. Like that person could blow up, and the next thing you know, you regret it because
now you're viral. Now everyone's making fun of you.
Yeah, so that's like my ultimate goal is to get back at all these fuckers that did me wrong. Like, y'all want to fuel my fire that hard? Go for it. Let's do it, bro. Like now, I can't wait to go on Myron's show and destroy him in a debate. Now I'm like even more excited. Right side and PPP are not. Are you not entertained? Yes.
It's entertaining. It is. It's funny.
Yeah. No. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Identity Room for the $2, my boy. Also, that's why they snickered you in Vegas and had magical sound internet issues to flutter you and raise your cortisol levels to make you look bad. You walked into a trap. Yeah. Pretty shitty, but it's life. Sergio, did Rolo and Sartain block you? Sartain didn't block me. Me and Sartain are cool. I was just saying Sartain doesn't make enemies. Sartain's a very intelligent marketer. He's a very smart guy. I look up to Sartain a shit ton. He's one of my biggest mentors. So no, he hasn't blocked me. He's actually in my webinar series. If anybody wants to sign up for the Status Hackers course on the website, statushackers.com. Sartain will be a webinar coach next week with the course. But yeah, Rolo definitely blocked me. Rolo blocked me as soon as the vasectomy tweet happened, and me and him were on Pearl's show with Nick Fuentes, and he blocked me after
You
that.
were on with Nick Fuentes?
Yeah. I just shared it.
That would terrify me because like Nick Fuentes' like little Groiper army is so like
This was like a year ago.
They mobilized like so effectively that I would be terrified to disagree with anything he said.
Yeah.
You'll end up on the kiwi farms.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's just like going just like Andrew Wilson's ortho bros. Like they're the same, bro. Like the ortho bros are just as ruthless as the Groipers. The Groipers are basically like the Catholics, and then Andrew Wilson's gang is like the ortho one.
But I don't think Andrew Wilson's gang is as bad as the Groip. There's way more Groipers.
Oh yeah,
they're
and they dox way more often
yeah.
too. Yeah, they go hard as fuck. Being an ex-Red Pill content watcher, it's devolved from self-improvement and the promotion of healthy relationships. Their audience are captured at this point, and the audience just wants to get back. Yeah, it's a revenge fantasy, bro, and the revenge fantasy never happens. Did you know that Sartain, back when he lived in DFW, whereabouts in DFW are you located? I'm from South Dallas, bro. I'm from like Waxahachie, Red Oak area. That's where I like grew up my whole life. But Sartain was from South Dallas as well, but I never met him because he's like 20 years older than me. Or not 20. That was rude. He's like 13 years older than me. So yeah, I definitely didn't know Sartain back in the day. And he left here and went to Vegas, bro, and went and started having real fun in other cities. Not staying here. Fake Orthodox people. Hey man, at least he's converting more to Orthodox, right? Come on. People coming to Christ is good, right?
So it was pretty.
What? There's wrong ways to do it?
Well, no, it's not. The problem is it's like the Nick Fuentes thing. Are people converting to have a community, or are they converting like because they want to be involved in the church? A lot of times it's converting to have a community, like basically an in group.
But like what if they do both? What if some people actually go to church and do all this stuff and they're a groiper?
Well, I say you need to talk with your spiritual father and get that sorted out because I don't think they'd approve.
Yeah, no, I did a little interview thing yesterday on this other channel, and he was talking to me about like doing the right thing, like just Christian stuff, and I was like, I'm already I'm in a relationship with a girl, and we live together, we have sex, and we're not married. Like that's already sinning. Like I already sin every day. Like I don't know. There's like this big feeling of like virtue signal and like you're supposed to be perfect and do all this stuff this perfect way, and it's like I'm not perfect. Like nobody's perfect. Like I don't get it. I can't do that. Sartain ducking JAL. I don't know who that is. He said he was scrapped tomorrow and ghosted after. Hilarious. Who's JAL, bro? Please fill out who that is because I need to find that. I want to find out what you're talking about. Right side is correct about everything she just said. I know, Soren. She's always right to you. I'm just kidding. Is Dallas the best city in Texas? If so, why is it better than Austin? Yes, it's absolutely the best city in Texas. And why is because I've been here my whole life. So I'm going to be biased and say it's the fucking best. I'm never going to leave here. That's like my thing, man. It's the best city. It's the best city in the best country of the world. The fuck?
Interesting when I saw people like in the red pill, like Ali. Do we have a clip of Ali? She said that the red pill is.
Oh, John Anthony Lifestyles. Thank you, bro. I need to see that.
Imploding. What's Ali's? Ali Drummond. So yeah, she said red pill is imploding. We don't need to play the clip. Then we have Destiny, who's been on the show a million times. You've done debates with Destiny. He's done a whole thing about how no woman wants a red pill guy. I don't know about that. But then those are some people kind of talking trash about the red pill, if you will. But you've also talked about grifters coming and going. But I'm gonna go rapid fire here. Andrew Tate. I don't even know if he considers himself.
He's
red
been
pill.
kind of distancing.
Wait, bro. Wait, JJJS. Was John Anthony Lifestyle trying to debate Sartain and he ducked it? Because that's crazy. I'm like really, or are you talking about fighting, like a scrap, like a literal fight? Because yeah, I know Sartain wouldn't want to go actually fight. That's bad for marketing.
He's been distancing it, but
Yeah, but when they say red pill, they do mean
yeah. Unless it's like a really, really professional fight, Sartain wouldn't do that for marketing purposes.
Andrew Tate. They don't like the people who are saying so the content is created when you started that forum like in 03, you're on that forum in 03. That's what red pill is, but what it's been bastardized to is like, oh, those red pill guys, but they're talking about things like he gets blamed for things that Pearl Davis says.
I clean up everybody's mess.
That's why the question. Perfect. So Andrew Tate, the latest thing with Tate, and believe me, we've interviewed him twice. I have my perspective. Shoot it down if you want. I think I think it's all sort of a sham of what's going on over there. Allegedly. He's obviously been canceled. He's been jailed. PBD and I flew out to interview him in Madrid, in Romania. We've done this. Now he's dealing with new charges. He's sued by these British women for graping. You know, that's why I feel about that. There you go. Fresh and Fit. You guys were just on Fresh and Fit last night. Leader in the space, demonetized from YouTube. We saw what happened with them. That was how many months ago?
At least 8 months ago.
Yeah. 8 months ago. Okay. Fresh and Fit demonetized. Pearl, she's been on the show a bunch of times. Pearl Davis, also demonetized. Okay, these are people that I would say are definitely red pills. For some reason, whatever has never done anything. And you guys are
so I mean, they don't really whatever doesn't push the envelope like that.
Alejandro, did you have any of these?
They're not really red pill when you hear Mr. Brian's opinions.
Yeah.
There's Fresh and Fit. We know what happened with them. Pearl, I believe we have that. But I'm going to go deeper, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Ro. Because these are sort of like the bigger names. Tate, Fresh and Fit, Pearl, you guys. Then you have sort of like other players in this that I don't know as well, or maybe people don't know as well, but there's a lot of beef going on. Like this guy, there's competing manosphere conferences, right? Anthony the Dream Johnson, I've never met him, never spoken to him.
That conference is now defunct. But
okay, so exactly. So they have now been literally canceled. But they have beef with Donovan Sharp, and he hosts the CME, which is the conference for masculine excellence. So they're going back and forth. Anthony's calling him Donovan Sharp. He's calling him this and that. Like, I don't get in this, but someone we have on the show, MLD, Modern Life Dating, I literally don't know what he's doing these days. I haven't seen him do much content. I think he's out there in Tokyo being a passport bro. Best of luck to him. And I'll circle this back because I said the red pill dying, whatever. The reason I even started knowing about this right before you was Kevin Samuels, who unfortunately literally died. So here we go. This is the.
Did you ever watch Kevin Samuels?
I saw some like clips from him on TikTok.
What'd you think of him?
I thought he was hysterical.
Yeah, he's actually like really good.
Yeah, I remember like the fire alarm chirping stuff in the background. It killed me.
That was some of those clips were just gold, man. Like they're gonna be historic because the way that he said shit, there's not gonna be another guy that's as good as him, honestly.
You remind me of that guy Jesse Peterson.
Yeah, but better, honestly. He said he would have then realized JAL is crazy and 9 feet tall. I think Jesse Lee Peterson's gay also.
Oh, for sure.
Why do you think the red pill is strayed so far from its origins? Also, right side, do you think women really don't want a red pill guy? Why do you think it's strayed so far from its origins? I'll answer that one. I think that marketing, man, you can make a lot of money saying a lot of crazy shit. That's just the way the algorithm works. So yeah, the most crazy shit, the dumbest shit is going to get the most clicks. So yeah, that's why it's straight super far from the origin. It went viral. And that's what happens when things go viral. They become retarded. Also, right side, do you think women really don't want a red pill guy? What do you think?
Depends on how you define red pill. I don't know why thumb thing keeps coming up, but it depends on how you define red pill because like those guys, I don't know, like none of those guys would be interesting to me because they wear gay male pants. I think that's
just the Miami ones, guys. But if it was a cowboy red pill dude, she'd fucking take it.
I'd be into it, yeah.
You'd be. I know. Hey, I know guys in Texas that are that cowboy. He got a horse and hat and all that bullshit. Like, yeah. He would give in 2 seconds, guys. Let's be real. Red pill guys are just tradcons sometimes in disguise. Also, can Pearl really be a red pillar as a woman? Yeah, I think she can be. I think that it's just intersexual dynamics or like evolutionary psychology or as Rolo's about to say, a praxeology. So yeah, why can't a woman just say the same stuff? It's just like being a feminist. Like it's no fucking different. Sorry, asking a ton of questions. Just trying to support. Yeah, no, dude. Come on. I love it. Pearl is a female version of Trollo's drama outrage broker. Yeah, actually accurate as fuck. That is. I think this is why Rolo hates her so much, is because of what she said.
It's like looking in the mirror.
Yeah, it's like
mine is stupid rat tail.
Saw my strategy. And fuck, I can't believe she took my strategy. Like fuck, she's doing it better than me because she's a woman. Fuck, I felt that burn all the way to Canada, man. Gay male pants, dye the hair, take other men's testosterone, heel lifts, you spot on. Take other men's
Yeah.
testosterone. I think testosterone comes from like beans or something, bro. I don't know. Actually, it's some plant like yams. I think it's yams or some shit like that. Honest, I don't know. Fuck, I don't even know what yams are. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's from some plant though. It's natural.
Question: what is going on with the red pill? Is it dying? Is it going to make a comeback? Your thoughts?
Okay. So in March of 2021, I was on Fresh and Fit, and I think it was like the second or the third time I've been on the show. And the topic that we were talking about was, is the red pill going to go mainstream? I've used this clip of like half a dozen different times on my show and just sort of lead up to the topic at hand here. During that conversation, they asked me, is the red pill going mainstream? And my answer to both of them was, I hope not. Because the red pill, to remain legitimate, to remain useful, to be effective, has to be under the radar. And now we're seeing exactly why I was saying this back in 2021. And as part of that conversation, I said the reason for this is because people will come into the red pill and they will use the red pill as sort of a loose brand, or it's not a registered trademark. Anybody can use the word red pill. And so
Dude, why is Rolo attacking me right now? This is ridiculous.
Was trying to take them back as far as like say 2015, 2016 election cycle at that time. So Candace Owens, for example, that you were mentioning just before, her Twitter handle in 2015 was Red Pill Black.
Right.
She was using the term red pill as far back as 2015.
And I'm gonna let you go, but there's red pill has been used in the political spectrum, but also in the dating spectrum.
Right, and that's where
she kind of does crossover with both.
Well, that's because the thing is when the kids are using red pill, like when that's the topic du jour, the term du jour, and you have a political system that wants to reach out to like certain voters. Well, what are the kids saying? If it was MRAs, if it was MGTOW, they would have used MGTOW at that time. If it was red pill, they'll use red pill. So red pill becomes anything.
Stands for what exactly?
Men going their own way.
And that's like black pill. Like I'm not even.
Yeah. Well,
the
point is like the point is if it's a hashtag and it's a trending hashtag at that time, they will use that moniker for whatever it is that they want to. So if you're alt-right, if you're pro-Trump, if you're MAGA, if you're right now, if you're like an ortho bro or a Christ pill bro, whatever, everything's red pill. Everything literally is red pill. So any person that comes around and wants to take that term and that brand and use it for whatever it is that they're doing, because what they'll do is they'll bastardize the term into meaning like I'm right, you're wrong. It's a truth that is discovered, right? If you ever watch The Matrix, if you watch, it's a blue pill and the red pill, right? The blue pill is what you used to think was true, and the red pill is what's really true. And so what happens is that if you have some sort of pet ideology and you really are convicted about your beliefs, that's red pill. So I was trying to explain this to them back then. I said, well, what's going to happen is people will come into the space, especially in the intersexual dynamic space, because when I talk red pill, the first instance of me using the term red pill was on the SOSWAP forums in 2004. I've been doing
the term red pill other than the Matrix.
Well, no, the Matrix really is where it's from. But I mean, right after that, we're talking about the forum years when it was like Mystery Method and it was the alt fast seduction forums.
What year did the game come out with Neil Strauss?
That was published in 2005. So all of the events that happened in that book took place in 2003, 2004, 2002, somewhere in there.
And by the way, obviously you read that book. You read that book.
I know Neil.
Yeah.
You know Neil.
They just had mystery on it.
I
mean, a must read for young men who want to. What are these things called again?
Women.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we actually call you women too.
No,
it's like, so what happens is you have to track through the history here, because if you go back to the seduction days, if you go to the old pickup artists from the mid 2000s, like Mystery, Neil Strauss. I mean, VH1 had the pickup artist show and everything, and that evolved into what we now call the red pill.
Wasn't that so? Let me hone in on this, because I asked you if the red pill was dying, and you said there's been.
No, I don't think it's not dying.
Okay, not dying, but you said there's been different.
Well, there's cycles. Okay, so I've been doing this probably longer than anybody else.
Do you think that's dying right now? Do you see it coming down a lot compared to where it was at?
No, partly because everything is being cranked up right now, and I think it's to drive maximum division before the election, because it's like when you kind of disorient people algorithmically, and you kind of stir up outrage, I guess it could make people more suggestible. I don't think it's dying. I think it's like every other divisive social movement. It's being cranked up to 10 now.
You mean Justin Waller? Yeah, she would like Justin Waller. Have you watched Justin Waller's content before?
Never heard of him.
We're definitely gonna watch him one day for content, because he's Andrew Tate's like right hand man. He's a cowboy, and but he's a very red pill cowboy. Homeboy's a Chad. Yeah, he's like the ultimate Chad. He's like 6'5" and jacked. What makes Pearl egregious is, did I say that right? Egregious to me is that she's not even in a healthy relationship with a man, yet talks the way she does to other women. She said that she was in a relationship on a show a while back. So that might not be true. I don't know if she's still with the guy, but she definitely did that on a live not that long ago. Yeah, I can't click this one. She huffs a lot of copium. Don't talk about my girl Pearl like that, dude. I'm simping for her. Stop. Rolo was virtually unknown in 2015. Yes, he was. MGTOW were the ones owning the sphere. Very true. Until they all got demonetized and channel banned. which is exactly happening again, I guess, right now, but not MGTOW, just red pill instead. Excuse me, which is pretty funny. Where's the hood of DFW? I heard that Oak Cliff is becoming gentrified. Yeah, it is becoming gentrified, but South Dallas is still a big, like, bad. Pleasant Grove is like probably the worst, I would say. There's another area up off 635 that's really bad too. If you move over here, don't go to 635 or Pleasant Grove. Absolutely not. What's the dating marketplace like in DFW? Are Chads the highest in demand, or does Carlos also get attention? Because there's so many Latinas, Carlos does get attention, bro. Because Latinas will be with the guy who has a push cart and makes fucking $8 a day, and she'll cook and clean and love you. So yeah, Latinas definitely make DFW pretty dope. I don't think you need to be that guy at all. And you'll be fine. So yeah, I think it's the greatest place ever today. I tell everybody to fucking move here, and we've got a lot of guys to move here that we've met online over the last couple of years, and every one of them love it. Mostly because we have a good group of guys here. So if you did come, I can promise you there's a good group of base red pill dudes that you'd be able to hang out with that are pretty fun. Is it obvious how much I hate Rolo yet? Yes, Soren. Stop. He's a cool guy. So who fed ops in the red pill space? I don't know who fed ops in the red pill space. I don't know who that is. I'm pretty sure Pearl is a Daily Wire agent. Oh man, I've heard that so much. I don't think she's a Daily Wire agent. Don't fall for Rolo's thing on that. The MGTOW boys have always been demonized, by the way, which is funny because out of all the movements, they care the least. They're simps, bro. They're fucking low-key simps. I hate whenever they call themselves that because they actually be buying OnlyFans, even though they say they're going their own way. Yeah, well, the monks are happy to watch society burn. They hate it. Yeah. All right, back to the video. But we do like to always read stuff, guys. If anybody got a super chat question, please send in a super chat. Also, show some support by going and subscribing to the right side on Twitter or becoming a member for my YouTube. I really appreciate it, guys.
Okay, I mean, beyond like say mystery and some of these other guys, but as far as like the evolution of the manosphere, I've watched this happen for 22 years, 23 years now. And so I was trying to relate to them was the last election cycle during 2019 to 2020. Everybody who was in the red pill space wanted to pivot into politics and into social issues, which is exactly what we're saying right now. So everybody wants to turn the red pill into their social ideology, their pet name for their, whatever their pet social ideology happens to be. So anything, literally anything right now can be called red pill because it's just there to appeal to a certain audience.
Okay, but I want to understand one thing, and then I want to get Michael, because Michael describes himself as red pill adjacent. I don't know where Kian is on this, but I know that you help men improve, so I want to get your opinion. The mainstream thing. You could argue that, all right, it went mainstream when Neil Strauss wrote the book. All right, it was a very popular book. Kind of mainstream when you're on VH1 or MTV. It's pretty pop culture. Kevin Samuels kind of made it cool and mainstream. And then obviously you've been doing this forever. But
it's so crazy that it went mainstream back then, but I never saw it because I never had problems with girls, so I didn't fucking ever see it.
And Tate took it to a whole nother level, and even Fresh and Fit.
And I
guess my argument is it's been mainstream for different iterations, different cycles, but now is it officially mainstream?
Well, you also have to know that it's evolving with the technology at that time. So back in the pickup artist days, there was no Twitter, there was no social media. Those were the forum years where everybody would get together on a forum and compare notes on that forum. Then it was the blog years, and that's when I started the Rational Male blog. From there, we go on into the YouTube years and the social media, Instagram, Twitter, all that.
And that's
stuff.
obviously
so it's become exponentially, more and more people are aware of it. What I'm saying is that the original intention of it was strictly, when I talk about the red pill, it's strictly intersexual dynamics. It's female nature, male nature, evolutionary psychology, sociology, anthropology. You've asked me in the show 1,000 different times. Give us the elevator pitch for the red pill. There is no elevator pitch. It is a college major, is what it is. Okay, it is not a bumper sticker. It's not like I'm red pill. Here it is.
Unfortunately, kids are dropping out of college and nobody wants to read. They're not educated.
Exactly.
So as much as it's like, nope, you got to take the whole class, the whole course. Someone's like, can I just get the Cliff Notes, bro?
Exactly. And the Cliff Notes are much easier to monetize and commercialize than it is to actually pay attention to what the hell is going on.
And they add a prescription to them as well, right? And that's the biggest difference between you guys and so many other people I've seen in the space.
So what do you think about what Rolo just said, though? Like, does that make sense as like a good definition of it from the creator?
Well, it's as vague as when anybody asks you to describe feminism. They'll say the same thing. Like I've noticed with feminists, what they tend to do is they'll say, "Oh, feminism is just like striving for the equality of men and women." And when you press them, they'll say like, they'll start to mention equity. They'll start to mention the pay gap, but that's all equity stuff because the pay gap is related to career choices, tends to be. That closes the actual discrepancies. And with this, like, it also feels like a bait and switch because it's like, oh, here's this like vague, reasonable sounding set of tenets, and then when you actually press them on the issue, it starts to like spider web.
Well, like I remember watching this earlier, but they're about to bring up, you know, the whole descriptor and prescription thing. When I was watching this before, Amy was making me cringe because it was like, Amy, like you're saying right now they only say descriptors, but you know Michael Sartain sells a program that is descriptions of what to do and you know how to do it. So yeah, it definitely bothers me because they say it's a descriptor or it's only this descriptor of nature.
That's what feminists do too. That's what the critical
But, like
theory
feminists
are.
don't even say like what I will say though, like the actual root of what red pill is straight from Rollo Tomasi, you know, the guy who's what they call the godfather of it. It's not even close to like what any like there's no clear definition of feminism that's even close to that fucking like based in like an actual axiom. Like that's actually something that
Well, it depends on what's in, like when you start getting into specifics, like there is, because there's like a bunch of different types of feminism. I guess like broadly as an umbrella term, sure, but when you talk about liberal feminism, radical feminism, Marxist feminism, it gets
and I would say that there's different sections of red pill too, like MGTOWs and black pillars, and but they'll call themselves all red pill, but they're fucking not. Like they're different sections of it. What does it say? He forgot to say that Kevin Samuels actually wanted to help people. He actually wanted to help both men and women. I agree. Yeah, that's why I loved Kevin. Notice he never mentions Tom Likas, his hero, where he got many talking points from before the Doc Love. I didn't know that. I don't know a lot about this stuff, bro, because I barely learned within the last couple of years. The Tom Likas radio show from 1994 to 2009 was covering the red pill stuff before Arola was on the forums. Crazy. And so was, who was that comedian? Fuck, I can't think of his name. There's that black dude. He was so fucking funny, but he was saying red pill shit before anybody.
A lot of the people who got cancelled is you guys don't give prescriptions. No. When people start giving prescriptions and they start injecting their own beliefs into those prescriptions, that's where things really go wrong.
That's the difference between best practices and what we're like.
Yeah, because they give prescriptions.
Well, not even that. Like, oh, like acting as if like any type of description isn't modulated by your own like subjectivity. Because every single time you notice something, you're injecting your perspective into it, and that's inherently kind of. Then it's no longer just exclusively right an empirical descriptor. It becomes almost a filtered description of a phenomenon.
Well, everybody has bias. Like
saying the way she framed it, it was like, oh, if you just describe something, your personal biases aren't injected into it. But when that happens is when you prescribe something, and that's just like not doesn't even
see, but like descriptors though are really cool whenever they're brought. Like, let's be real here. Like you like everybody loves studies because whenever you see a study, usually you're like seeing something that you don't really know. Like sometimes you've never really known what the truth was about something. So when you see a study, you're like, whoa. That's cool. Like I can't.
Yes, but also like when you read a study, you should almost take the conclusion with a huge grain of salt because of the replication crisis. We have something called p-value hacking, and we have like with respect to like there's huge problems with p-value. I posted a paper a couple days ago, basically that was called "Everything Wrong with P-Values Under One Roof." And basically what a p-value is it tells you whether you can reject the null hypothesis. It's a statistical method. And the problem there is if you're using Bernoullian statistics, all that tells you is that it almost like tells you what how the researcher felt or not about the hypothesis. That's the best metric of what p-value measures. Whereas like Bayesian statistics works better because then you can bake in the potential error of like the bias of the researcher in the statistical methods you use. And so almost, I believe the number was like 48% of all papers published do not replicate. And so I think when people are like throwing around these papers, it's almost just like, yeah, whatever, because there's a replication crisis. Like there's a 50% chance that this paper is bullshit.
Honestly, that's why, like, don't get me wrong, I love date psych, but I don't like a lot of his studies because they're small sample sizes and they're sometimes they're qualitative, and like I don't like that shit, like personally. And that's why I'm really a big fan of Dr. David Buss because he really to extrapolate everything across 37 cultures for his main studies, or like across like cultures, and then do all types of checks and balances to make sure that they're replicated and they're done correctly by other people. Because yeah, I agree with you that a lot of things aren't done correctly, but that's why evolutionary psychology is so cool, is because some of them take it super serious and they try to do it as right as possible, like you're saying. You're thinking of Patrice O'Neill. Yes, he was the OG. Shout out to my boy Donnie. By definition, it's an ideology, not a description, and certainly not a praxeology. Do you know what a praxeology is, right side?
Yeah.
Hey, right side. And what the fuck is that? Aeneas Nin said, "We don't see things as they are; we see them as we are." You know what he's talking about?
When he was referring to my comment about like description, how to like say that a description is objective is ridiculous.
Wait. You're saying that because they can't always be accurate, then they're not objective?
No, because like what you see and how you see it is filtered through your own perspective. And so when you're describing something, you're not describing them as in like using Kantian terms, the ontological like for itself. You're describing the in itself. And so what that means is that you're describing it as you see it, and how you see it is reflected by who you are as a person and what you value.
So as data collection creatures, and we like to be pattern recognize, like we like to do these certain things to increase our success at different things. How are we like I understand taking things with a grain of salt, but like where do you draw the line of like letting it, helping your life get better, and then like taking it with a grain of salt?
Convert to orthodoxy.
Come on, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody become a Protestant. No, actually, I was talking to a guy last night, because the guy that interviewed me, he was a Protestant, which I only talk to Ortho bros and Catholics. So I was really surprised, and I was like, bro, why don't you make a movement with me where we just say that we're Christians? Like, can we stop with this Ortho and Catholic?
It matters. It matters a lot, because like when you're talking about like cosmologies and metaphysics, that kind of operating assumption, even though it feels really abstract and distant, it does have a huge effect on like your value orientation, your priorities, how you view the world. And Protestantism tends to be very secular materialism oriented. It's very legalistic and very moralistic. It's why a lot of people kind of in the US, because Protestantism is ubiquitous for the US, they see Protestantism and they conflate it with all Christianity, like the legalism and the moralism. And that's now their heuristic association with Christianity as Protestantism.
That's why it needs to be a mixture of the three. I don't actually believe in one being right. Like, I actually am very much in the middle of all three of the sects. Like, there's lots of things about Orthodoxy that I'm like, I like that. I very much support that. I very much live by that. There's some things from Catholics, like believing in evolution. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of Catholic in that way. I believe in evolution too, and then there's certain things about Protestantism that I'm like, yeah, this is great. I don't see why three things can't be right at the same time to an extent. Like, I understand that like structure is nice and everything, but to say that something's infallible when it was made by man is goofy in my eyes. Like, because a lot of shit that they came up with was made by man. It wasn't by God's design at all. We see things through the maps and filters we each have as an individual. Yes. Is right side the woman that got destroyed on Fresh and Fit? Did you get destroyed on Fresh and Fit?
No, I've never been on any red pill things.
Send her on there, guys.
Everybody think the fresh and fit retards would destroy me. That's fucking adorable. That's adorable.
Yeah, somebody tag them and send this to them, and let them see that there's a girl that's trying to come take them down. All of these critical theories are just mind killers. They always see all viewpoints. All viewpoint has equally valid. Yes. Oh, sorry with the cross. Nah, become an atheist. Protestantism is Christianity for businessmen suing each other over interest.
Accurate.
Accurate, yeah. Based. The reason why all three can't be right at the same time is a topic that could take 12 hours to explain. Yeah, we should debate it one night, Soren. What's up? What's up, J J-Bo the Vet. What's up, bro? Sorry, I be stuttering still. Rice, I got the lisp. I got a stutter. We got issues around here.
The red pill is a what are called praxeology.
Praxeology,
It
yes.
is not an ideology. It is not a
Mhm.
philosophy. It is not a belief set. It is not a religion.
Oh, what? Look, the Crucible's talking to us. This is so cool. I wonder if this is just a fake person. This guy has no clue what he's talking about. Stick to your secular arguments. She's right. Wait, what? Oh, dude, they're taking your side. I am live right now on my Crucible channel. Feel free to debate me once.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
There's no way this is.
Oh shit!
Hold on, let me see if this is somebody or not right now. Hold on, because you never know. Like, it's so easy to like act like somebody's channel. So I just feel like actually he would never be wasting his time doing that. Because
No, you should debate him. That would be.
on orthodoxy. Oh my God, he is.
Here at the
Not
Crucible,
though.
turn logic.
I knew
He's
me.
then he says Wes Watson. It's
Why is he doing Wes Watson stuff?
see if we can figure the next tune that we have for you. Seemed like a
Yeah, why, man? Why you gotta do me dirty like that, bro? Like, you literally made me go do all of that. I'll give it to you. That was a good troll. I'll give it to you. That was a good troll. You got me. I don't see X exclusionary on Twitter anymore. Wonder why. That's still your at, right?
Yeah, it's still my. I'm Hagelborg now.
Yeah. Her name's Hagelborg, but make sure the at is X exclusionary, bruv. Wow, they actually showed up. It's about time. He is live. Yeah, I see he's live, but yeah, no, he was just fucking with me, bro. I went and looked at his channel. They're talking shit about Wes Watson, sadly, right now. Which I wanted to watch that video with you, honestly, right side. But I was like, we'll do that one next week. But it'll be fun, like going over like the Wes Watson, Andrew Wilson thing, because I actually like Wes Watson. So I don't know.
Religion. It is not a cult. It is not whatever your system of belief happens to be. And the reason why people want to turn it into that is because that's the only way they can understand it.
Yeah.
You have to say your philosophy, your beliefs, or you preach. It's never teach. You preach.
Right.
Ooh, right.
Like
so,
I've been preach.
Well, no, I mean, as far as like sermonizing.
But
right?
let me get
Because that's
Sartain's
the only way
perspective.
they can understand.
Sartain, Michael Sartain. What I think I like about you guys is you don't always agree on everything.
Yeah.
It's like if you ever see me and PPD, we're constantly PPD, like, you know, it's kind of hard to argue with the CEO, the boss, but you know, I get my licks in, but he's the man. I get it. But you guys don't always agree. And you don't even describe yourself as red pill. You call yourself red pill adjacent.
I am red pill in that it is a.
But is the red pill dying?
No. So here's the way it works. It's this phenomenon for anyone who's watching this. Anytime you hear someone say the red pill is dying, notice it is a person who did not like the red pill in the first place. So even though Andrew Tate will say I'm not red pill, if Andrew Tate says something you don't like, then you put Andrew Tate in the same category with everyone else you don't like. Does that make sense? And now something that some random content creator said that you found to be misogynistic, now you pin that on every single other person. It's really it's almost a form of like it's almost a form of like YouTube bigotry, if you want to call it that. So anything you don't like causes school shootings. That's the way it works. Anything you disagree with. So for instance, because someone disagrees with something that Rollo said, or Rollo said something mean to them on Twitter or X or something like that, therefore all red pill is this. But just notice one more time, whenever you hear somebody say red pill is dead, it's never when you hear someone in the red pill say it's dead, then maybe you could listen. But whenever it's someone who never wanted it to be fruitful in the first place saying it, then you probably should take that with a grain of salt.
So do you mean Destiny specifically?
I mean, Destiny's one of them. But here's another
But
one.
also Ali Drummond was I met her at the CME.
These are people who don't have the depth of experience to know the cycles and how things go through.
So
come November 6th, when everybody suddenly is all done with social issues and politics and everything else, trust me, 2025 is exactly when this stuff is going to come right back around.
I'm gonna ask you an interesting question in a second. Go
Right.
ahead.
So you guys understand the concept. Like it's people who never wanted this to work in the first place. Here's the second thing that's happening. So big tech severely does not like this content. And so they start demonetizing and ratioing certain people. So now they're artificially taking down certain people's engagement. And then they have their talking heads state things like the red pill is dying. So just imagine if I'm at Meta and I'm like, I don't like this content, therefore we're going to ratio this certain type of content, and then we're going to have people who support our side of the political aisle say, do you see that type of content? Do you see how it's getting less traction? That's because it's dying. That's what's going on.
Michael, do you mean to tell me that big tech?
Isn't it funny how Michael's like a really good bulldog for Rollo? Like he like literally can explain everything like really good all the time. He destroyed Destiny each time they debated, had Destiny screaming and spurring good stuff, Andrew. That shit was good. I would say that. Rollo didn't even think a man and a woman could be friends. How can you be an expert in intersexual dynamics if you don't know that at 60 years old? Bro, that's like my biggest beef against Rollo was the fact that he didn't even understand what Michael did until Michael kind of schooled him on that first debate they had. I was very happy when that happened because I wanted to see Rollo change his mind on that, man. It's kind of crazy that he didn't even understand mate choice copying was that big of a deal.
would do something like that, and shadow ban and push down the algorithm. I don't.
Cancel.
Big tech. Come on, Michael.
What's so funny? Like I talk about this is when you overreact to certain things, right? So I think the right overreacts in certain cases. One of the biggest mistakes that the left made, probably in the last decade, was all these different social media platforms, deplatforming Andrew Tate in the same.
Oh, dude.
That like so for instance,
I was there interviewing the guy when it happened.
Before consider this. Before it was
Insane.
a guy saying there's a conspiracy against me, and everybody's like, yeah, sure, conspiracy against you. Sound like a nutbag. And then he loses all of his accounts from publicly traded companies that have no equity in one another. He loses all of his accounts in the same hour. Now it's not a conspiracy anymore. Now you understand what you're against. So now one more time, we have a type of content that big tech doesn't want to see. They've been open about not wanting to see it. That's why they put him on a DHS watch list. They talk about divert hate and all this other stuff. So we know what their agenda is. That's fine. Everyone gets to have an agenda. There's nothing illegal about that. But now we know what your agenda is. We also know you control the algorithm, which controls traffic. And then you start to ratio that traffic and then have your talking heads state things like it's dying. Okay, that's the first thing. The second one thing I want to say is the concept of the red pill is dead is ridiculous because what it is it's a discussion of intersexual dynamics. That can't go away. What they're saying is the things I don't like about red pill, which is like men yelling at women or whatever, that is becoming less popular. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But my point is it's like saying that gravity is dead. Where it's like saying that like after Charles Darwin discovers the concepts of natural selection, now natural selection is no longer popular anymore. Natural selection is true whether or not you believe in it. And so is gravity. And so the concepts of intersexual dynamics, like whether or not hypergamy is real, hypergamy exists even if you don't agree with it.
Yes.
Okay, that's the issue, right? And so from those standpoint, something like that can't die. That is it a derivative?
What do you think about hypergamy?
I don't like as a concept or as I think it's less concrete than most people like. Back to the setting studies, but like for example, like 2000, they looked at it and they said only 20 the studies they were doing showed that only around 20% of women would be willing to date a guy who made less than them. And now like 40% of women are willing to date a guy that makes less than them. So I think it's a lot less I think as a broad principle, it's probably generally more accurate than not that occurs. But I don't think that if you see a woman that makes more than you should just like give up and just assume she's never going to be interested in you. Because that's not necessarily true.
She might like see potential or something. Would you date?
Or just like there's other like just viewing everything from the lens of, I guess, like efficiency of capital production is a very secular materialistic lens. And so if you're looking at people's potential in pure terms of capital production, sure. But the problem is like there's other forms of competency. There's other forms of other aspects of a person's character that aren't surely material. And I think like a lot of women like people who, or like men who are religious and devoutly religious, because that's like a proxy for like, is a good person, is kind of committed to something greater than their own hedonistic self-interest.
But if they're religious, then they want the guy to provide usually as well. So he needs to be good.
Right. Provide isn't, you don't need to provide someone with an 8-room mansion in the Hamptons.
Yeah, but it's so high now. I mean, you can't do it with the.
I mean, most like a lot of people could live. Like a lot of people really are fine living in a trailer. I mean, some people really don't care. And that kind of like prioritizing non-material things over material things. It's part of the worldview that comes with specific religions. Like my kingdom is not of this earth type thing.
So like, but for you, do you want to be with a guy that makes more money than you? What?
No, my thing fell again.
Oh, well, do you want to be with a guy who makes more money than you?
Probably, honestly, I'm very competitive.
But
and so I would hate it. I would hate it.
So what about a guy who's taller than you?
I prefer guys that are as tall as me or taller, simply because that's mostly not really a preference developed from like internal like ones. It's mostly because it's like if you date a guy that's shorter than you, your family, your mom, they're all gonna make comments. So, like it's related to really whether your family approves of that person.
Yeah, so you just don't want to be judged.
Well, also I'm not that I'm 5'7", so a good probably 80%, 70% of guys are taller than me. So it's really not.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Do you want a guy that's stronger than you?
Yes, I would prefer someone, a dude who has a biological advantage, not to be weaker than me, who has a biological disadvantage.
Do
Like,
you
what,
want
you
a
have
guy?
muscular dystrophy?
Do you want a guy that's smarter than you?
I'd be like, so across the board, like just like categorically dwarfs me. I wouldn't prefer that, but like I prefer them to have areas of competency that I am lacking in.
Okay. The reason why I ask that is because I usually like to see that how much you want a guy that's better than you, because all those things are usually traits that would make somebody kind of like better, or more of a leader. Because like you would see them as better than you, and I would say most women are hypergamous. Like they want a guy that is in general just better than them because you're a man.
I'm very competitive, and so if someone was just like clowning me constantly, I'd quit.
No, that's ridiculous because that's what iron sharpens iron. But that's for men. I don't think there's such thing as iron sharpens iron for men and women.
Well, iron sharpens iron is not just for men. It's for all things. Like
But it
spiritual
says
things.
iron sharpens iron as one man sharpens another.
Yeah, well, man is used habitually in the Bible as like a demarcator of like mankind, universal man.
Hey, come on, no, they're like talking gendered right there. Like that's
I don't
men.
think so. There's
Because trauma destroys
exegesis of
women.
that because I don't.
Trauma destroys women though. So if we were saying that women should go like,
But it,
go.
But it doesn't. Because
I think conflict for men is healthy, but I don't think conflict for women is healthy at all.
Well, I don't think trauma is healthy across the board, but it doesn't categorically destroy either group. For example, like I know plenty of guys like who got into the military. They have PTSD. They're a wreck. And I know plenty of women who've gone through extremely traumatic things in their growing up, and they're like successful. They have healthy relationships. And so I don't think that's categorically true. I believe it's related to internalizing versus externalizing.
Well, good example. I like what you brought up. So this is what I like to say. So you're right, but there's a big difference between men and women. Men are disposable and women are vulnerable. The men have always been the disposable sex for all of history, for wars, for everything. Men are disposable. And so nobody cares about that guy. Nobody cares about the incel in his mom's basement right now, or that guy in the Taco Bell drive-thru that makes $7 an hour. Nobody gives a fuck about those guys, okay? They're disposable. They're disposable males. So because of that, you're right. Trauma does destroy them, but who gives a fuck?
But now you're saying, but now that's a different argument, though. Now that's saying,
what
like,
I'm trying to say is, a woman though who goes through trauma because y'all are the vulnerable sex, it's a big deal. Because trauma for a woman has a very high chance of going into her children. So it's way bigger of a deal if a woman.
Wait, but that doesn't because that doesn't state how that would be preclusive for males, like how males are precluded from that category. Because
it doesn't matter because men are disposable. Who cares if they're gone? There's always another better man. There's always another better guy. Who cares?
This is a very secular, like the disposability of mankind. Like that's not an orthodox.
It's just the truth of reality.
It's the truth of reality when like capital production is your primary mode of value. Sorry, allergies. But if you are oriented towards things higher than yourself, higher than like materiality, then you're going to value things that aren't necessarily like privileged by exclusively hedonistic, I guess, markers like capital, like how many people you can have sex with, how big your house is. And so to say that trauma, I'm sure there is a skew with respect to how trauma manifests in different sexes, but I don't think it's true that there's an ontological like rule as in trauma destroys women, trauma makes men more resilient.
It's more just the fact that women are vulnerable, and we want women to have. Historically, women have more babies, but historically, women have more babies than men, and that's what. Let's be real here. Y'all have a physical purpose, and your physical purpose or your biological purpose is to make babies.
That's a different argument.
So we need to protect women. Like my whole argument is protecting women because we don't want them to go through trauma at all. Women should never go through trauma, is what I'm trying to say. That's my biggest point.
No one should go through
protect
trauma.
them 10 times more.
That's just a meaningless attitude, though. That doesn't mean anything. And so,
what do you mean? How does that not mean anything? We need to protect women more than anything.
Because to say that we need to protect women, and then therefore to say that follows from women are broken by trauma. That doesn't follow. That doesn't logically flow. Because
I'm saying the reason why I want to protect women is because if they go through trauma, if they're raped, if they go through any type of horrible things like that at a young age, it drastically changes them for the rest of their life. And I agree that if a man, I'm not disagreeing with you. If a man goes through the same thing, I agree. But here's the difference. If that man grows up and he has PTSD or whatever the hell because of what happened to him, nobody cares. We don't care about traumatized men. Society doesn't give a fuck.
That's a different argument.
But society doesn't care about them. But that's my argument. That's all I care about.
This is like self-contradictory because you're saying that women are more susceptible to trauma, but simultaneously that's modulated by society caring about them. So therefore, trauma does not.
No, I'm saying okay. Let me word it correctly. Then it's a bigger deal if women go through trauma. How about that?
But but what you just said just contradicted that because you said that it's a bigger deal if women go through trauma because it breaks them, but simultaneously.
No. The reason why is because they're vulnerable, and I don't care about the disposable men. Society doesn't care about the disposable men.
That doesn't logically flow.
Society doesn't care.
So you're saying that, right? Let's get this. Let's lay this out. Women are more broken by trauma.
I revert that. I'm going to revert that statement back. I'm going to say that trauma is a bigger deal if it happens to women than men because.
It's a bigger deal, not by some ontological essence. It's a bigger deal by how society is structured. That's the difference. That's what I'm pointing out. And so it's the reaction that you're pointing out that you're saying makes the difference.
It's the way society sees it. Yes, society sees men as disposable because in general that's what men have always been. Then
I don't disagree with that.
A bigger deal to women.
My contention is that saying that iron sharpens iron only applies to men, because it's not true.
I'm gonna have to talk to a preacher about this one because I'm not good on the Bible.
Well, no, just like across the board, like what sharpens you. Everyone's shaped by the struggles or interactions they go to, and to kind of like use a broad word like trauma. Well, right, Joe Rogan says this: the hardest thing you've ever experienced is still the hardest thing you've ever experienced, like even if it's small. So like your neurocognitive framework is desensitized or sensitized based on your past experiences. And so you may still get the same reaction to its minor inconvenience if all you've ever experienced are minor inconvenienced. And someone else may have the same neurocognitive / biological stress response to a large inconvenience as someone else to a small inconvenience, because that other person is used to experiencing very large inconveniences. And so that's how iron sharpens iron. It teaches you to like have adversity, have resilience, to be resilient in the face of adversity, and to kind of internalize versus externalize the things that happen to you. That's like, I like to say, like, imagine yourself as happening to the world, not as the world happening to you.
Have you ever heard what the heroine journey is? Like, not the hero's journey, but the heroine, like the girl version. Yeah, heroin. I thought it was heroine.
It's heroin.
Oh, that sounds really bad.
No.
No, you've never really looked. Oh, I know
because this is like the Jungian type thing.
Yeah.
I'm a bit.
You're very against it. Yeah, I get it. Wait. This guy said, come on, right side. Would you really be down to date a guy who is shorter than you? Maybe. How tall is right side in heels? She would be right under 6 foot if she had heels on. If they were 5 foot, or 5-inch heels. Do you know how to wear heels, right side?
I wear them like maybe once every 18 months. So I'm very bad at it.
You're gonna make me. I love the little down, like the little fucking. It's funny. That's different. Can you two go into detail what the biggest issues are with Women's Day? I love to hear both your takes. I'm going to go pee really quick, right side. So, yeah, answer this question for him. Go into detail on what the biggest issues are with Women's Day. You're a woman, so I want to hear you actually clap against some hoes for a second. Come on. Like, stop fucking caping for these bitches. Like, what the fuck?
I don't cape for anybody. The biggest issue facing women. I would say secular materialism, kind of like an existential nihilism, because what happens when you kind of lose your higher order value system, you become disoriented, and like you begin to like view the world in terms of, right, I exist in a meat suit and that's all I am. And so therefore the actions that I take do not have a long-term intrinsic value. They have a value insofar as it affects the immediate material future. And so this and it's probably the same exact problem men happening right now, just manifests differently. Where the reason why we have this kind of blase attitude towards OnlyFans and like whorery, I don't know, is because we functionally become a hedonistic culture where we view the point of life as maximizing pleasure, maximizing material gain, and maximizing opportunities to have pleasure, material gain. And that's because we've lost our primary orienting value. If you do not have a higher thing that you're working towards or for, then what is life but basically a race to achieve as much pleasure as possible? And that's functionally what you see in mainstream culture and mainstream conversations around dating and like the hypergamy stuff and kind of what you see in media, what's put forward and what's glorified in media.
So I didn't really get to hear what you said, but hopefully I don't repeat anything and I say something different and novel. But what I think it is Marcellus, is I think everybody is mostly retards. So like I actually don't think that like everybody is really smart. I think that a lot of us are kind of like monkey humans, like monkey human smart, you know, like it's so we think we're smart, but I think we're really mostly stupid. And like we actually fall to our instincts all the time, or like our animal nature. And we see this with ads and marketing. Like that's literally how they work, is to you know, use our animal instincts against ourselves, to like, because like you see a girl on Budweiser commercial with her titties out and fucking Budweiser, you're like, oh, I need a Budweiser now because the hot girl was holding it, you know. Like we're kind of retarded, and we see that with marketing, that we are all stupid, like, or a majority of people are kind of stupid. So the way I see it is, I'm not a misogynist or a misandrist. I just think most people, like, what's it called? What's the word? Misanthrope? I'm just kind of think everybody.
Yeah, misanthrope.
Yeah, I just don't like most people, bro. And like, I'm the type where I don't like being around a lot of guys and a lot of women, because I think most of them are a waste of time and kind of stupid. So I'm not even going to say that like women are messed up today. I'm going to say most people are just messed up today. And it really comes from privilege. Like, as the world gets easier and easier and easier, and we get more things on our iPhone and shit, more hedonistic shit. Yeah. Okay. My girl was telling me the tornado sirens are going off, but yeah, it's I'm sure we're fine. If y'all see me fly away, that's what happened. But yeah, I really think that, you know, as things get more privileged, yeah, we're gonna, the atomization of the family, as you know, Right Side talks about a lot and stuff. We're gonna see more of this bullshit, and I'm just happy that we have a community of smart people that we get to be around and actually have high IQ conversations and not fall to a lot of the animal natures. And I think a lot of things that we talk about in these stats, I like to say that it's irrelevant to anybody. If you're intelligent, everything what we're talking about is irrelevant, because you control your own life, your own free will, like, or you're going to decide what you want. It's not based off of these stats or what, you know, most people do, because you're not most people. Honestly, anybody who wants to be successful, you want to be the exception. You want to be elite. You want to be different. And so I really think that most people are NPCs, you know, at the end of the day. And if you're trying to be different, then that's going to happen.
My favorite, I laugh every time I see this tweet. Have you heard of Radfem Hitler?
No.
So she has on her pinned tweet is like, she was making a similar point about that. She was saying, basically, I believe most people are NPCs, and that's because their mother didn't orgasm when they were conceived, so they aren't ensouled.
That is pretty funny, pretty based. If that was true in any way, shape, or form, that's fucking hilarious, man. It would make sense. That would explain so much bullshit. If nobody's read the book Relentless before, you should read it. If you want to be the type of person that's a fucking achiever and actually destroys the world, not destroy the world in a bad way, but in a good way, you know, go read Relentless. Who are you voting for this year? Trump.
Trump.
Trump. That's why the doctor tell a lady not to be stressed while pregnant. Yeah. Dude.
That's mostly related to like cortisol. Cortisol and adrenaline. Cortisol and adrenaline are correlated with low birth rates. It's about the health of the fetus because there's specific hormones that are released. It's norepinephrine and cortisol. And if you have too much cortisol and norepinephrine released like during gestation, you will have a lower birth weight fetus because that increases heart rate and increases metabolism.
It's like in this day and age, a man's life is less valuable than a woman's. I mean, I just think it's always been like that for all of history, sadly. It sucks. But like the big thing, bro, is when you accept this into your heart as a man, you realize that there's only one other answer, and it's go hard as fuck. Like it's either be disposable or be remembered. Be be a legend. Like I don't see it. I don't see another option. Why she insult after a statement? I don't know. I don't know. She always be throwing shots at me, bro.
Insult you?
Right side always be throwing shots at me, guys. She's fucking horrible, dude. Y'all should see her on Twitter. She's way worse. Go follow her on Twitter and see how mean she is. And actually go subscribe to her too for $3 a month and show some support, guys. But yeah, like the video too. Dude asked you to go into detail about women's issues and you deflected by making it about people.
Well, because women's issues are people's issues. It's because the primary societal problem is a complete perversion of what we value.
Yeah, City Champion, I gotta be honest, bro. I don't think it's a woman's issue. I think we're all fucked up, dude. Like if I wanted to sit there, like don't get me wrong, I can sit here and say a bunch of really bad things about those 90% of women, but equal rights, bro. I'm gonna give you 90% reasons why the regular dudes fucking suck too.
Equal opportunity hating.
Yeah, I'm equal opportunity hater over here, left and right. Hey, Storin, our boy about to get raptured. Have you ever been recognized in public by one person, dude?
I've also just started this, and I hope not. That would be very embarrassing.
It was really funny. I was going to one of my friends' businesses, and it was somebody that was dropping off a business order there, and they're like, "Are you Sergio?" And it was like very weird, but yeah, it's Dallas is a small town though.
It would have been funny if they said Spurgio.
I mean, this was like a year ago, so it was whenever my name was still Sergio. Remember Twister the movie? He's about to become Dorothy. Nah, man, I'm good. There ain't
Sharknado.
I ain't never scared of that shit. Dude, when I was a kid, I was obsessed with tornadoes, like obsessed with them. I would read all the books about them. Like, I loved them. I thought they were so cool. Like,
such a niche special interest. I don't have room to talk.
You gotta be, yeah. Shut the fuck up. But how did you not get into that one? Like, it's
how did you not get into
vortex of air? It's a spinning vortex.
They're color changing lizards.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that's really What's your experience with waspy women, the kind you meet in Highland Park, Preston Hollows, etc.? What's waspy? Can you give me like another word for that? Right side?
Waspy? Sorry, it's white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Oh wow, I've never heard that acronym before. Holy shit. Yeah, dude. I don't really fuck with white women, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like white girls. I'm not like, I think y'all think I'm kidding whenever I bring up the Latina pill shit. I am not fucking kidding. I don't like white girls. Like, I think like the second girl I fucked with was a white girl, and I immediately got over it. And I was like, yeah, she smells like onions. I'm done. I never fucked with another white girl, guys. So yeah, any of those type of women, I'm not around them. Honestly, I like the ghetto girls. Yeah, I know, horrible. I like the Latinas that got a little fucking. They listen to rap music and they're a little bit, crazy. I like that, man. Sorry, I guess I'm weird. I want a girl that's gonna pull the gun out, when behind me, not like run away. Did a woman wanting to prove men have it easier and offed herself within a year? Oh yeah, the girl that did you ever hear about that story, right side?
That
it was a trans woman.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. That shit's crazy though, because yeah, it's hard being a man, right side. Would you say it's harder being a man in today's society or women? Or a woman?
You have to define terms. Define
Man,
how.
stop caping for these hoes. You know it's harder being a man
I
today.
don't know. Well, it depends. It really depends on your socioeconomic status to be like completely like.
Let's say upper class.
Oh, for sure, probably easier to be. But I don't know, like
Easier to be what?
if you were born upper class and you're a man, and you were born upper class and you're a woman, there's probably not really a difference. Like,
Okay, what about middle class?
Middle class, it's probably, I would say, if your wife is stay at home, it's probably easier to be a man. Sorry, a woman. It's easier to be a woman. And then I would say it's probably about the same when you're talking like lower class.
You think it's about the same?
When you're
women
like
have a lot of
working
privileges
class.
from the government though, and they get a lot of handouts and all types
Well,
of shit.
a lot of people, I mean, a lot of respectable people will not like really don't want to go on welfare because 20-30 years
I would say that's like
ago,
middle class people, but lower class people don't give a fuck. Like they'll take it all day long.
Then in the instance of like kind of like section,
We were talking about lower class women, right?
It's probably easier to be a woman with respect to like you can just like child support farm
And since most people are broke today in the lower class, I would say most women got it better than men right now. That's all I'm gonna say. Sharknado is a classic horrible movie. Yeah, I'm never gonna fucking watch that. Makes sense that Right Side wouldn't watch movies, but she would watch shitty movies like Sharknado.
I've never seen Sharknado. I've just heard you retards talk about it.
Wait, you don't watch movies?
And I don't really watch TV now.
I don't watch TV, but I watch movies. You don't watch movies? Watch like Quentin Tarantino movies?
Which movies are those?
Like Pulp Fiction,
Never
Reservoir Dogs,
No.
like wow. So like I can understand hating TV shows, but you know, movies are like a hero's journey. Like that's like the new way that we watch mythos. Like that's how we that's how a myth comes into us. Like I can't believe that you don't watch movies at least because they're the best. Well, it's your generation's fucking weird. My girlfriend doesn't either. Y'all are just fucking weird. And
Or
just
broken.
huh?
Or broken.
Y'all no, it's just the internet made y'all kind of weird. Red pills for pansies. Man, Vale, oh, I want to say this to you. I'm not gonna say it because I love you, but you're a pansy. I'm just kidding. Is there an actual talking point or just random chit chat? Yeah, dude. It's yeah. Hey, dude. Actually, your muscles look small. Go suck a dick. My dick, dude. My dick is more veiny than your chest. You're such a house Sharknado. Who is all these people? These are all your people. All your Twitter people. I like them brown too. No offense, right side. Yeah, no offense, right side. Nobody's here attacking white girls, but we're just all Latina lovers. Wow, Serge, you never heard Was? Yeah, dude, I don't like white women. Why did I need to know about that? I hate those girls. He doesn't listen to metal. Is your baby mama Latino? Yes, she is. She actually, I'm very happy for her. She was a DACA baby. You know, I know y'all know how I tell it. Y'all don't understand. I talk about prima nocta because I really fucking believe in prima nocta. I'm not kidding. It's my life, guys. No, but she is Latino. She was a DACA baby, so she came over while she was a baby. And she actually just got married not that long ago, so she got her fucking papers, which I'm very happy for. And now she gets to go visit her family because when you're a DACA baby, you can't go back if you leave the country, you can't come back in. So for the first time in like literally 20 something years, like she's gonna get to go back to Mexico to meet her family in Mexico that hasn't seen her since she was a baby. So yeah, I think that's really fucking cool. I had to say that, but I was very excited for her honestly because it's a big deal. Ever been with a black chick? I have. Not a fan. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was cool, but I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna fetishize them. I guess my race like is really strong in me because I really like my own kind. It's weird. I guess I'm kind of like Nick Fuentes or something.
I like my own kind.
Yeah, dude, I really do. It's like liking to smell your own fart, you know? It's like the same thing. Born a man, everybody loves their own flavor. Born a man equals hard mode. Born a woman, recruit mode. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, taking this too far. Right side is into books. Yeah, she's into a lot of fucking gay books, honestly. You need to read real books, like evolutionary psychology and like business books, marketing, sales, like the good shit that makes you money. Girls are really I will give you one thing. I think all women are obsessed with fiction, but you're not. You actually like a lot of nonfiction, don't you?
Like 99% of my books are nonfiction.
Yeah, so I'll give you that one. You're basically a boy. No offense. Right
I'm
side.
not. What?
You're in the smut.
Why are you slander? Wait. Oh, I can't.
That's
This
disgusting.
is my. None of that is smut. Oh shit.
Honestly, we can't see, guys. Let's be honest here. We can't see any of those books. There's a high chance there's at least 3 of them that are smut, and she has them hidden.
I do not own a single smut. I would never defile myself in that way.
Like I said, guys, women are obsessed with fiction books. I bet she has a bunch of smut fiction books.
I have Dostoevsky and Tolstoy.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Stop saying big words.
Evolutionary psychology. This was why I
They
was
can't die, but they could suppress the views. That's what happened.
They
By the way, I
they
was
certainly
there
do suppress the
with Tate, and I remember asking him the question. He said it was Meta, it was Facebook, and then it was Instagram, and then it was YouTube.
No,
it was TikTok.
I think he told me he lost his Uber,
and
bro.
then it was
I was texting Andrew
Airbnb,
today.
and then it was Stripe, and I was like, Uber?
Yeah, bro. I was texting Andrew the day it happened.
Yeah.
He told me I lost my Uber. I was like, your Uber? That's crazy, man.
Anyway, let me bring in Kian for a second, because Kian, do you consider yourself red pill or no?
No, I think based off the general idea of what society considers red pill, I would say I'm the next level above that.
Really?
Now, I don't. Yes, and that's where a lot of guys that have been in red pill for a long time find me. They've hit a point. They've hit a ceiling in which they can't go any deeper within themselves because they've already mastered the.
Dude, it's so funny to me when this guy says all this stuff because I know Michael and Rolo's faces so well. I know they're triggered as fuck by what he's saying. Like,
outside game. They mastered the conversations with women. They mastered how to have a lot of money. They mastered how to have a lot of success, but they want to go deeper. I think that's what the red pill is actually missing is a level of depth and self-understanding and self-discovery that it needs to take on to be able to continue to evolve. I think it's a great thing. I mean, it's amazing. It's an amazing thing. It can only take men so far. And I think it has to evolve in a way where men have to learn how to establish deeper levels of intimacy with themselves by knowing themselves more. And for them to be able to have relationships with women that are long lasting, they have to be able to have a greater understanding of themselves emotionally to be able to not fuck up their situation with a girl they really like.
Okay.
Because that's what a lot of the men that are in the red pill come to me when they get into a situation with a girl they really like, and now they're emotionally unregulated because they no longer can put up a front to try to prevent themselves from really allowing their true self or their unconscious self from being projected onto that woman.
So here's my question. You're saying the next level above the red pill. Now, is this an actual concept, or is it just like this is your class that you teach them? What is that next level?
This is just something I've made up. Now I know, well, obviously he said what it is. It's not necessarily what society says, but it's on the next level to what society says that it kind of is. Does that make sense?
Do you remember Amy said a little bit ago about the prescription? There's a description and then there's prescription. And so what he and I do mostly is description. We have a saying in the military where we talk about
okay, I hate it when he says I'm triggered, bro. I'm so triggered right now. Like it just triggered. Now, don't get me wrong. So this is what if I brought this up to Michael right now, which I love Michael. He's my homie, but he would say, you know, I would be like, hey, your course is a prescription, right? What he would say is that no, we're just using like, look, pre-selection is real, mate choice copying. Here's studies showing that this works. Like if you have women around you in pictures, then
prescribing something.
But what if he's just saying a description and then he's saying, hey, do with this what you want. Do with this description what you choose. But if you want to do what I do, you can do this.
That's being dishonest because
to me, it's like it's not that bad.
It's okay to prescribe things. Like if you're describing a problem, like there's a problem here, and then you're too much of a pussy to actually commit to the solution, then like you're a pussy. Like, and you don't trust yourself to actually have good advice. So you're just like, I'll just point out this phenomenon from a certain lens, and I'll let you know because I am too chicken shit to actually tell you what to do with this.
Well, I don't think they're too chicken shit, but for the show's sake, and they're arguing with the guy, and they have to be like, but this is how I've pinned Rolo multiple times in debates. Is it's like, because he always gives me the descriptor thing. I'm like, but you give prescriptions. Like, but you just said the other day to do this, or you just supported Michael's program a couple of days ago, and that's all prescriptions. So, like, by you posting the link and saying that you support this, that you're saying that his prescriptions are the best. The Latino Nick Fuentes. Yes, bro. I wanted to be the Latino Nick Fuentes like 3 months ago. And then I realized it wasn't going to work because Latinos aren't on the internet. It's very hard for me to find them. You know, and I'll tell you why. A lot of them are making babies and they're working like they're sweating.
They're doing what we all should be doing, but working and having families, but we're degenerates.
Oh, it's why I'll also never grow.
Rules for
me. This is also, guys, this is why I'll never grow as a dating coach either, because you know what happens when your dating coach strategy is telling guys to get off the internet? You lose a viewer. You lose a customer. So I'm never gonna grow. If any guy takes advice and actually it works for him, I just lost them. I just lost a viewer for life. Okay, so yeah, I'm never gonna grow, guys, never. How did you discover the manosphere? About 2 years ago, it all started honestly with this one kid named like TJ the Great, and I saw a video on World Star of him talking shit about some girl, and I was like, oh, this is cool, and I commented back and forth. And I followed him on Instagram. I think that was the first time I ever saw, and he was a super small kid. He wasn't like viral or anything, and that was the first time I ever even saw like a woman hating video, I want to say. And then like months later, I saw Fresh and Fit. I don't know how I saw it, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I joined the Fresh Fit Dallas Discord, and then boom, I started talking shit to all these guys all the time who were incels. It was cool. What's your day job? I do marketing right now, bro. If you need a website or if you need anything done, let me know. Mexicans have been in the U.S. working for a while, especially in Texas. The immigrants people are concerned with are the ones trafficking children and drugs into our country. Given NAFTA, I don't understand why we ever had strict anti-Mexican sentiment in the first place. These are largely Catholic pro-industry workers. Yeah. What do you think about like the people coming in? Do you think it's a lot of criminals?
I think that we should make legal immigration easier, and stop kind of like secure the border. But obviously, like there needs to be immigration reform with respect to like making the process like, because I know Riley Gaines' husband, she married him. He's like from the UK, and they've been married for like 2 years, and he still doesn't have his green card yet. They still haven't got him his green. Like, so when you have a system like that, that is like, even when you are following the rules, the government is still not doing its part of like fulfilling its end of the deal, then you're gonna have people coming in illegally.
So, but like whenever it comes to, the system can't handle it. Like, let's be real here. Like, there's so many people that want.
You should not be able to come in and go on welfare. And that's what's happening currently. Like 60% of illegal immigrants are on some type of support, at least one. Oftentimes they're using multiple programs. That's not sustainable.
Okay, yeah, and I agree with that for sure. It's because just like feminists, the red pillars are hypocrites. Don't talk about my side like that, Soren. Hold up. Is Right Side's username on Twitter Hagelborg? Was wondering.
It's Hagelborg. I used to be right. Yeah, I used to be right.
Yeah, it's Hagelborg right now, bro. Because she's, you know what? I'll fix it on the thing next time so people don't get confused. But she's just Right Side to me. That's what I know her as. Is Homegirls on the panel Latino? No, she's not Latino. Look how white she is, bro. Are you serious? Jesus, she looks like a. She looked like she hasn't touched.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna
go outside like I'm an agoraphobe.
I'm not gonna cook you, but vampire. What are y'all talking about? I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna cook you like that. I won't do it.
Regulation and procedure. Regulation is regulation. I'm stating a thing, you will do this thing or you will go to jail. Procedure is how you choose to, when you want to put the gear down or when you want to execute. When it's a procedure, you state it's procedure. And when it's a regulation, you state it's a regulation. When we're stating the concept that 80%, 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women, that's a description. The idea that I don't want to date a woman who has multiple kids or has a body count over 90, that's a prescription, but it doesn't necessarily, but when we differentiate the two, we state that it's a differentiation. If I have a guy come to me and he's like, hey man, I married a woman, she has 3 kids, it turned out to be the greatest decision of my life, I would be nothing but happy for the guy because we're not judging them. It's discernment without judgment. That's the difference. So what he's talking about before, he's not wrong. It's just that the red pill's place is to, it's like when you read Principia by Isaac Newton, he doesn't sit there and tell you how to use gravity. Right. He just tells you what gravity is.
It's the Chilton manual is what it is. It's like how to put the car back together. What are all the pieces to the car? That's really how I described it in my book. The other thing I was going to say is that in the introduction of every single one of my books, I mentioned this. I say, I am not in.
See, like when I debated Rolo, like one of the big things that I said to him was, I was like, well, if that's true, well, like one thing I want to bring up next time I see him is I want to be like, well, if somebody doesn't know the whole manual, are they red pill? That's why I'm making my red pill test, because I want to prove that most guys don't know the whole manual. Like they sit there and they talk about evolutionary psychology and they don't know all the different parts or whatever. So it's like, I don't think you're red pill then. But I brought up to him, I was like, well, if that's true, Rolo, because he also always brings up that red pill, it's a praxeology, it's written in pencil, he always says, because it's always changing based off of, what comes out.
Yeah, and floating concepts with the feminists too.
Yeah. But when he said that, I was like, okay, well then where's your new version of your new book that's updated? Because it's been 10 years. Like, wouldn't you have to change it and update it? And he was like, well, I guess I have to make a new one. And it's like, yeah, you should have a volume every year because it should be updated every year. Like you should be evolving every year if that's the truth, right? And yeah, he couldn't say anything to it. It was pretty nice. What is this? He said Sergio says right side smells like onions.
I don't think I smell like onions, but I might.
She showers, guys. She doesn't smell like onions.
I do shower every day.
She's right. Illegal. That's a lie. Guys, when a girl says that she showers every day, that's a lie.
I do. I have to.
Because their hair gets fucked up if they do it. They're lying.
No, it doesn't. My hair is.
I'm just fucking with you, right side. I'm just fucking with you. She's right. Illegal immigration's a political football going nowhere. Yeah, it is right now. How did you get connected with Sartain? How were you able to get him on your podcast? God, that was a really cool thing, actually. About like 3 months after I made my podcast, which, guys, when I first started, I thought I was the only one that talked about being friends with women. Dead ass. I was like, dude, I have to make this show because I'm novel. Nobody talks about being friends with women. And then my friend sent me this video of Michael Sartain. Like, it was a viral video of him talking about being friends with women. And I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And I just like instantly was like, oh my God, like, I love him. Like, he says the exact same thing as me. Like, I can't believe that there's one of us. Like, I found somebody just like me. And yeah, I instantly like messaged him and I was like, hey bro, can you come on my show? I had already had Pearl on and stuff, so I looked like I had good social proof. Yeah, and then he immediately was like, yeah, I'm from Dallas. Like, I would love to come. I'm already gonna be there on XYZ day to see my family. And I was like, yeah, come on, bro. Michael's cool as fuck. He's cool as fuck. He's I would say he's somebody that's really cool to collaborate with anybody. He's not mean about that at all. There's a girl that lives next door to me that's super
White.
Wait, he's saying it in the Spanish way, bro. I can't read Spanish. Don't ever fucking type Spanish to me again. Like homegirl on the panel, and she's Latina. We come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Yeah. Wait, Marcellus Wallace, what are you, bro?
Yeah, well, I thought it was a typo. I thought he was saying super white. What is Wadita?
Well, like, I guess that's like a white I don't know, dude. I'm not even gonna act like I know what the fuck he's saying.
In the business of making men better men. I'm in the business of educating and equipping men with this information so you can become a better man with using these tools. I liken it to having, I give you an easel, I give you the paintbrushes, I give you the paints, I give you the turpentine, I give you everything else. You're the canvas. You are going to use those tools to go and paint the picture of what's going to end up being you, rather than going and having a paint by number where everybody says, okay, put the yellow here, you put the red here, and it's like whatever the number.
You need 50 bodies, you need X, Y, Z.
Exactly.
Yes.
That is a practice. And so, like, when I'm talking about the red pill as a praxeology, it is simply here's what is. It's not what ought to be, not what should be. And too many people, if you give them information, if you give them data, if you give them those tools, and you don't tell them how to fucking feel about it, they will hate you for that.
Yeah. So go back to what he said. The 50 bodies.
Like, that's ridiculous.
Isn't it funny how much they say that though? But on the back end, like, like if you watch one of Rolo's like 3-4 hour streams that he does every Sunday, there's like maybe 2 or 3 or 5 prescriptions he accidentally gives out. It's like somebody sends in a super chat and asks a question and he answers it naturally, and that's a prescription. You know?
Even in the fact that you are curating studies and certain facts and selecting certain studies and certain facts and then framing them in a way and then like say, oh, look, these apply here, here, and here, and here. To say that's not a prescription is ridiculous, because like what you're doing is you're doing everything but saying, like, you're doing steps 1 through 9 and then saying, oh, because they didn't do step 10, then it's not a prescription. That's just
wait, hold on. If a study says, right side, that you're going to make the most money if you go into XYZ career, and then you take that as a prescription,
they don't say that. Huh? Like oftentimes studies don't say that. They speak in terms of like probabilistic certainty of an event occurring if X contingencies have taken place.
Yeah. So if any of that happens, would it help sway your decision in something?
Well, because then the way like these studies work is there's a couple studies that say one thing, and then there's an equal number of studies that say the other thing, or something that applies something else. So the fact that you're selecting one study or a couple studies instead of the other studies is a framing, and it is almost a prescription in and of itself. It's doing steps 1 through 9 and then just stopping at step 10.
Okay. Yeah. No, I trust me. I'm definitely against the cherry picking of data. Like, if you read his book and then you read all the other evolutionary psychology books that he took stuff from, yeah, like, I don't like cherry picking data either. I think it's kind of goofy. How can we get on your podcast? I don't do the panel shows anymore, bro. I just do these interviews like this. Maybe one day, like, we'll open this up for questions one day, and people can come and argue with me on right side or something like that. Somebody
argue, so.
Yeah, somebody actually asked that the other day, so maybe we'll start doing that. Maybe we'll do it at the end of the stream. We'll see. But yeah, PPP, what's up, Just Jerry? It's been a minute, bro. Is Rolo's hair legit? That's what we were talking about earlier.
I heard the people talking shit on the timeline saying it was like a weave, but I don't know for sure.
Another thing I wanted to do with you, Right Side, was I wanted to watch my Andrew Wilson debate with you, because I keep getting these comments saying that I was actually right and that I actually won on some parts. And like, I want to like review it with you and like we break down, did I actually win some points? Because if so, I really want to do a rematch, I think, and like try to like, I don't know. It's just really crazy because online it's so easy to frame things as like this person's always right because of like ratioing, you know, like it's so easy. It's like what Michael was saying earlier. It's so easy to ratio and make it look like it's all one opinion, and maybe that's not the truth, I guess. I don't know.
When Myron says that, there's no tablet or data point or you know Microsoft Word document that then therefore states 50 bodies is now red pill dogma or red pill scripture.
Yeah.
He's just stating his fucking opinion. That's all that happens.
And even that's an exaggeration.
But because yes, but because he's friends with Rolo, and therefore I don't like Myron. Myron said something I don't like. Therefore, everything that I heard that I don't like is now red pill. Everyone who says something I don't like is now red pill. Anything I disagree with is now red pill. And because I'm a political progressive and I don't like Republicans, all Republicans are red pill. That's what happens. It starts to spread.
Well,
It becomes the shape of whatever you need it to be to fight your enemy.
The thing, people in boxes, like I always say this whenever you see Foxes or CNN, I always say, why don't they put a disclaimer that this isn't the news, this is opinions.
Yeah.
They don't do that. So whether it's Hannity, whether it's Tucker, whether it's Anderson Cooper, these are their opinions. This isn't the news, this isn't the facts. This isn't Walter Cronkite. So whether it's Rolo, whether it's Russia Pitt, these are their opinions. Last question for Keenan, I want to get the ladies in here. You said, hey, look, I don't think you like dissed the red pill. You said it kind of got me to where I was, but I took it to another level, essentially. What you said, you're basically saying that there's a level to this game. Where do you see this evolution of the red pill? Where does it, what praise would you give it? And what is missing the mark in your estimation?
Well, I think it intros men to how things work at a fundamental level and how nature works and how the male-female dynamic works. But I believe to continue to go deeper into getting what you want with a woman, and you want to build something with a woman, it requires a greater level of understanding of your own emotional dysregulation. And so the red pill stuff, it can teach men a lot of tools, but I'm the one that they come to say, hey, I have all these tools. I think I know how they work. I help them discover who they really are underneath the layers of who they have been that isn't the best version of themselves that we talked about earlier. Don't really be who you are if you're a piece of shit in your mom's
Do you
basement.
mean they're already deregulated, or do you mean like they don't have control of their emotions?
They don't. I think we all have emotional stories that we build on top of, and I think that's what the red pill does. It teaches you how to play the games to build on top of.
Well, I think life gives you stories, yeah, that you believe. No,
correct.
Are you basically saying to filter this down that men need to get in touch with their soft side?
No, I'm not saying soft side. You need to understand your programming. We all have programming that exists that prevents us from getting certain things in our lives. If we don't understand our programming,
I look at it this way. Like, so when the red pill praxeology is giving you the data sets, it's not telling you what to do. And again, like I said, if you give people that and you don't tell them, like you give them information and you don't tell them how to feel about it, then that's when they hate you for that. But the thing is the red pill is not a practice. It's just the data set. A practice would be MRAs, MGTOWs, the white pill. Maybe what you're doing is and so what it is so we've got this information. Now that we have this information, what are the best practices that we can use to put this together? Yeah. For instance, I've been in a 27.5-year marriage. That's very, very good, very, very satisfying. I've got a daughter who got married as well. As I think we discussed this on the last show. And
I can't wait to call you Grandpa Rolo.
Yeah, right. I know.
You're Uncle Rolo now.
No, I'm not there yet. No, but like when I go and I'm debating like somebody who's a little bit more like a traditional conservative.
Hello, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a very real, not imaginary offer.
Okay.
I don't fit their mold. I've been married in most cases. I've been married longer than they have, like than Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and the rest of these guys. And so, but I'm the godfather of the red pill, so I can't be red pill because I'm married, right? Yes. And I can't be married because I'm red pill. For people who are like sort of black pill doomers, that's also a practice. They take the information and they run with it with whatever it is that fits their sort of their mentality or their belief set or their ideology.
It's confusing.
And so so if you don't tell them how to feel about it, not only will they hate you, they'll take that information.
So, in your opinion, if somebody believes the red pill exactly how Rolo just said it, like this is over here, but then there's you can go take that guy's program or Michael's, or you can be white pill, you can be MGTOW, you can be black, you can choose whatever prescriptions you want afterwards, whether that's be a nihilistic little nerd in your fucking parents' basement or whatever. Do you think at its root, as just the descriptor, as just the red pill descriptor, can you say that is a good thing or a bad thing?
It depends, because I think I am converting to Orthodox Christianity. So there's a lot of things in like red pill to even say the descriptions are good or bad. They're making certain axiomatic assumptions about science. I don't want to go into like it's
come on, support the red pill, right side, become red pill, right side. That's what your new name's gonna be. Come on. It's a good idea at its root. There's nothing wrong with it at its root. Like the actual theory of what it is, there's nothing wrong with that. I understand MGTOW and the black pillars and like their prescriptions suck.
it's based on like a secular materialist framing, right? So it's assuming, right, to even assume that understanding the world from the evolutionary vantage point, it's making certain assumptions about like static state universe versus Big Bang. Because if we live in like a static state universe, like this debate was going on in the 1970s, and it was between, I can't remember his name, but there's a lot of assumptions that we make about our theories or models about the world that are unfalsifiable, and they're based on unfalsifiable axiomatic assumptions. And for example, like that's why I really like Kurt Gödel and the idea of the incompleteness theorems, because when you think about them, they scale upward. There's certain truths about reality that any axiomatic set will never be able to completely explain.
So like I would agree that it's hard to extrapolate across all of it, say this is all correct. But say like Michael or Rollo sat down and broke down one study with you, one after another. Like, would you say that there's some axioms that are more relevant or more, I don't know, worthy of even reading? Because some of them are a complete waste of time. Like, why even read this? It's just going to cause a negative thought, and it's not even that big of a deal. Like, but wouldn't you say that there's some studies, just like how the study of what's the best job for you to make money at, there's value in that. There's value to learning that if you're a person who wants to make more money, to be able to like, or in your case, you know, like your type of job, you wanted to be able to work from home and you wanted to be able to make good money. Like you chose based off of you know, reading these type of things. It's just a different genre.
Yeah, but when you're talking in terms of like, oh, which job makes you the most money, like talking about like that doesn't tell you things about, for example, like your replaceability, or that doesn't tell you things about the general kind of type of people attracted to that field, or that doesn't tell you about whether you're going to be forced to do things that are in conflict with your moral framework. And
yeah, there's no context.
Well, exactly. It will sort of, and
there's no nuance. There's a lot of nuance.
Themselves, they're assuming that, oh, makes enough money is enough context. They're assuming that, like, invoking the term evolution is enough context. But the problem is like even presupposing an evolutionary framework is indicative of the value system that you're operating off of. If you're presupposing an evolutionary framework, that tells me that your value system from that presupposition forward is going to be oriented towards material gain, i.e. hedonism, i.e.
And if somebody makes decisions based off of studies, isn't that technically a fallacy based off of not credential, is it credentialism or like?
No, so.
But no, like there's a word for the fallacy for like choosing something just because of the data.
Appeal to authority, but
yeah, appeal to authority. That's what it's, appeal to authority, is it not? Like if you were to debate somebody, or you could destroy them by just
an appeal to authority too. Yes, but also like we know to a certain degree that if you were just to take a random guess about a probabilistic output, would you have better luck using that probabilistic guess? Would you have better luck with a study? Well, that depends. It all depends. But with respect to those axiomatic assumptions, it's not bad to operate in something that seems to be probabilistically predictive. And if something and you just noticed anecdotally that a specific method tends to be probabilistically predictive, then you're going to keep replicating it. And that's what we did with the scientific method. So we did with like in the Enlightenment, we kind of systematized this epistemic method. And what science is not knowledge. It's a method of knowledge production. But that's presupposing that knowledge can be produced through observing empirically the material. And there's still that problem, the Kantian problem, where you have a mismatch between the thing in and of itself and for itself. So that you have that ontological phenomenal versus nominal mismatch. And this gets into why I got into orthodoxy. It's related to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So it's like, at that point, you're making a leap of faith that this thing will continue to be predictive. You're making a leap of faith that what you observe in the material will continue to extrapolate over time infinitely, right? And so at that point, that leap of faith, it's no different than the faith in believing in a transcendent, because you're just presupposing what you're setting out to prove with the scientific method. And that's because you cannot use math to prove math. And all science uses math, uses deductive methods at its core. And then that there's inductive methodologies thrown in after the fact. There's arguably no such thing as a deductive field purely, but that inductive kind of methodology that's injected in is introducing that subjectivity. It's introducing that bias into studies. And that's this argument between the statistical methods of the Bernoulli fallacy or Bayesian statistics. And Bayesian statistics accounts for that subjectivity injected in, whereas Bernoullian statistics is basically assuming that if something is observed, it is not affected by subjective bias or subjective lens. If it's observed, it is, in fact. Not if it's observed, it potentially is, in fact. And so that's kind of like my problem with kind of this predicate assumption of an evolutionary framing, because it's like, is what is being the information that is being taken in, is it predictive and is it working because it's an accurate model of evolution, or is it predictive because of these subjective biases that are kind of shaping the framing of the initial question? And those subjective biases just being observing reality from a specific lens. You cannot extricate yourself from that subjectivity, because you cannot exit your own body and observe something above it, without being directly involved in it, without being involved in the imminency, as Kant would say.
Why is orthodoxy getting a pass?
Well, it's not getting a pass. What I'm saying is to assume, a lot of people argue like, oh, you can't falsify the existence of God, but you can't falsify a negative either. You can't falsify a non-existence. And so what to say that there is not a God, and to kind of base your evolutionary assumptions on that fact, that's an equally unfalsifiable statement as is the statement, I believe in God, or I believe there is a God.
Do you believe in evolution?
I don't really know. I kind of, with respect to these questions of, I guess, the generation of knowledge via the scientific method, I kind of compartmentalize a little bit, where it's like, I recognize that we have a finite or a limited capacity to understand kind of the vast, how the meaning, the purpose, and what has occurred historically, because we're not there to observe it. We are not there to record it. And therefore, because of this, if something seems to be predictive and works, I'm going to use it as a tool. I'm not going to use it as a given. I'm going
Where
to
did
say,
the dinosaurs come from then?
I don't know.
So you just rather say I don't know instead of.
And I think more people should do that.
But have you looked into carbon dating?
My undergrad's in biochemistry, yeah.
So how do you disprove carbon dating?
So carbon dating is actually based on carbon-14 isotopes. And the problem with carbon-14 isotopes is they have a half-life of about, I believe it was 40 to 50,000 years. Mm-hmm. And so that means they can't really predate, accurately date things that extend beyond their basically rate of gamma decay. And
so have you seen what they cross-reference with?
Yes, they cross-reference with they use mineral studies.
Tree rings is the most accurate.
But the problem is it becomes less accurate as you go back because of gamma decay and because of isotopic decay and carbon-14 dating. But if
it can be cross-referenced, how can you dispute that?
Well, it can't be cross-referenced beyond a certain amount of time.
So you're saying that because they're only cross-referencing back 50,000 years, they're trying to use that to correlate to way bigger numbers.
If you're cross-referencing back to 50,000 years or even a couple 100,000 years, and then you use that to justify a statement like, oh, the universe is 7 billion years old. That is such an infinitesimally large gap That is a huge assumption to make.
I'll have to do more research on it, but from the videos that I watched that were proving that carbon dating was correct, they were just saying because of cross-reference, it's easy.
Right, and so how are they proving that, right? They're using math. Can you prove math? Can you falsify math? No, you can't.
Well, but like, I still believe in generalities. Like, I think that we can be in general.
What I'm saying is I compartmentalize. If something seems to be, I'm going to use something if it seems to be predictive in the present, but I'm not going to make an assumption about the actual veracity of that core claim that's being made. Because just because something's predictive does not mean it's infinitely true.
Do you think that what we're talking about can ever be kind of gendered, like that that men might be more wanting to find patterns and women might be more open to the exceptions?
Not really, because this is related to all humans have a tendency for pattern recognition, right? That's how we can read, because read is essentially perceiving patterns over and over and over again. And it's attributing meaning to those patterns, and that's how we communicate. But I don't think that men and women have a difference in capacity for pattern recognition on average. Maybe what is the conclusion that has come to based on those claims. But I think also I think women tend to put more faith in institutions than men on average. And I think that's why you see a lot with the progressives, why you see a lot of cite a reputable source, give me a source, the experts say. And I think it's associated with the right, because the right wing tends to be more heuristically masculine. That type of thing tends to be more skeptical of this status quo being handed down. And I think skepticism is actually more masculine, is more of a masculine trait than is pattern recognition more broadly.
Do you think that men are better at problem solvers, or do you think women are better problem solvers?
I think it depends on the type of problem.
Like in general, like the problems that push humanity forward. Like
I don't know, it depends, because for example, if your problem is figuring out, right, for example, with marketing, your problem is figuring out how to use people's emotions and register those emotions and predict those emotions. Women are better I think women on average, I'm really bad at this personally, are better at understanding people's motivations and understanding that in a split second, using
so they can solve emotional problems better.
Well, humans are emotional at everything they do. To say that humans are strictly rational is ridiculous. What humans do is they almost intuit the way something is. They have an intuition, and then they rationalize that intuition post hoc. They try to justify it using more systematized methods. And systematizing tends to be more male, whereas what was the other one? Empathizing tends to be more female associated. Systematizing tends to be more male associated. But we all come to kind of our opinions based on emotions. Everything a human does is emotional. But the difference is how we rationalize and systematize, or justify our position we've come to emotionally post hoc.
The optical win versus technical win. The best debate win is when you win both. Yeah. This was from a back. Where'd you go for undergrad? She don't have to answer that. More collectivist. Do you think women are more collectivist?
I think they're more group oriented. So, and if kind of shaped in a certain way, that can look more collectivist, but also if it's shaped in a certain way, it's more community oriented. So there's collectivism and then there's a community orientation. Those are two different things and they shouldn't be conflated.
Where do you think men and women are dimorphic other than physically?
Well, I think you'll have more difference intrasexually than you will intersexually. So there's a wider spread of, let's say, phenotypic presentation and a wider spread of dispositional presentation, you'll have more variety within a sex than you will have between sexes. That's called a bimodal distribution. And so while there is a difference on average between those two humps of the like bimodal distribution, there is more variability intrasexually than there is in between sexes. So there's you have the average here. The tails spread the tails within a group are spread out longer than the difference is between the two averages.
If you had to judge people based off of success, do you think that somebody, like I always say that I think that women are very covert and men are very overt. But if a man masters,
on average, yes.
but I think if a man masters being covert, I think he's able to do way more than most men. And I think a woman who masters being overt, she can become extremely powerful because she masters both sides. Do you think that like somebody basically trying to be in the middle of those distributions of things that would normally, like if we brought up trade after trade after trade and we were like, all right, let's look at the studies to see how dimorphic we are in this. The people that are more towards the middle and they aren't dimorphic, they're more like they they kind of do both sides. They do men and female things, or they're very in touch with masculine and feminine. Do you think those people are more successful, or the people that are more on the extremes, like a woman?
It's kind of like being like math brained or like English brained, like or like writing brain, whatever. The more skills you have, that makes you the more of a generalist you are. And if you're a generalist, you're better able to identify problems and optimize for those problems than you are if you are funneled into let's say niche. And what the benefit of being a generalist is being able to see how problems interact in a way that someone who is specifically in a niche would not be able to notice. And I think that's the benefit is being able to like cross-reference and see how things play out across the spectrum, as opposed to like only being able to see how things work from one perspective. But the downside of that is because you're getting more, let's say, more noise, you are less able to specialize and kind of hone a specific perspective. And so it's kind of like the saying, like, jack of all trades, master of none.
Yep.
Where it's like it's good and it's good in certain scenarios, and you'll have an edge in certain scenarios, but you'll be disadvantaged in others.
But do you actually? What do you think about that saying? Do you think that that's a very true statement? That, or do you think master of some, or master of some? Are you very much like somebody that focuses on which is bad?
If you listen to the end of the statements, like jack of all trades, master of none, but it's better to be
master of some.
What was it? It's better to be. I gotta look it up. It's gonna bother
It's just jack of all trades, master of none, and jack of all trades, master of some. I thought.
No, because that's contradictory.
How is that contradictory?
Because if you're a master of none, then you can't be a master of some. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one.
Wait, so but what do you believe? Like, do you think that somebody should be really good at one thing, or do you think that it's good to spread out and know multiple things?
I think optimize for your strengths. Like, if you have a natural proclivity to be a generalist and to be good at a bunch of things, don't then like pigeonhole yourself into a niche where you potentially aren't, like, where you have weaknesses in that, where weaknesses are more likely to exacerbate themselves in that niche. So if you aren't, like, I guess if you have weaknesses in an area and you're good, but you're a good generalist, then stay a generalist.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody on Twitter watching us. We're up to like 800 viewers, man. I appreciate y'all. Make sure to please like the video if you're on YouTube. Become a YouTube member for me if you want to show some support, or go subscribe to Right Side on Twitter to show some support. Only $3, guys. Hollow Vortex Project Management, the jack of all trades, can be your general contractor. Yeah, agreed. Women act very subliminally. Men wrestle more up front. Yeah, but always remember, you can master, dude. The biggest narcissist dudes are super overt, but they know how to be very covert to take advantage of things. And I think women are the same, dude. Like, there's those boss babes that they're very overt women, and they get everything they fucking want. So even though we might naturally tend to fall back to one thing, I really think it just depends. Right side, I wanted to also ask you. I always bring up earlier. I brought up. I think most people were just stupid today, anyways. So that's why I don't like most people. But one thing that used to bother, I used to always tell women on my panels, I'd be like, if you're smart, you don't have to worry about all these stats. Like, this is only for the monkey people, like they're the ones falling to all this natural fucking bullshit that all these stats are talking about. But the really sad thing, though, is that a study shows that the more intelligent a man is, the more likely he is to cheat. So like, say like, somebody's intelligence is very high and they find a man that, his intelligence is very high. Even though, he's intelligent, still has a high likelihood of cheating, So do you think that
there's plenty of confounders there, because one of the confounder is, okay, is intelligence associated with a white collar job? And probably yes. White collar jobs tend to be more not transient, but you tend to be traveling more because like you have more meetings, you're going abroad, blah blah blah. So it's like, is that an innate characteristic of being more intelligent, or is that confounded by the exposure, like the situations that intelligent people are put in?
Yeah, I'll give you that. I really do think though that like guys that are, if you make it up to a certain point in life, like, so like, what do you think about that? Or do you think the sexes are dimorphic when it comes to like, one of the things I always say, to trigger people is, men want quantity, women want quality. Like, do you very much disagree with that?
Well, the sexes are dimorphic in all things, but like to say something is dimorphic isn't really that useful, because there's that massive spread within the sex, and there's really not that big of a difference between the averages, the humps of the bimodal distribution, and so I think any behavior that you see manifested in males, you're gonna see that in females, but it might be like to a lesser percentage, or it may present differently. To say something is dimorphic is just to say there's different averages, but that doesn't say much of the averages are close together.
Another thing that confuses all this is there's actually 3 sex. There's not 2. There's high value men, there's women, and then there's low value men, because they're completely different. Like if I brought up right now, do men cheat? I would say yes. High value men do cheat. Women, yeah, whatever, maybe. Low value men, they don't have the option to cheat. They don't even it's not even an option. So like
Even
when
then, I think
look at some of these things, it's only a certain subsect of men that
you can be rich as a man, and if you were just absolutely revolting looking, that's gonna matter.
No. I'm not even saying it has to do with money. I'm just saying that a high value, like whenever I say high value, I don't even necessarily mean money sometimes. I think there's a lot of guys that most guys would be like, oh, he's definitely a high value man, but their wife left them and like they're betas all the time. Like a good example of this is what was the football player's name whose wife left him and he was like the greatest football player of all time for the New England Patriots.
Okay, but in fairness, that's because he broke when somebody breaks their word, especially something that's been I guess agreed upon for a long time. He told her that he was gonna basically quit, not go for another season. Tom Brady.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if he was that guy, she would have never fucking left. A girl who really likes her guy, that would never be a reason for her to leave him.
But also life is messy too, which is why I think
women are with dudes that are betas now, and so one of the big things Dr. Bus talks about, which this was done across 37 cultures, so we know it's pretty fucking true, and other people tested it, was that women have a long-term mating strategy and a short-term mating strategy, and men have a long-term and a short-term mating strategy. A woman's long-term mating strategy is a fucking beta bucks. Like he's a guy that's a simp. And I get it. That's the best thing ever to have a baby with. He's not going to run off and get another pregnant. He's going to take care of you. He's going to pay for the bills and stuff. But these women don't think about that shit. They don't realize why they cringe every time their husband does something, or why they don't actually like him that much. And it's because he's just a beta bucks. This is a big problem in society today, because lots of women,
it's a problem.
They don't even really like him.
What we value.
They've never given him a blowjob their whole marriage or something, that's fucked up. I don't know. So when it comes to the short-term and long-term main strategies, do you feel like, even you as a woman, do you think that there's certain guys, I'm not saying that you even do these things, but do you see how women could have a short-term and a long-term main strategy?
All that's saying is that people prioritize different traits for different functions.
Yeah. Because if it's short-term and we're just having fun tonight, yeah, why would you not want other things than the guy that you're gonna have a baby with?
Yeah, you're not gonna want some like absolute steaming whore like to have a child with. You're gonna want someone who's
yeah,
consistent and steady. But I think too that gets we almost like swing from extreme to extreme, like just as people. Because it's almost like this like there's two poles, and if one pole is like not going to work or we're not working in a certain scenario, that means the only thing that will work in that scenario is the extreme other pole. And it's almost like this like black and white, like dialectical thinking, like absolutizing thinking.
Well, the reason why it's good to learn this stuff is because what I always say is that as a guy, now that I know what the long-term and the short-term mating strategies are, I can become the middle mating strategy. I can become both. And honestly, that's what women's Prince Charming is. Prince Charming is the rich guy who looks attractive and has muscles, and he's perfect in every way, shape, and form. That's what women truly want, is a guy that's both of them. They don't want a guy that's...
Marcel's comment, the 40% of men throughout history in the world.
I know, I was about to fuck... Marcel's, I don't like that stat. Can't believe Giselle left him. Homeboy was a goat, Giga Chad, worth 9 figures plus, and she still left him. Because he actually wasn't a Chad, man. He was actually a beta bucks. I'm telling you, man. She didn't even really like him. Only 40, because dude, women break rules for that's another thing I want to argue about with you. Do you think that women break rules for betas and make rules for betas and break rules for alphas?
Fine. I think you know those kind of like,
examples, so I know
like lists of like, oh, what I want in a husband, blah 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 blah. Those aren't really like hard, discrete, like yes or no lists.
I don't mean that kind of rule. I mean, like, say you're with your boyfriend and your boyfriend, like, y'all are talking. He's like, hey, I'm going out with my homies tonight to the bar. It's his birthday, and you're like, hey, I really want you to like be home by like 2, please. Like, just respect me, just please be home by 2. And say he doesn't get back until 5 or 6 in the morning. I would say that a woman who is with a guy that she really likes, like he's an alpha, she'll break that rule for him. Huh?
Maybe she's going to be more flexible, but over time it's going to get old and she'll get tired of it.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that you can just do this all the time, but she will break a rule for him. Whereas like that beta dude, like Tom Brady, it's like, oh, we want to play football one more year? You're going against my rules? Divorce. I'm done with you because it's my way or the highway. It was in her frame. Only 40% of men throughout history of the world have reproduced. So, dude, that like, if you read that article, it's from 6,000 years back. And if you look at current studies right now, it's actually about 84% of men over the age of 60 have had kids. So, obviously, that's that's an old age. But as guys get older, man, more guys will have kids. I'm not saying that our generation will have 84%, but our generation might still have 60, 70% of men having kids. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, so that 40% study is based off of basically a comparison between mtDNA and Y. Oh
yeah, and they did it by that too. Yeah.
So that's how they did it. That's the methodology. And the problem is the confounder there is it's not like this is organically 40%. It's because in the let's say Neolithic era, you have one band come in, kill all the males, and then take the rest of the females as concubines. That contributes to whose DNA gets passed on if you're killing all the males, including the male children. And so to say that 40% number is accurate when you don't now scale that time frame, scale it to last 200-300 years, you'll probably see something totally different. But that 40% number is based off of all of basically the human genome, from its inception to now.
We've been around for 300,000 years for Homo erectus. So yeah. Way back, super way back. Rules for husband are rules for the beta. Yeah, man, completely. Women will always do everything within reason to snatch the alpha. Remember, it's the top 10% of men that are getting 90% of the women. 1/3 of men are
okay. Study that study is bullshit.
What? Which one?
That 20-80%, or 90-10%. That's the okay Cupid study. Date study.
You don't think that most women are going up to the top dudes to at least fuck them?
No, because the average body count of a woman is about 3.8 by the time she gets married.
Do you think the studies for a woman's body count are accurate whenever women are shamed and they're insecure about saying?
Yes, I do think they're accurate because they're anonymous.
Even if they were anonymous, though, like if you're shamed your whole life for something, you kind of lie to yourself about it. Even sometimes,
Not
like,
really.
I just sucked his dick, so that doesn't count. Like I only sucked 4 guys' dicks, and you know it doesn't count.
Well, that's not sleeping with, so that's not a body count.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like she could be like, well, 3 of those were with condoms, so I'm not counting those. Like I'm just saying, women come up with really retarded.
Yeah, but like that's why you get that's why you do a power analysis.
Yeah,
Like,
and I like that they're done anonymously. I just don't trust women giving accurate results for things like that all the time.
On that same flip side, then you can't trust any type of
Yeah,
study that's
the guy says either. If the guy says 6, it's probably less
No,
than
I mean
that.
by that logic, anything that's even remotely touchy, then you have to throw those studies out. Period. Like if you're gonna but
Yeah,
we've already analyzed like the veracity of self-report anonymous studies, and the reason why we use them is because they're accurate, and they're accurate when you have a proper power analysis.
What do you think about the 1/3 of men under 30 being sexless though?
That's actually not it's
27%. Yeah, I mean it was 27%, but
well, it depends because like if you also look at the studies, 84% of men are married by age 40, so that's obviously not sexless. And I think it also has to do with the increasing rates of virginity, or because people don't go outside. People don't leave their apartment. They're exclusively relying on Tinder and these dating apps to kind of find somebody. And dating apps are garbage. Most people on dating apps are men.
oh wow, I thought that you were pro dating apps. I didn't know that.
No, I hate dating apps. They're fucking garbage.
Did you use them?
I haven't used them in forever.
Would you admit though that they are the most safe bet for a woman in her strategy?
No, awful. They're horrible.
You don't think it's safer?
What do you mean safe?
Because she can sit there and message a dude for fucking 3 months if she wants to, and if he's a good little beta buck, he'll fucking go along with it. She can basically get very warmed up to a guy and make sure that
Their message, dude, that's so much work.
hey,
Like, when I was on dating apps, it was almost like choice overload, and it was just like mentally exhausting. So I like, because you get so many, because there's way more men on those apps than women. You get so many matches, and you don't even like want to message anybody just because it's very overwhelming.
so if you had to like be dating again, you would never touch a dating app. You would fully do it only through like social circle, like meeting people around.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for another vote towards what I teach people to do. Told you I'm always right, you fucking idiot. That's an old number. The millennial generation will be like 50-50. Like I said, bro, it's a study of guys that were over the age of 60. So yeah, I know it's going to change, but we'll see. Nobody can really predict it. By 2030, 50% of women in their 30s will be childless and single. That's just the women, bro. We don't care about the women. There's a high percentage of marriages are sexless. Yes, I agree with you. They are, because you lose leverage as a man. You have to shut the fuck up. If she don't want to have sex with you, you got to shut the fuck up. I agree with 100%. Dating apps are garbage. Yes, they are.
And they'll find out. They'll tell you what they think.
They try to use it against you. All the people who
just
done
by
that to you.
Just by you saying it and mentioning it.
Yeah.
That means you're trying to convince them of something. Sell them something.
Let's get the ladies involved, and then we're gonna go to the next question. So some of you guys sitting quiet, patiently, amazing. I promise you, you're gonna have your chance. But Amy, let me focus on you because you know this. Some of these girls are like, I don't know what the hell red pill is, and that's fine. Some say
I want to talk about the bear.
That's right. Some say that the red pill is just a natural response. It's a mirror image to what's going on in modern feminism these days. What would you say to that?
For me, where I derive the most value from the red pill is what these guys are referring to, which is just the fundamentals of evolutionary psychology. Like our brains are predispositioned and wired to be a certain way by virtue of, number one, just how our brains are, but then also by virtue of how our society is. And so to your point there, Adam, and what you just asked me, yes, the red pill has become increasingly more necessary because of the way society is. It does provide a description that helps men and women, I think. Like I've benefited so much from learning about the red pill. In the sense that, you know, I used to be a little bit of what we call a boss babe, you know, unintentionally. There were a lot of feminist traits that I unknowingly exhibited throughout my life, and taking in this information, having a deeper understanding of evolutionary psychology helped me to get a grasp on that, which as a result helped me with the relationship that I was in. That relationship didn't last, but taking this information that I have, I know that it's going to benefit me immensely in my marriage, raising my children, and everything in between. So I think it's a great thing. I agree there's bastardizations of it, correct? But that's
Amy,
not red pill.
last thing for you.
What do you think about what she said?
I mean, it was really not very insightful. It was like things are the way they are because that's the way they are. Basically, what
but
she said,
she's saying it did
work
make her
for
life
my
better.
relationship didn't work out, but
Yeah. She
like,
kind of ruined it at that point. But do you think women can actually learn anything from it?
sure. I mean, anybody can learn anything from anything.
So like, but as a woman though, like if there was a study saying that it's better to do XYZ with your child, and you do that, and your child.
I cross reference because there's been a lot of studies that say, oh, it's okay to like use the cry it out or the blanket method or whatever, and that ended up literally like mentally scarring children. So a lot of studies say a lot of things, and we don't know how like horrible those things are until like 20, 30 years later. So typically like use tried and true method. Like if someone's coming out with like this like brand new way to do things, like, oh, I've cracked the code, I've done it, I've solved the problem that's existed for like however long, be very skeptical. Because oftentimes there is no theory of everything. There is no kind of one size fits all solution or like way to describe reality. And so take everything with a grain of salt and kind of incorporate things with discernment.
If a guy or a girl takes this info and they end up having a really good relationship, like it changes their life in only in general, like really good ways, like really, really good ways. Would you agree then that the red pill is like a good thing because it literally made somebody's life better in certain categories? Like maybe he was able to get a girlfriend. Maybe a guy could get a girlfriend.
That's John Rawls. That's John Rawls utilitarianism, and I am not a utilitarian. I hate utilitarianism.
But why?
Because it's like, okay, well, if X thing made maximized happiness, but it caused the death of, let's say, 10% of the population, then because it maximized happiness for the other 90%, that means we should kill 10% of the population. That's death cults. It gets into absurd. You get into absurdities like the trolley problem with utilitarianism.
What if it's just never taken to that extreme though? Like I think that's super extreme. Like and it can be taken that far,
because the extreme communicates the point. Right? Every decision is a trade-off. If you're like gaining something with a decision, that means you're also probably losing something. So
what? But I just don't understand how, if something is bettering somebody's life, like it's not even about being like like I'm not saying
it's bettering their life, but it's making people around them miserable.
But what if it's not? Like, what if it's not? Like, in the scenario that I'm talking about, that's not the case.
Every kind of like philosophy you adopt, it has trade-offs. The benefits might outweigh the trade-off in that instance when you incorporate it. But every decision you make, everything you do has a trade-off.
But so, like, I would agree that there's always a trade-off, but I just really don't understand how. I don't know. I don't understand how you can rationalize, like, if you read a study and like you said, like you'll cross-reference it, like you'll make sure that other mothers or something said that this is good for your child. Like, how is using that information to be a better mother or whatever it is, like
the trade-off might be that it takes longer, and so it's taking away from the time you spend with your other children, for example.
But like, not like that doesn't make sense either. Like,
It makes perfect sense.
But like, how? Because like you don't have to sit there.
If the parenting method you're adopting for your, like, say, newborn infant, it takes longer to do, then that takes away from the time you could be spending if you have other children, or takes away from the time you could be spending with your husband, or like doing other things.
Okay, for this scenario, for this hypothetical, we're gonna say this is something that's just it's a pure positive. It's not taking away. It's not anything negative, huh?
That's an
like like it's helping putting the baby to sleep. Okay, if anything, it's helping you spend more time with the other kids because you're figuring out a faster method to get the baby to go to sleep. Okay.
And when you're controlling for and you're maximizing for, let's say, speed or efficiency, there's going to be other trade-offs. Like, so if you're wanting to get the baby to bed and you're using a method to get the baby to bed, okay, well, maybe this method takes longer up front to like master, or maybe this method means your baby has to scream longer. And that we know from like the cried out method that causes like psychological problems in infants. That's the trade-off. You make a trade-off in everything you do. And like basically what you're like when you're calculating kind of like the risk you want to assume, you're like, okay, the absolute benefit of doing this is greater than the things I'm sacrificing to do this. That's why everything you do has a hierarchy. You have a hierarchy of values, and the things you put your attention, the things that you direct your attention towards are the things that you value more. And so you have this hierarchy of values, and that's determined by the things you spend your attention on. And you direct your attention towards, because attention is worship.
But like, I still just don't understand how if something is accurate, like when it's a good axiom.
Because
I understand question
like, okay, what's accurate then?
So what if the person tests like they're just like you, because you're the type of person where you want to cross-reference, you want to make sure, you want to test and just do all types of stuff to make sure that it's correct. If the person is as crazy as you about double checking everything, then is it okay then?
I'm not crazy about double checking everything. I just when something is I'm just skeptical of new.
I totally believe in questioning everything. I totally believe in not taking everything and not being like, oh yeah, this is it. This is my new religion. This is perfect. This is right. I totally agree that you should cross-reference, do all types of stuff. But if somebody does through all those hoops, they check every little thing, and they even tested it to like make sure. Why is it wrong for them to like choose that thing? And I would say a lot of red pillars. That's well, a lot of red pillars, man, they get their first girlfriend or something because of these type of stats. Like it really does change.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying all things have trade-offs.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with that. But like, can you at least say that sometimes it's only a positive trade-off? Or are you saying it's always a negative?
Well, there's trade-offs. No, I'm not. I'm saying that everything that you kind of, any framework you adopt, there's going to be negative trade-offs, because that's how things work.
No, I get it. But so even if you choose orthodoxy, there's going to have negative trade-offs.
Well, the trade-off is then I get to like have less fun. I am not allowed to indulge in the things that I ordinarily would have kind of indulged in without second thought.
Yeah, no more sex, no more drinking, no more fun stuff.
Well, it's more so like being able to tell like a little like smaller things than that. It's like being able to tell a white lie or a small lie and then not feel guilty about it.
With drinking, because you're an alcoholic and you're still trying to.
Didn't mean to click that. 3.8 at what age? 18, 25, 30. You said at marriage, which is now 30. No way women in their late 20s have
but internet isn't real life. Like, so the reason why you think that is you're seeing the most extreme examples of each sex on the internet. You're seeing the absolutely outrageous kind of degenerate behavior. The average person,
minority.
The average person is more, let's say, attenuated.
These words. Nuanced Nancy over here teaching me the new language all the time. WPPP, shout out to Michael Mitruk, man. #1 out on YouTube. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Sergio and Guess. Yeah, shout out to everybody. Go subscribe to the Right Side on Twitter. Show some fucking support, assholes. I'm just kidding. Simon Hectic, what's the eyeballs for? What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. Having a healthy amount of pessimism, Sergio. I love pessimism. I don't think there's anything wrong with being pessimistic, but at a certain point, sometimes people definitely can be too pessimistic. Just like how you can even be too optimistic about something really stupid sometimes. What are the trade-offs for being more knowledgeable? Like ignorance is bliss. Your charger broken?
Yeah, it's making. I think it's good now.
Damn chargers, man. Apple fucking products suck.
Because I want to get the ladies involved here. If you could filter down the best piece of information, because it's a lot different from a man says, women gotta understand this, women gotta understand this. A lot of women tune out factor, they're gone. That's like when women try to tell a guy what to do, we're like, shut your mouth.
Submission.
Okay,
Submission.
so
For
the women,
women,
okay, what is it?
submission.
What's the one thing?
Learn the power of submission. So many women have this ingrained ego trip, where as soon as they are corrected by a man, whether it be somebody at work, whether it be their partner, whether it be anybody, right? They automatically have this reflex, like angry kind of reaction to it automatically. Dude, submission, fully understanding the power of submission, being in your feminine, is one of the most advantageous things that any woman could ever
Now, there's
do.
a famous phrase.
The Jungian terminology, man. Oh my god.
What do you think about that?
The Jungian shit, that's talking about the Jungian concepts of animus and anima. The Jungian stuff is so irritating.
But like what was annoying about what she said?
Well, first of all, it's like making like it's not based on anything, and she's telling the audience what they want to hear. I do agree that, especially now, that there is kind of criticism is now conflated with kind of a character attack, and that's obviously not true. But to say that like that is somehow more common, because there's been plenty of people that I've had freak out on me, who are both men and women, like when I'm like, oh, this could have been done a little better, or this maybe. Like, have you kept this in mind? Blah, blah, blah. And it's interpreted as an attack on their person. And that's obviously like, maybe you need to take it down like 10 notches. And then she brought in
The submissive thing.
the Carl Jung.
Are you saying like the submissive thing is the young thing?
No, her point didn't really make any sense. Now she's saying like the inability to take criticism is everyone needs to know how to take criticism. And that has nothing to do with submission. That's just not being able to take criticism is just being an egotistical asshole. And self-absorbed and kind of a fucking self-righteous piece of shit. But
Do you think women should be submissive to their husbands?
Depends on what context. I believe like if their husbands are better at them in X domain or more competent in X domain, then yeah.
Do you think that women are to respect their husbands?
You should respect the person you love. It's kind of, if you don't respect them, then you're telling them you don't love someone who you don't respect.
Well, the Bible said that women are to respect their husbands, and the husband is to love her.
Yeah, but then it also says, right, there's another passage, I can't remember what book this is in, but basically
Other time they say that's devotion. But
your body, basically when you're married, you basically own your spouse's body too.
yeah, you need to be able that they need to have sex with you as long as you're not in worship.
And so I think there's this idea that I see a lot where basically respect is somehow being a doormat, and I know.
Why do you conflate that to being a doormat?
Sorry.
Why do you conflate that to being a doormat?
No, I see it's I don't. I see it conflated a lot where it's assumed that respecting somebody means that being their doormat. No.
But if like a guy wanted to be with you, but he was like, I really want you to see me as a leader. I want you to like heavily respect me. You know,
Respect is earned, not given. And so if you want to be a leader, you want to be seen as competent in an area, you have to show competency, period.
yeah, and I agree with that. But so respect is love to a guy. Like if I tell my girl that it feels really good if you don't go show guys attention by having an Instagram or do XYZ, and then she like goes and deletes it or something like that, it like shows that she like really respects you. So like, but I don't think it's the same like the other way around. Like I don't think that we're.
You don't think that if a dude is like posting thirst traps on his Instagram and his girlfriend is not comfortable with that?
No, it's not about the thirst traps. It's about him having an account and having women on there versus her having an account and having men on there. I think it's completely different. I don't because men are the
Well, but that's not really related to respect. Then that's more logistical because then it's related to like propositions. Who likely to proposition? Like, because if you're a woman on Instagram, you're probably more likely to receive.
because you're the advertiser. Yeah, you're the advertiser and he's the pursuer.
What the fuck is wrong with this?
I'm gonna break this fucking shit. But I really want to go back to this like to the respect thing. So if like why do you think the Bible says that? Like why why would like what's the logic behind it specifically saying men should or women should respect the man and the man should love her? Like why do you think they use those words?
Because I think it's an interesting interplay because like love is respect. And so I think it's a bit more, but how that is interpreted by different sexes looks different. And so I think
because we both see respect differently.
Well, to say respect is to say love, but it's to emphasize the different aspects of love.
So, but why specifically was it gendered?
Well, because I believe that for men, I think.
Because from our perception, right? Because like, would you say that? How does a woman give respect to somebody else? In general, do women think everybody deserves respect? Or in general, do women only think certain people should have respect?
I think I don't know. I only think some people should have respect.
Yeah, but I mean, I would consider you kind of accept. But like other women, like, do you think other women are usually like, if we pulled out 10 random girls,
maybe
wouldn't they normally say everybody deserves respect? Come on, you've heard that before.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Oh, dude, what the fuck is this shit? This is so cool. Is that like a super chat? Did somebody subscribe or something?
No, I don't know what that is.
Somebody teach us how this works, because that's cool as hell. I want to see more of that. But not because I really think that we see respect as different. I think guys clearly see respect as hierarchical and just like, okay, this guy gets respect because he's the best at this. Like it's based off competency.
Well, you do respect your baby.
Huh?
You respect the needs of your baby. If you didn't respect your baby, like that would be like, oh, I can love my baby, but I cannot take care of it. That's love without respect. It's empty. You respect its life. You respect its life as like your option.
You respect life. And because you respect life, you take care of it. Like because you see life as a special thing. Or I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you could say like you respect that. Like I don't know. I think that we see respect completely differently. I think that women see it as everybody should have respect. Like, yeah, that's equal.
I never thought that.
Yeah, well, I don't think you're like most girls though. Like, I think you're a pretty big exception to the rule. But like in general, the reason why I think that the Bible specifically says that women should show respect to their husband is because that's like the only power we have. Like, there's nothing else. I don't want your time, your money, your energy, your money. Like, I don't want any of that from her. The only thing I
think it's more so related to like
talk to other dudes and
opinions you kind of like prioritize with respect to it's like signals to noise. Basically when I guess trying to form a worldview or belief system, you should hierarchically prioritize your husband's opinion over some rando opinion you heard on the internet or on the street. And like that, and if you are kind of like dismissing your husband's opinions or let's say like takes or whatever, and undermining it based on so and so said, then that shows that you don't value their input or value their like let's say discernment. And yeah, that's gonna break down a marriage probably.
Whenever you think about your own long-term mating strategy, do you want a guy that's like what I was talking about? Like, I think the perfect guy is like in the middle. Like he looks like the short-term guy, like he's attractive, tall, muscly, like what he's a gym guy, whatever it is. do you think you're one of those women that like you want your long-term strategy to be both? You want a guy that's kind of both. Like you don't want him to run off and cheat on you or anything like that. But
I don't really think I don't think about it that way.
But like you want a guy that's attractive enough. Like you don't want an ugly dude, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Or do you or do you think that you could?
Well, I'm not. I don't want a dude I'm not attracted to. Obviously.
Yeah. So like he does have to be a certain level, I guess. Like, but basically, what I'm trying to prove is that the long-term mating strategy isn't right for all women. Because, like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Some women might choose the fat old dude and they just don't give a fuck because they're gonna take him for half his money anyways in 10 years. But I think most women want both. Like you want a guy that you can have babies with, and he's not going to run away, and he's going to be a good father. He's a good guy, but you also don't want him to be ugly. You want him to be like the type of guy that you would even just sleep with, you know. But I mean, obviously, you got to be attracted to the guy to sleep with him, I guess. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. Like, I guess you've never read like David Buss's book, so you don't know a lot about like the short term and long term main strategies, but. I don't know. I'm really on this like binge where I think intelligent people are trying to find the thing in the middle. Whereas
yeah,
like
no, David, I disagree, David. There's respect with respect to a hierarchization of who you kind of like determine whose opinions matter and who you incorporate or take more seriously.
Are you talking to this guy?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Him saying reverence for life. If you don't respect life, then you're not going to have a problem with abortion or child abuse because that person has no material value or is not of value with respect to being able to be a discerner. Like there's different types of respect, and everyone, in order to like take care of a child, you have to respect that that thing is in your care. You have to respect that it's a living thing in your care. But when it comes to integrating and kind of prioritizing or privileging certain people's opinions or perspectives, that's when that hierarchization of respect comes in. If you don't respect your child's like right to live, then you don't love your child.
So
if you don't respect the needs that your child has, then you're not going to fulfill them.
So would you say that like women naturally have a urge to have respect for anything because y'all have to have respect to take care of a baby?
Maybe.
Even for a defenseless baby that can't do nothing for you. Whereas guys, we work mainly with other men, and we want to make sure to only give respect to who earns it. Hierarchical.
But that's also like not. That's almost like denigrating to men in a sense, because it's like saying that men don't value life that isn't useful in a sense.
Oh, I mean, it sounds really messed up, but I just low-key think that is a thing.
But it's not true, because if that were true, then there'd be 100% fatherless child rate.
I mean, there's a pretty high childless father rate.
But not really. But like people like David talk about the rate of parental alienation. And most dads do want to be involved to some extent in their children's life.
You're starting to sound like Pearl right now. Okay, be careful here.
Me?
Yeah, I said you sound like Pearl right now.
How?
Because she says the same thing all the time, that like it's because all the feminists will always say, well, guys leave their families, guys are the ones running away, and she's always like, no, that's like women kicking them out. Like most fathers really want to be in their homes. Like I'm just saying, like you're just saying a point that she brings up all the time.
Yeah, but one thing
you're like her.
Wanting and acting on and showing that want are different. A lot of people want things and then they're too lazy to actually follow through and like implement the steps that are necessary to get that thing.
I agree with you. Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that I think the type of respect, like when you say love, you're emphasizing a different type of respect, like love, like light, like because you don't have love for a baby, but like that love for a baby is kind of part and parcel of the respect for that baby's existence, that like right to life. But then when you obviously would not respect that baby's opinion.
Yeah, there's levels to the respect. There's like respect for life
Well,
versus
I think there's different
what they
domains,
say.
intersecting domains. And so how you view respect in one instance might be different than the other, but it's still respect, as in like almost like you respect that person as, in the Christian sense, as an image bearer, or let's say a secular sense, as a fellow member of your species. But I think the actions you're willing to take based on that respect differ with respect to like their relational dynamic with you. And I think you're not going to take financial advice from your toddler, because your toddler doesn't have life experience or the discerning ability to do that. But it doesn't mean you don't respect like your toddler's life and needs. But you respect kind of like implementize in different ways, kind of someone's perspective and actualizing based on that perspective. And so it's not just you wouldn't take someone's financial advice just because they're breathing. That hierarchization of advice or kind of direction is based on that person's displayed level of competency.
If your boyfriend asked you to make him a sandwich, what would you do?
I don't know, we do stuff like that for each other all the time.
So yeah, it wouldn't be nothing. And do you think that boyfriends get treated different than husbands?
I don't. It's so variable. It depends.
Yeah, that was a hard one. That was a trick question, honestly. Criticism can be a character attack, but that doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing. If you make decisions that is based off something and it could be your character, how can you grow if people can't? Criticize you depending on who and where, of course. I think if a man or woman brags about not being able to be found on the internet, then that's a solid brag. I guess so, yeah. Love isn't respect. I can love my baby, but it doesn't mean I respect my baby, newborn.
You're conflating the two different types of respect, like respect for as an image bearer, respect for the sanctity of something as an image bearer, and respect as in actualizing like or shaping your decisions based on that person's kind of, let's say, discernment ability, are two different things.
He's saying you got a female version of respect. See, we're proving the show, man. Women and man are different. Women and man.
So you're saying like it's gay for men to be pro-life? That's what you're saying, though.
David Jones. It seems like women see respect the fact that they are a living, conscious person or animal. Therefore, they have value and should be taken into consideration. Which is a talking point that like Rolo and like Fresh and Fit, like they say basically exactly what these guys are saying right here, almost to the T. Men see respect like admiration or to be admired. Respect is hierarchical, action based. Yeah. Respecting life and respecting a baby is different.
No, you care for the baby because you respect that baby in the sense you respect that it's also an image bearer, that it's a living thing. You don't actually respect it in the sense that you would actualize and orient your life based on that baby's perspective. That's different, which is why I made the distinction between different types of respect.
Respecting life is hierarchical. It's placed above desires and other things. That's why you don't kill people for stealing.
But so he just contradicted himself there.
Respecting life is hard.
Respecting life, respecting a baby is different. You respect a baby because it is life.
Very, very annoying life that can't take care of itself. You're mischaracterizing him, he thinks. I can value something without respecting it.
Says who? Why?
I like his point. Let me see if I can think
you
about
can't.
this.
Because respect is like a synonym for reverence.
Let me see. I know this fucking shit probably has 18 damn definitions. A feeling of deep admiration for someone or something by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. Due regard for the feeling, wishes, rights, or traditions of others.
See, right there. There it is.
Okay, so yeah, like
those are the two types of perspective I'm talking about.
wait, so like, why is there two different definitions for this fucking word though? This makes it so confusing, doesn't it?
Because words are fluid. They mean different things based on the context, the speaker, the time, the culture, the custom.
Oh, this is so weird. I didn't realize there was two fucking definitions for it. It's because one is man, one is the man's definition, and one's the woman's definition, guys. I could Keegan said we are really drilling into epistemology of respect tonight. Yeah, we really did. I really wanted to break it down. I feel like Right gave pretty good answers on it. You have to use etymology. Yeah, we do have to argue over these fucking words to really get everything correct. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Side, do you want to just blabber? Or you want me to start the video and then go pee?
Start the video.
Okay.
Submit, I'll commit. I've said this a million different times.
Yes.
That's how he knows this. I'm like, who's ready to submit? But when you girls hear the word submit, does that just send like tingles up your spine? Or you, I'll submit to the right man? Yes?
Ew,
No?
gross. That's disgusting.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's the most disgusting shit ever. I think I submit when I want to, and I don't because I learned something from a book. I feel like women have different kind of happiness. Some women want a good, like those handsome men, rich, taking care of you. You live a good life. You have a good husband. Some want success and power. I want power, success. I'm the rich man I want to marry, and I make $1 million a year. I'm happy. I have 2 kids. I can get any good dick I want. And if there's a good guy want me, he want me for who I am. I don't give a fuck. And Judy told me she went to her husband and she poked him on the cheek. Hey, you come here. And they are happily married forever. I think it's just just be who you are, bitch. Be who you are, and choose what makes you happy. If for my life, finding a man who's rich and handsome like this guy make me happy, I'll submit like a little bitch. I think good for them, but not for everybody. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, that's a mic drop moment right there. Let's move on. Amazing, incredible. Now the ladies are gonna get a chance to respond. Thank you guys for that awesome conversation. Stop being a little bitch, according to our friend over here. We just had a great conversation about the red pill. Now I want to understand how red pill mixes with politics. We talked about red pill black a little bit. So here's a question: is Trump red pill, or did Trump get red pill? There's still something for potential future president, again, Donald Trump, to learn about the red pill. Obviously, money, status, net worth, highest position in the land, billionaire, married 3 times, 5 kids. He's on his 3rd marriage. He's 77 now. If he gets elected, he'll be 78. Melania is 23 years younger. So she's 54. And damn, she looks good. We'll get there in a second. So everyone knows about Trump, everything that's going on with the re-election, with everything he's doing with the rallies, with the trials. Toria knows a thing or two about this. You're hanging out in Mar-a-Lago. But where's Melania these days? You haven't seen a lot of Melania. So you girls are all going to pretend to be Melania in this contest. Ready? Alejandro, you ready to go rapid fire? That's right. That's my girl. Si, senora. So number 1, the first story is Melania is surprisingly not at court. She apparently doesn't want to show up to court to prevent any negative coverage. All good. Makes sense. But, there's a famous song, Stand By Your Man. Tammy Wynette, country song.
Did you think of anything? Oh, she probably went to the bathroom too. Sorry for my pee stream, guys.
No, sorry. I was trying to fix my banner, but the little fucking tacky thing fell down and disappeared in my book pile. So.
Did y'all know Serge was gay? Man, get this guy out of here, bro. Why are you exposing me, the Maverick? Dude, get out of here, bro. What the fuck? Fucking people from my hometown exposing me. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Where did they talk about anything smart right there or funny?
No, they were talking about Melania and Donald Trump.
Oh, that's so gay. I hope that there's not.
But she's not really with them these days. But they have been married for 20 years almost. Where am I going with this? She also has no plans of being involved in Trump's political agenda. Do we have that story? Quote unquote, here it is. She's quote unquote not comfortable being around this, and she's just rather be left alone. Here's some of the details. She remains quote unquote angry. This is from one of her aides, allegedly.
I want to skip the Trump bullshit. We're gonna go straight to do women hate men?
Watch the NBA Finals live.
All we know is what the media's talking about too.
Right.
We don't,
Donald Trump could live forever. Donald Trump could go to 150. You heard it here first.
Right. New logo. Just have half a mouth. Huh?
It's talking about my backdrop.
Oh yeah, that was. Oh, did it fall down?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like little tacky thing fell down. I was looking for it, but it fell in my book piles, and now it's gone forever.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Next story. Thank you guys. Spirit of debate. By the way, we're halfway through. Buckle up. Okay, here we go. This is also for the ladies, but I feel like some of the answers are going to enable the men to give some better responses. Like as far as, all right, here's what I think. Here's the question. There's a lot of stories out there, and the question I have is, do ladies hate men these days? Right? Ladies, you have your green and red thumbs up. Overall, not you, because you love ladies, and I know you, Jing Yang, you love men a little too much. Overall, women in general, do they have a positive or negative opinion of men? Positive is green, negative is red. Hold it up.
Do they have a positive or negative opinion of men?
I'm not going to repeat it.
Wow.
Like generally.
Okay, so 80% of the panel saying that women have a negative opinion of men.
He goes, I'm not going to repeat it. He sounded like such an asshole right there. What do you think about this question? Do you think that most women have a negative?
I think it stems from people being chronically online.
But if they weren't online, they would like actually like the other sex more.
Well, because I posted a video that like is going viral that I posted. Of like what it does, like the algorithm with respect to the comment sections and like the way like it primes the video
To send us against each other, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think this question is there's heavy influence by like how the algorithm works and kind of interaction with social media. People making assumptions about entire groups of people based on the absolute absurd shit they see in social media.
Yeah, so I definitely think that more women hate men, and it is definitely just because of the internet. But if say we just got rid of like the internet and dating apps and Instagram, like all this bullshit, do you think that we would still have issues just because of the fact that there's like financial inequality? Like there's guys that are extremely rich and there's guys that are like extremely broke. Because I feel like a lot of these girls' hatred, it comes from the fact that they fuck a Chad. Like they fuck like that like high value man, whatever the fuck, the alpha, and then he like runs off like, or he just abuses the fuck, not abuses like physically, but you know, like mentally fucks her up. Like he's like, yeah, I don't really like, I'm gonna keep fucking you and tell you I like you, but I, like basically do the whole love bomb breadcrumb, like a bunch of like really manipulative shit. And like basically I think that as long as financial inequality, like it's basically, I'm saying it's a two thing. Like you're right, it is the internet and like all that, but I also think financial inequality makes men opt for their short-term mating strategy, which is what Dr. David Buss talks a lot about in his book Why Men Behave Bad. And like if men are opting for their short-term mating strategies, it's going to have more fucked up women that are going to be more, they're going to hate men even more because all these dudes are just fucking them and running, you know, like dude, like would you at least agree with me with that like guys are opting more for their short-term mating strategies and they're being shitheads because of it?
Maybe that hasn't been my experience, but
you don't think there's a lot of horn dogs? You don't get a million messages on Instagram or TikTok or anything?
I got banned. I've been banned from all of those, so
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of guys.
I'm on my 7th TikTok account.
You sound like Pearl again, dude. She has like TikTok accounts too. You're the next Pearl. I'm telling y'all, man. Everybody watch. Everybody's gonna be like, "Who's the next big red pill woman?" Right?
No, I'm insulted because that hurts my feelings that you think I'm fucking retarded.
I think I can see it now. I could see it now. Red pill, right side. It just flows perfectly. I'm gonna make you a logo. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be good. You know how good our memes are.
Did you see this answer coming?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Really? You bitch.
We do these videos every show. In general, yes. I mean,
okay, now men, you guys have your things?
Yeah.
Do men have a negative opinion of women?
This is general, correct?
Yes,
in
general.
In general, I don't think they do. In general, I think they're
so you're saying
desperate.
green is they're good, red.
Yeah.
Okay.
In general, men are desperate.
So men still like the women,
yes,
and women not so much hate the men. Why do women hate the men?
Do you agree with like this? Like the guys saying that in general guys don't, but in general the women think that they do? You're like, I don't hate men, so not me.
I think that this is like people are they're going to be drawing their conclusions based on like because people are so chronically online. I'm me too, but I'm not fucking retarded.
So you get a pass.
Well, because I don't really base my assumptions. Obviously, there's subliminal influence that you don't really, you aren't consciously aware of, but any answer they give is going to be based on what they're observing on social media, not real life. Like you go outside and you see people interacting, and you're going to come to a very different conclusion than you would if you were just solely basing your opinion on what you see in your algorithm. And so every opinion they give is going to be influenced by that algorithm because they're likely going to be, unless they're not basing it on things they see and interactions with social media, unless they're basing that exclusively on how they see people interacting in real life. And so our algorithms basically influence everything we know and like understand about the world because people spend so many hours a day on social media, and their worldviews are being informed by a manipulative algorithm. And so this question is like, oh, do you think if you're a man and you're on kind of interacting with some of this red pill stuff, you are going to come to the conclusion that women have X feeling about men. And same thing if you're like a feminist or whatever, and you're on this on that side of the algorithm, you're going to come to the same conclusion about men. And so this entire question, it would be more interesting if they'd ask, how much do you think your beliefs about men are informed by the algorithm?
Yeah. So because of that, though, because the algorithm shapes us a lot, we could say mind control, psyops a little bit. Because of that, do you think that humans have free will, or do you think that it's determined?
No, they have absolutely free will.
But like you're kind of saying, it's kind of like some people.
You have a choice to not. You have a choice to not indulge in those kind of those ragey beliefs. And sorry, there's ragey that kind of rage bait, want to be outraged impulse, and kind of either compartmentalize what you see in the algorithm or just stop participating. And if you catch yourself kind of becoming this way, where influenced by your algorithm, you have the choice to change the way you approach it, change the way you think about your feed, or to get off of it altogether.
So the millions and millions of Americans that are addicted, straight up addicted, they don't have a
choice.
Do they have free will?
Yeah, they chose to be on social media and interact with it and continue to do that, even though they saw that it was kind of affecting their outlook on the world for the negative. That's a choice. So.
Have you looked up the determinism versus free will argument and philosophy?
I'm very familiar.
So what is your opinion on that argument?
Apply Kurt Gödel to the brain.
Huh?
Apply Kurt Gödel to the brain. So if we imagine the brain as a system, and let's say we're trying to understand the brain, we're trying to come up with a theory that explains everything about the phenomena that is produced by the brain. So if you're a materialist, your axiomatic set is going to be exclusively about the structural composition of the brain. But let's apply Kurt Gödel. So let's say we create a comprehensive axiomatic set that we think will explain everything about the brain, everything about consciousness and experience. But wait, Kurt Gödel says that if you have an axiomatic set that can prove all true statements about a system, it's an incomplete understanding. So if you have a complete understanding, you will have true statements about that system that you cannot prove axiomatically.
So say it's 50-50. Say it's 50% deterministic and 50% free will.
You can't. You can't even characterize it that way if you are having statements that you can't explain or prove.
Yeah.
If you have basically, in let's say a symbolic logic sense, if there's true statements if F therefore P that cannot be proved by the axiomatic set that you think completely encompasses that system, then you're not going to be able to quantify what you can't even understand.
Mm-hmm. So we basically can't ever have the free will versus determinism argument because we can't conceptualize it.
Mm.
It's not possible because of what Gödel says. Okay. Man, I really like the whole determinism free will argument. You just ruined it for me. Matrix, the red pill simply means to unplug from the old way of thinking. That's it. Right side, why are you overcomplicating this? I'm just kidding. Just hurry up and become red pill right side. Even Matrix would fucking support. There's so many people that would support you. Red pill right side. I think it really rings, doesn't it, guys? Everybody, can we get a bunch of people to go subscribe to Right Side's Twitter so we can get her to change her name to Red Pill Right Side? Men and women are different and see each other different now because of the internet. If you shut the internet off, I don't think it would lead to more healthy coexistence for a long time. I truly think that as long as there's drastic I always take everything back to financial inequality. Until we fix the financial issues, I think everything's gonna stay more fucked up than anything else. And right side, you know, like you always talk. Last night during my thing, I actually brought up something you always talk about, the community thing. You know, like the anti-nuclear family thing, and like I destroyed it in that debate. By the way, like with
Hell
your,
yeah.
so, like, appreciate you for even teaching me that. And it's so cool talking about community more instead of, you know, like the nuclear family. But I found I just found myself, you know, trying to figure out, even for myself personally, when it comes to picking a side. Fuck. Wait, what was I about to say? I just totally forgot it. Yeah, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Do you remember?
No, I'm door dashing right now.
Oh my god, where are you eating?
I don't know yet. I think this is really good. I might get a burger. I don't know.
Where do you usually eat at?
I like Chick-fil-A. I like Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen's expensive as fuck right now.
Sorry.
Dairy Queen's expensive.
It's so expensive. It's annoying. I like this like burger place near me. It's like called Schmitty's Garage. It's really good because we don't have an In-N-Out here. In-N-Out is my favorite burger place ever.
Surprised you would eat at a place named that.
Schmitty's? Oh, Carl Schmidt.
No. Surprised.
It's spelled differently.
Okay, that's why you're okay with it. The Jewish thing.
What's going on, Rand?
I don't know. I think women think about the like small little picture of like, oh, like he broke my heart, so then all men suck, and then they like word of mouth because women gossip, and everyone's like, all women are like, oh, men suck, but men. I don't think men suck. I think all men love women. You know, no, I don't think any man's a woman hater.
I don't even think women hate men. If you
But
want
that's
to
not
be
the
honest.
general
I don't think women
opinion.
hate men. But that's different. To
Okay,
be
so what word
disappointed
would you
and
use
hate-
instead of hate?
I would
Find
say
one word.
Strongly dislike.
Strongly dislike.
I think disappointed. I think disappointed is a good
Slow
word.
Jams, what would you say? How
I would
women
say we're
Underwhelmed.
tolerant of men. Tolerant.
Tolerant of men.
You are
Yeah,
tolerant of
that's
things that
Victoria?
you're disappointed by.
I think people like Andrew Tate give the quote unquote red pill a false
But I'm not talking about red
narrative.
pill, I'm talking
No,
about men in
I'm
general.
getting to it and I'm going to complete
Yeah.
my answer. I think that men like that women don't like, and even conservative women don't. And there needs to be.
That's why I wanted to ask. Do you think that there's any solving the financial inequality issues? Like as far as how much the dollar is valued in us trying to buy a house, like our generation.
Re-implement Glass-Steagall, probably ban private equity from purchasing single-family homes, probably ban private.
Wait, what was the first
investment.
thing you said?
Re-implement Glass-Steagall, which is preventing basically investment banks from gambling in the market with customers' deposits. Which
Okay.
they're not allowed to do, and that's what caused 2008 actually.
Oh, okay. And then you also said make it to where they can't buy single family homes.
Make it where private equity can't buy up single family housing because about over 30% of all single family houses in 2023 were purchased by private equity.
But isn't that just anybody with a trust?
Well, it's sure, but
A lot of fucking people, bro.
It's a specific type of trust. Like it's a specific type of like organization.
That's a fuck ton of people that invest through property with a trust.
Yeah, well, right now, what's causing the housing bubble is because private equity is buying 30%. Most people don't like that's
agree.
huge. They're buying.
I
30%.
agree. It's just when everybody's money is in trust, I don't see how that's possible. Yeah, like we're talking about every rich person in the world or in the United States has their money.
Yeah,
in
so
it.
this is why it's probably not going to change because
because
rich people are.
Well, you're
allowed
gonna
to
get them all to
invest.
transfer their money over at 1% fucking transfer
This is
fee.
why Giannis Varoufakis's book, basically techno-feudalism. We don't live. This isn't capitalism anymore. It's a techno-feudal kind of economy where basically it's been a pay-for-play system so long that it's been able to be structured and these loopholes have been created to allow these basically these groups with massive amounts of money to manipulate the market wherever they want. And that's the problem. And I don't think it's going to be able to be unwound.
So guys are just screwed, and they're gonna keep getting more and more crazy, which is gonna make the women more crazy. Looky there. The finances are fine. They're worse than they were, but not worse than they've been. It's how we view each other and our other values now. I would say the finances are not fine, bro. Dr. David Buss makes this very clear in Why Men Behave Bad. I'd highly suggest reading it, man. It's a really good book. He just made it. He just wrote it in 2018. So, It's like a very updated evolutionary psychology book. Also, the worsening of financing should bring men together. It's the other values. Honestly, bro, it doesn't, because when men opt for short-term main strategies, they become more narcissistic. So you have a bunch of young men that are more narcissist, and that means that in business, they actually just fuck people over left and right. And I'm saying this as a guy that has had nothing but bad business dealings with other men. Men are actually extremely dangerous the more they're opting for this short-term main strategy. Now, the older guys I've done business with, great. But any younger guy that's going through the financial difficulties right now and he can't even fucking afford his own house, you can't trust him with anything. You can't trust him with your girl. You can't trust him with $100 either. It's insane.
Be a revision or a reiteration of how the red pill is pushed in society so that women can get a better perspective of men.
So is
and have
Andrew
a better
Tate the poster
conversation.
child of the type of guy that women hate?
I think he's a commercial version, and like they discussed before, he's profiting off it, and he's making men who actually have good points. They're not being hurt.
Oh, I agree with you, bro. I do think, yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think that the worse the financials get, I think it does make men and women work harder together and understand like money and finances and success way better together, actually. Is this live? Yes, this is live. Ha, 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 ha. Is that one of your favorite viewers, right side? The left can't meme? You ever see him on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, how about this? I got it. Give me, if Andrew Tate is the poster child of the man that every woman hates, give me the poster child of the man that every woman loves.
There's this guy on TikTok. He's called the Daddy Academy. His name's Nico, and he's phenomenal.
Let's pull him up. Daddy Academy.
The Daddy Academy. His name's Nico, Niko,
Okay.
and he teaches women and men kind of about dating and communication. Oh, this guy is the best.
Daddy
Have you heard of him before?
Academy.
I feel like an NGO is redirecting my traffic to this guy.
So great.
Yeah, play one of his videos. Just pick
Well,
one.
hold on. Let's see which options we have. If he wanted to, he would play that. If he wanted to, play it. If he wanted to, he would.
Okay.
If he wanted to, he
Audio
would.
on the
Ladies,
bottom.
welcome to Daddy Academy. I'm about to give you the ugly truth about if he wanted to, he would. Every single thing a man does in dating
All right, we don't have
is
audio.
100%
if you can-
intentional. We say it again, 100% intentional. If
What
you haven't
does?
heard from him in 3-4 days, 100% intentional. If he hasn't taken you out on a date in 2-3 weeks, 100% intentional. Okay, everything is intentional. Every man knows what he
This
wants.
is so
Men are very
important.
purpose, accomplishment driven. So if there's a
All right,
woman
I can't hear anything.
that
So
he's really
stop
interested
it.
in,
What word would you?
I'm happy we could hear it. Do you think that's true what he was saying about everything that guy does is 100% intentional?
I think that no, I don't.
Yeah,
Because
I'm really confused about that statement.
most people are not that self-aware.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I really don't think so. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, actually.
I think most people aren't aware of their own motivations.
You're right, because one of the biggest points I bring up all the time is that how these guys have like intent-based pickup. Like they try to pick up girls with the intent to like date them, and they don't even know they're fucking doing it. Like they're literally subconsciously being simps, and they don't even know it. So I agree with you for sure.
What person or who is a poster child of a man that women love? Go ahead.
Man, that women love.
She got the Daddy Academy.
Man.
Henry Cavill.
I would hope it would have to at least be, and I'm gonna take it a little bit personal, but I would hope it would at least be the father that they're at least looking up to, because I think this whole issue with genders being against each other is the fact that there has been the destruction of the family home and the family unit. There's disrespect on what a man is bringing to the table and what a woman is bringing to a table. And I feel like, you know, growing up in a very traditional home where I saw my grandmother serve my grandfather, I saw my mom serve my father. None of this was done out of misogynistic values. It was just done because it works. So I would hope that if a woman is looking up to any man in their life, it would be their father if they have, you know.
Is it your goal for your husband or whatever for you to like do a lot of the things, or y'all just gonna hire a cleaning lady and like a cook and stuff?
Probably like a nanny and stuff.
Because you just expect to like make good money, so to solve the
You know, that type of good relationship, just establishing some type of respect, or if it's not your father, somebody that you can look up to, that you can learn to respect men. I also think another issue is that we're not looking at people as individuals. We keep lumping genders together, ideas together, perspectives together. We're not giving people the chance to think for themselves or to create a life based off of what they are thinking for themselves.
Incredible. Are you married? Do you have kids?
No, I do not. I just have a really great mother and a really great father.
How old are you?
I'm 26 years old.
Okay.
But I am in a
Are you
relationship. Yes, I am.
How long you guys been together?
Just 6 months, but it's
Okay.
very healthy. We have traditional roles.
Have you always been like this, or did you learn the hard way?
You know, it's funny. When I was younger, I was a little bit more towards the feminist side. My mother said, as you grow up, you're going to start to change
Yeah.
because you're going to start to see that there are certain things that just work, like a mother being at home taking care of her kids. And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's, you know, you're giving back to society that way. You're really allowing for your kids to grow up in a very loving environment. There's nothing wrong with the man going outside of the house. And maybe.
Do you disagree with her? I mean, you can also just say that there's two things can be right at the same time. Like you can do it your way, and like those women can do it their way, and they can both be successful.
I think it just depends. I think people make broad prescriptions about how other people how things ought to be, and then just say like if it's not this way, then it's going to be like chaos, and then that's basically that's a lot of hubris. I just think it depends.
Yeah, because every person's different, basically. Yeah, so you can't make broad prescriptions like that. In America today, the average person is richer than the average person throughout nearly all of history. For now, the finances are fine. It's the other values. David Buss may disagree, but the finances are fine. Dude, I'm not arguing that we aren't living in the most rich time of all human history, and we have air conditioning, and we have dishwashers, and all types of microwaves, like all types of crazy shit to make life very easy. But financial inequality, like the ability to provide a home, like a guy to be able to afford a home, it's not the same as it was for our fathers or our grandfathers in the slightest. Okay, and considering women respect men sometimes based off of their provisioning, it's kind of a big deal if you can't even have your own home. The reason why I've been getting laid since I was 18 is because I've had an apartment since I was 18. And you know how many of my friends didn't get laid because they never had their own fucking spot, dude? Like, there's a lot of guys that struggle today just because they live with their parents. Like, it's a big deal to not have money to even be able to take care of yourself.
Maybe that doesn't look like your family very healthy. We have traditional roles. I think the problem is that we are really trying to weaponize traditional values, family unit. It's just becoming weaponized. It's becoming crazy.
Awesome. One more question. You know, in politics, they say that if you're young and you're not a liberal, you have no heart. But as you get older, if you're not a conservative, you have no brain. It sounds like you've had this epiphany.
Oh, yeah. And people always bring up how you change over time. Do you find yourself changing over time, right side? Or do you think you're going to change more conservative over time?
I've always been right wing, so.
But you don't think you'll go more right wing? Or, I mean, I guess you kind of are because you're going into the orthodoxy.
Maybe. I really don't know. We'll see how things shape up.
Kind of called the epiphany phase. Usually it happens before 30, right around 30. 29, 30. You're having it by 26. What did you have to learn? Like, how did your brain go from like, I'm a feminist to like, no, I'm a traditional role? Like, what do women need to understand? And what was the evolution you had to go through?
Well, I think for me personally, there are two ways to look at life, right? You're either going to have a black and white perspective, or you're going to see some things in the gray area. And so for me, even when I was a little bit more leaning towards the feminist side, I wasn't leaning all that way. And I guess I didn't hate the opposite gender. I didn't hate the family unit. So I guess for me, it just became natural. I would just say, for anyone, not even just women, that there is such an important journey of self-discovery and understanding what is going to work for you. And that's what I would say.
Awesome. Alejandro, pull up these other stories, and I want to get the girls' way on this one. We talked about, do women hate men? You know, I pride myself on actually calling out women when they're delusional and ridiculous, but also calling out men when they're absurd and need to be called out. It's kind of, it's not like a masculine chauvinist or anything like that. It's just, you're ridiculous, you need to be called out, or, hey, great answer, I respect you. Like there's a difference between all this. But when you see some of these stories, like this man versus bear story, you've heard about this. The women choose to be alone in the woods with a bear instead of a man. Okay, we've done that. We've had this conversation.
Oh yeah, that's what I was really excited about doing this argument actually with you, right side, because I don't think I've heard you do the bear thing. Soren, sorry, bro, you got to go hard if you're gonna be able to keep up. David Jones, no, it's a two-income society, but women have always worked. It was a brief period in history where middle class and above women didn't need to work. Hypergamy
I agree with that.
Than men to make more, but not all. I mean, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is we're still financially, like, we're still more broke than ever. It doesn't destroy my first point that it's harder to buy a house now than it was before. Like you like push back on that for me and tell me where I'm wrong. Trippy Liberty, exactly. People can't do nuance. Yes, we're richer on a history of all humanity scale, but people are struggling individually in the current. Yeah. The bear food debate. Yeah. So right side, what is your point on the bear debate? Do you think, would you choose the bear or would you choose the man?
What woods am I in? There's already bears in the woods. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand this because there are already bears in the woods.
Which one's more dangerous? Like, which one would you rather see?
The bears that are already in the woods. So my option is to just like stay the same.
Like you're walking through the forest and you see.
I've seen black bears walking through the woods before.
But what if you just see a random dude?
What if you see a random dude? What type of bear? Grizzly, black bear?
Grizzly.
Oh, a man. Fuck no. Fuck grizzly.
So like, wait. Hold on. So you're saying if it was a black bear
Oh yeah, I'd pick the black bear.
over the man,
Yeah. If it was a grizzly, I'd pick the man.
why?
What do you mean why? Because black
Well, I
bears.
understand black bears are way less likely to hurt you, but hold on. Let's just, I guess, fuck. I really want to know like why, like why you think the guy is dangerous.
It's just a risk calculation. Like a random man or a black bear that's harmless.
What's the percentage chance of the man doing something?
I don't know, which is the problem.
It's about 1%. A psychopath. Like
So
that.
I won't be hurt. Like the amount of black bear attacks in the U.S. are like
But don't
way less than
extrapolate
1%.
1%.
Way
Why-
less than 1%.
Why would you extrapolate 1% of men onto all other guys?
I'm saying, okay, there's a 1% chance that a dude's likely to be a psychopath. There's probably a 0.001% chance you get attacked by a black bear. Now, if you're talking grizzly, they're overtly aggressive. They will chase you down and maul you, and you're not going to outrun it. You're not going to be able to scare it off. In fact, if you try to scare off a grizzly, you're just increasing the likelihood they're going to eat you. So if it was a grizzly, I'd choose the man.
I hate your answers for this because I didn't even think about the different types of fucking bears. I never. Nobody brought that up in any of the other arguments that I was listening to. Like that's really funny that you did. If you carry a gun, it won't.
You can unload a magazine into a grizzly and they'll keep going.
Oh yeah. That you got to use those big ass fucking bullets for them. So whenever it comes to, like you personally, and like the man, you know, being a scary argument, as a woman, like, would you say that like you meet a random guy, like, do you have an instant instinct to fear, like
No.
a guy that you don't know anything about?
I'm also like kind of delusional and also like not very aware of my surroundings. So
I don't think that's a good thing, right?
it's probably not a good thing if you're in a bad, I guess, area. But like,
But
I
do
don't.
you know better? Like, you would never go walk down a dark street. Like, you're not the type of
I
girl.
mean, I have.
Huh? Yeah, but like, you're not the type of feminist though that like argues like I should be able to walk on a street
That's
at
bullshit. Yeah,
morning.
that doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, good. Then yes, then she must be based. Yes. That was probably from earlier.
What's happening right there? So the man versus bear debate, that's pretty ridiculous. But now here's another story. If women are faced with the choice of being with a man or a woman, women are picking the women now. Here's this story. Women expose scary reality of dating men and have turned to dating women. Women expose scary. Okay, so now, so
It's called being a political lesbian.
What's that? Oh, to do it just for political reasons?
Yeah,
But
no, like they become, I guess, like so in this echo chamber where they become like a political lesbian. Like it's like the 4B movement thing, where it's like solidarity for your social cause. So you become a lesbian.
But like if a woman has gone through traumas with dudes or like she's actually experienced like some, I don't know, bad dating
Suck it
experience.
up, like shit.
Suck it up?
Yeah, like you can't. Bad things happen to everyone. Bad things have happened to me. I've had men do bad things to me. I've had women do bad things to me.
But like if you tell somebody to like, so do you think it's like a cope if somebody turns gay because of some bad
I
experience?
think that's disingenuous.
Why is that disingenuous?
Turn gay? Really, that's interesting because I thought you were born gay.
Well, I mean, I guess for some of them, yeah,
Yeah.
like they say that. But I definitely think a lot of women turn gay because of trauma.
I think a lot of women turn gay because they've been influenced politically to turn gay. Because it's like it's a part of this like atomization process, like show solidarity with their class.
I think guys become gay from trauma too. Like I definitely think that most people turn gay because they're like so mad at the other sex they fucking turn gay. But you think it's more political. You don't think that it's out of like trauma happening to each one of them.
I think it's multi-factor, like for multi-factor, multivariate. But I think to like,
do you think there's more abuse over the last 50 years or less?
probably less.
I think there's way more because of families being broken apart. You don't think there's way more abuse in households?
No, I think there's more when basically there was
About it?
no financial way out of it. I think it's way less abuse. I think we're probably like more if you look at all parameters of like or metrics of violence and kind of abuse over the past 50 years, they've all dropped.
Yeah, but I mean, how much could we really know about in the 50s and 60s?
Well, we have crime. We have records for all that.
Yeah, but I just feel like so much was more hush hush back then and could be kept hush hush easier.
Well, and it's still, and yeah, it was kept hush hush. So tell me why all the numbers are still higher. It's like domestic like violence, domestic abuse.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. I'm not even gonna argue that. Would you get in a lifeboat if your cruise ship was sinking with a black bear or a man middle of the ocean?
Probably man.
A good one. On a boat.
Probably man, yeah.
Well, yeah, that was very unique. I wasn't ready for that.
That's just a cover story. What's going on here? So here's what I can assure you, and this is so weird to me, and I want to get the men to talk about this as well. The women, you're picking the bears, you're picking the other women. What? Whereas, we asked 80% of you said that women overall have a negative connotation of men, negative sentiment. All of us on the panel, do men have a negative connotation of women? We're like, no, we're cool. We definitely, we all held them up. What the hell's going on here? Jia Yang, why do women hate the men? And what could the women be doing better? What could the men be doing better?
Well,
other than keeping the wet.
Well, personally, I like dick too much to choose bear or woman. I have a pussy already here. I don't want to eat on the pussy. I can eat it right here at yoga.
I'm gonna fast forward this to this LGBT part because you like these arguments.
So when we look at it fundamentally, we live in a very utopic society where women are so beyond safe. So this is just simply a byproduct of the amount of safety that we've created as a society for ourselves. This wouldn't even be a conversation if we didn't have as much safety as we have. So it's just a normal byproduct of the amount of safety that women have been able to find in society. Government can take care of them. They don't have to really worry about their safety. There's not really immediate physical threats in their life. So they naturally don't need men. So men have to understand, okay, well, how do I become needed? And I think this is the next level with men.
Great point. But is that true? Because there's a difference between emotional and perception and reality.
Correct.
I
It's
think
not
you're
a house of
gonna
cards.
something here.
In
I'm
reality,
going to show you a stat.
in reality, Adam, you need men. You need men to keep these lights on. You need men to pave that road.
That's right. That's why I'm on that board. Appreciate my team out here.
What's happening?
I need all y'all.
What's happening?
Just not in my house.
Because of technological advancements,
Correct.
industry, construction, and violence, men have carved out a bubble for humans to live in, and that bubble has got. You guys forget Washington D.C. and Manhattan were swamps, fucking 500 years ago. Like
Washington D.C. is still a swamp.
But what I'm saying is these places they've carved out these bubbles of normalcy and society and civilization, so that we can have women tell us that they don't need.
I didn't know Washington D.C. was a swamp. What the fuck?
Eat us when we created the society that they live in. And by the way,
I don't think it was a swamp.
Yeah, that's like I mean I don't know what that area of the country looks
I
like.
don't know what it looked like. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right at all, does it?
they're within their rights to do so. Ultimately, there's a proximate cause and an ultimate cause. Proximately, do they need a man? No, they can make $300,000 a year and buy a shotgun.
Everyone deserves the fastest, most reliable internet speeds, regardless of where they live.
Ultimately, do they?
What?
Huh? What did you say?
Sorry, I missed. What did he say?
Proximate cause and an ultimate cause. Proximately, do they need a man? No, they can make $300,000 a year and buy a shotgun. Ultimately, do they need men? All of us need men. When you're
approximate and ultimate cause.
This argument is just so fucking like low IQ because it's like, oh, we all mean like the proximate cause of a man's existence is the fact he ejaculated in someone, but the actual cause is the fact that a woman gave birth to him. Like, it's just so fucking stupid.
Why is this stupid?
Dumb.
But why?
It's so low IQ and uninteresting that it's like it's just Marxist brain rot. It's this coalitional bargaining. Really so stupid because it's like, then you get into like, oh, well, the white people are the ones who like built the ships. Oh, well, then I can say Elizabeth I is the one. Elizabeth, the Queen of England, is the one who fucking gave her father's land and the lumber. Like, it's so dumb.
You had to let that out there, huh?
It's just like coalitional bargaining. It's like, oh, well, the proletariat should the proletariat are the ones who do the real work. It's just Marxist art. How do they not see that it's just Marxism repackaged? It's just saying the proletariat should rise up and like take it all back from the bourgeoisie because the proletariat are the ones who actually working. They're the ones who they're producing. They're the labor behind the means of production. And so he's basically saying the same thing. He's saying men are the proletariat, women are the bourgeoisie. We should rise up and we should like take back like the means of production. It's so
I don't think he's
stupid.
saying.
Yes, he is. It's the exact argument.
Hold on. Let me rewatch this. Hold on.
Proximate cause and an ultimate cause. Proximately, do they need a man? No, they can make $300,000 so that we can have.
ultimately the ultimate cause is like the proletariat contributing their labor to the bourgeoisie, but the proximate cause is the bourgeoisie providing the capital to fund the ownership of or to fund the investment, to fund the infrastructure. And so it's the same argument. It's identical. You cannot, once you see it, it's just Marxist like social reproduction theory. It's just social reproduction theory.
Keegan says, after watching some of these Red Pill podcasts, it's so incredibly boring to watch them all perform. Just my opinion. It's a performance. The bear versus man argument is dumb. When we were scared of bears and wolves, women chose men. Yeah, always. Don Juan, thank you for the $2, bro. My boys' super chats were not read on that show. They did you dirty over there, my man. 100% Marxism. $2 from Don Juan. RP can't be based with all of those logical.
Exactly. Prince Kermit's so right on that one.
Yeah, thank you, bro. What's up, dude? What's up, Don Juan? I appreciate the super chats, bro. I have a meme for that. Red Pill is on the male side of the Hegelian dialect against rad films. It's Marxism. What's he saying right there? What's he mean?
He's saying it's two sides of like the dialectical coin. You have red pill versus like feminism, and one's the thesis, one's the antithesis, and the goal is to like weed out or root out the contradictions and come to synthesis, which is like a higher level of reality or higher level of understanding.
So then we can then we can get to the Marxism.
No, it's so we can achieve utopia. Yeah. So
yeah.
We can get to Marxist utopia.
But we got to solve this problem first.
Yeah, it's like this is the problem keeping humanity from enlightenment.
But but what I don't understand is like, how do we get to the Marxism if like once that dialectic is done, there's like another one?
That's the point.
So how do we get to Marxism then?
It's so the Mensheviks and Soviet Russia, that was like the Trotsky and Trotskyism. They actually believed in an infinite revolution. The revolution always revolutionizes itself. And so
how do you keep a communist society together if it's constantly
you can't look at this from like a linear perspective. That's not how they think. They're idealists. They're German idealists. They think they see reality as fractal, whereas each dialectic has a nested dialectic all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. And so what Marxism is an attempt to use historical materialism to accelerate the contradictions in reality and society. And so by accelerate the contradictions, what you do is you accelerate and you drive conflict. And that's what ultimately would lead up to the revolution, where the proletariat rise up and then take back the means of production from the bourgeoisie. And so with that, like, all this is doing, what algorithms do is they drive conflict. And what driving conflict does is it accelerates the contradictions within a Marxian paradigm. And that's all driving towards this kind of utopic state. They're also very religious, as in they're pantheistic messianists. And so they view the utopia almost as the Messiah. It's like messianic utopianism.
See, this wouldn't happen if there were actual prescriptions. Yeah, I agree with you, bro. Turtles all the way down, infinite regression. Wait. Yes. Through force. Well, I'm not sure what he was talking about. Serge, you're overthinking it. She's the one overthinking it. Stop it, Don. Communism is the end. There can't be more. Wokeism is a religion. Yes, it is. Religion eschatologist. What is that?
Eschatology. With eschatology?
Yeah, that's what it says. He says
culmination of like, it's almost like it's similar to teleology, but like, what is kind of your orienting? What do you think is going to catalyze the end? What do you think? What is going to be like the saving of humanity? What does the end culminate in?
Only Jesus knows that. Eschatology is a study of the end of times. Interesting. Oh, dude, I've learned like 4 vocabulary words today, guys. I appreciate everybody for dealing with my retardation.
Women tell us that they don't need us when we created the society that they live in. And by the way, they're within their rights to do so. Ultimately, there's a proximate cause and an ultimate cause. Proximately, do they need a man? No, they can make $300,000 a year and buy a shotgun. Ultimately, do they need men? All of us need men. When your building is burning, when someone has kidnapped your child, you need men to show up. Trust me, ladies. If your child was kidnapped and the SWAT team shows up and it's a WNBA team, you're not going to be as happy. You're going to want a bunch of fucking angry, violent men to take care of that for you.
Yeah,
and that's society.
well said.
The moment that utopia crumbles, then we all revert right back.
Well, look what's going on in Ukraine. All the men are sent off to war, and all the.
What do you think about when the guys are always like, well, if everything went to end right now, we would be reverting back to, you know, men and women's roles? Like, do you agree with that? Do you think that if everything went back to us, like being like not cave people, but like nuclear bombs went off or something, do you think that we would be reverting back to male and female traditional roles pretty fast?
No, okay, male and female traditional roles, like talking about agrarian society, like, because people say traditional roles, they're like 1950s. Like, what do you mean? No, like that's not like it would look way more like hunter gatherer. There wouldn't be like.
Well, yeah, she goes and gets the berries, and you go kill
It's more complicated than that, because oftentimes, like for example, in agrarian societies, it's the amount of work, the amount of walking to do the gathering is multiple times that, because they used a modern proxy for this. It's not just like sitting home and tending to, like, it's equal amount of time spent out in the woods.
Oh, I agree.
Well, that's
but
what
I'm just saying we would go back to that.
They view the 1950s as kind of like paradigmatic of all of history, and it's like a blip. And
well,
so
but let's say I'm not thinking of 1950s though. Let's say that I'm thinking of 500 years ago. The woman's doing just as much hard labor, but she does certain things and he does certain things. Would you agree that we would fall back to a lot of those traditional roles pretty fast?
Traditional roles, as in like historical roles.
Yes, historical,
sure,
not 1950s.
But it's like optimizing for like physical ability.
Yeah.
And there's not this like dynamic where one person sits around and like a fucking like poodle skirt dress, whatever they wore.
Yeah. Whenever I say traditional, I guess I should clarify. I'm not saying 1950s traditional at all. I'm saying like 500 years ago, like historical, I guess.
And that, well, even 500 years ago, like when I say hunter gatherer, that's like talking thousands. 500 years ago, the household was like the economic unit, like during kind of like serf times, where it was kind of like this dynamic contribution to like the economic success of the household, where you had multiple generations in a single household. And so
just saying that we would revert back to women doing certain things and men doing certain things, though, pretty fast.
But we say we revert back, but we already kind of have that.
In some households, we got a lot. There's a lot of boss babes that are working jobs right now, and they don't do anything around the damn house at all.
But that's what we did back then.
Hire a nanny.
That's what we did back then. So in fact, like when you say traditional, you're still almost like assuming like a 1950s paradigm. Women working is more like is actually more kind of in line like traditional.
But they used to work for their husband. It's a huge difference.
They work for
your husband.
They work for the king. They work for the king.
Yeah, but that's still forced. Like I feel like
it's not forced.
Like you have to work for them.
What do you mean? Like
I mean, if you have to pay taxes
onto a serfdom.
Yeah. So if you have a lord, you have to pay him taxes. Like you have to give him whatever you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and then everyone contributes.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's a little like she's not able to step out of it though, is what I'm saying. Like
but neither is he. That's the thing. So like now women working is way more historically accurate than is like the 1950s model. The difference is in the Industrial Revolution really fucked things up because it separated the multi-generational households, and for the first time ever, men were leaving outside of their kind of like small compound, their community, to go work. That revolutionized how things work, because now it wasn't like this kind of, let's say, goods were like, you didn't really have a barter economy anymore. Even though like you had money back during serf times, a lot of it was a barter economy where you had artisans and you would have a family trade where everybody did one component of, say if you were making cloth, men would shear the sheep, the women would spin it into wool. And so
Yeah.
that is like way more emblematic of what we have been for the vast majority of history than the 1950s is. The Industrial Revolution messed all this up because it forced a migration outside. You couldn't necessarily make money from your home or through your trade anymore from home. You had to travel, you had to go to work for 12 hours a day. And the problem is with that respect, now that leaves the woman with no trade and no fallback. Back in serfdom, like you had weavers as a profession. There's these like fancy super niche type of lace that's spun in a specific part of France that was kind of emblematic of that region, and the women would do the spinning, men would do the shearing. And so now in the 1950s, what happened was women didn't have a trade anymore. Like now their kind of dynamic, multivaried lives were kind of reduced down to one function, even though previously historically it had always been multiple and it always been like a team effort. Now it was like almost a compartmentalization of like personhood, where you have one role and there's not any like dynamic possibility. But which is why like all of human history worked in these like small, like kind of like communities where you had a specific niche and you had a specific specialization.
Marxism is ongoing conflict that ensures tribalism in order to make a society more controllable by elites. He's right? Is that what you're talking about? Sergio getting smarter? No, I'm not, bro. I'm still an 80 IQ retard. See, I like Mike, but I could just say, but aren't you pushing technology over everything? Well, then maybe.
I'm gonna go to drink real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Well, then maybe get men robots and natural men get disposed of. See? Yeah. I need to hear his point on that, bro. David Jones, it's a possibility to look at Ukraine, but the bounce back, you know, would be much quicker. The gender roles would return only until the necessity resolved. The traditional family never died. The Amish people predate the founding of the USA. They don't vax or do mask mandates. Stronger gender roles only works in a communal, multi-family environment. Yeah, they actually have really crazy traditional. What do you think about the Amish?
Same thing. Like there's still a dynamic kind of integration where, right, you're making the butter. You have artisanal skills and you have artisanal tasks. They're probably like gender bifurcated, but there's still something that you can hone your skills towards and work towards. And that's the problem with that 1950s model is it's a complete, almost like discrete compartmentalization where there is no kind of.
Who brings up the 1950s models? Do the red pillars bring?
Well, when people say traditional, they almost always like think 1950s.
Okay.
And that's what I see when you see these conversations play out. The model they're referring to is this like 1950s type thing.
Yeah. I guess like I think that we both might also all assume different things based off of our own perspectives. You know, like I don't know what Michael's thinking. I know I'm not thinking 1950s whenever I say it, but maybe other people are. No, slavery was not serfdom. Not everyone was a serf, but it would take 20 years for someone to be serfdom if everything aligned. God made women so that she can help man. It's a mutual benefit to serve one another in different ways. It's not a job. Serf also got more holidays and free people nowadays. Do you think that people work harder now, or historically we worked harder?
Man, son, what do you mean? People probably.
No, here, let me correct this. Let me say hourly. Do you think that we worked more hours historically than we do now? Because obviously your job can be in an office and you work 10 hours and you don't do anything the whole fucking day. But as far as hours go, don't you think work times were shorter historically?
No.
You think that we work?
If you look at the 1940s, so basically the 10th Amendment Commerce Clause, that was kind of used to shoehorn in labor regulations. But previous to those labor regulation reforms implemented by FDR, you had 16 to 18-hour work days. You had children working 16 to 18-hour work days in factories. But labor reform set the workday at like 8 hours. And so from the 1940s until now, like if you're hourly employee, like a full time is 8 hours. It used to be 12 to 18.
Like if you were a hunter gatherer, you know, 20,000 years ago, you think that you how many hours a day do you think you would have worked on hunter gathering? For if you're a woman and you needed to gather, how much do you think work you would have been doing a day?
Well, how are you defining work and how are you defining job? Because people get out their jobs, they do work at home. So it's like just because something is
Well,
not
I mean, typically the work that they have to do to provide the like. So I'm not gonna say the cooking and stuff like that because you're right. Yeah, like once she's done gathering the berries and shit, she has to go make a berry pie for her and her cave husband and their cave baby. Yeah. So like, yeah. So if she does that, how many hours did she spend picking berries?
you never stopped working.
Hmm?
Like,
see, I don't believe that. I actually
there was like fun activities, like there wasn't like there was downtime, but like there wasn't necessarily a compartmentalization into like work and leisure, like where they're two discrete categories.
Yeah,
we view that now like
constantly works though either. Like I think that we have this theory that like as humans we have to constantly work all the time, and I don't think that
we view work very differently post-industrial revolution. We view work and leisure as two like completely discrete categories. Like you're either working or you have downtime. But the problem is like back then, like leisure was baked into work because it was because you're doing it as a community. So like when you're going to like fill the bucket at the well,
it was fun with your girls.
It was more fun. Like so, it wasn't like now everything we do is like so cortisol and adrenaline infused that everything feels stressful, and so now our cardiovascular systems definitely take a hit because we're constantly overstimulated and we're constantly like have all these different moving parts and that we have to keep track of. And if we miss one thing, it by necessity stresses us out immensely. Back then it was way more like work and leisure. There really was no discrete difference, like, because work wasn't as like stressful and high octane as it is now.
It makes sense. I get that. It was framed differently. Correct. Hope in Christ Adam was incomplete when he was first created. To make him complete, God took from Adam to create that which was lacking in him. Eve was created to fill in the lack in Adam. The problem is that actually I want to ask you that really quick. So something that I like to bring up is or no, I'll just actually ask you a question. Why whenever Adam and Eve why in the story was it Eve specifically that went and was tempted and was the first one to bite the apple? Why do you think?
Beats me. Well, we get into. Have you heard of the Nag Hammadi and the Gnostic texts from the Dead Sea? It's very heretical, and you should not read that for truth. But there's.
Thanks for being a bad influence, right side. Shit.
With respect to like, there's been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of treatises and texts and books on the symbolism of Genesis. I like Mathieu Pajot's book, The Symbolism of Genesis. That one's a good one. I'll chill. But it gets a little more complicated with respect to like if you're talking like historiography, like what was the inspiration of that story? Well, if you get into like the Jewish texts, there's this idea of Lilith, and it becomes like very a mess. And it's like, oh, then you're veering away from monotheism. But I think like Jordan Peterson kind of says, I don't agree.
I hated his series on it, but yeah, I know what you mean. I hated his series on Genesis, but yeah.
But what he says about kind of like biblical parables, like why in kind of like these religious stories that have been passed on, they're popular because they convey some type of truth, kind of like symbolically about reality, and oftentimes like even though a metaphor, it's very what's the word? It can be applied in a diverse set of circumstances, and it has a lot of like built-in and symbolic meaning to it, and that kind of resonate with the way we view the world, because we view the world in groups. We view the world symbolically, and so we see these kind of like, you see these kind of symbols of Genesis and symbols of creation, and those have echoes of truth in how we actually interact. For example, you see that in manifestations of like the big five, because like Eve like was more agreeable, therefore she went along with the serpent, and we see that reflected in like big five, openness, and agreeability scores. And so like,
I thought you said men and women weren't different on that though.
no, I didn't.
I thought a long time ago when we talked about.
No, I didn't. No, that's not what I was saying.
Okay. Well, I must have misunderstood our conversation.
Yeah, no, I was talking about how there's more like variability intrasex, and there is difference between the sexes. There is a different average between the sexes.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. No, I the reason why I love the Genesis story is because, like, and this is just my theory, I've literally tried to find just one other person who agreed with me on this, and I've never found anybody. Like, nobody agrees with me on this statement. But I truly believe that the reason why Eve was the one is because if women fall to temptation, I think that mankind falls out of balance with nature. And like, because I think if a man falls to temptation, I don't think it destroys the world. But I think if a woman falls to temptation, because there's
I was listening to Jonathan Pageau on this, and he was talking about Adam. Adam abdicated his duty.
Yeah, he was supposed to tell her not to do it.
Not only this, but after, when God came to them, he said
He denied it.
He denied it, and then he blamed Eve.
Yeah.
So he skirted accountability.
Yeah, but still, like, who did the first thing? Like, the first part that happened though was her.
To God, there's no difference.
Because he's timeless.
Well, partly, but like, if you are sinning and you like, remember when I was talking about how there's like an action versus a gesticulation of an action? A failure to act when it would be
is just as bad.
Yeah.
Well, so I agree, but like, it basically, like, I think that story though is like the original red pill story. Like, it's the original story of this is how men are and this is how women are. You're, as a man, supposed to tell the woman to not go fall to her temptation. But as a woman, if you fall to the temptation, we're both screwed.
Sure, but this is why I kind of like, there's like symbolic, why kind of like Genesis is interesting symbolically is like, not because like, not necessarily just for its like rote historical, right? There's a lot of symbolism, a lot that the symbolism can tell you just as kind of like a guiding principle about like kind of like a broad schematic for interpreting or organizing the events of life. And obviously, like with all symbols, you're going to have false positives and false negatives. Like, you're going to see things where they don't exist, or see things where they're not there, or miss things when they are there. But as a general heuristic or general schema, it is useful in that, like, right, it is reflected in the big five, like openness, agreeability, blah, blah, blah. But also, if you are too heavily like kind of like reliant on that schematic, you're going to miss that in like the 30% of men who are like more open and more agreeable than the average woman, because that's how the bimodal distribution works. So it's good as like a guiding principle, but don't like heuristically bet the house on it. Use it as kind of like an informing principle to like understand and order reality. But like, you're given senses for a reason, you're given discernment for a reason.
Yeah. So, but like, let's like put ourselves in like a scenario, like a hypothetical, where me and you are 10,000 years ago or 8,000 years ago or something, and we're trying to figure out a way, like a story, that will make our tribe not want to act like hedonistic monkeys and keep fucking each other and doing crazy, stupid shit. Would you agree that like a story like Adam and Eve, like showing, hey, women, if you fall to temptation by this, and if the man doesn't say don't do this, you know, isn't that like a good story to kind of like red pill the people, like be like, hey, y'all's nature, you know, woman, you're very tempted. It's very easy for you to fall to temptation and give away your prize.
But there's also heuristic overtuning. So like, for example, when you're training an AI model, if you and you're like doing these epics, they're called iterations, like with respect to like training AI or training convolutional neural networks. If you overtune your basically like your parameter set with respect to like use how the data is interpreted, so you have a parameter set and that kind of like affects how the data is sorted and understood with respect to the training set and the like test set. If you overtune one of those, you're going to have an unpredictable model. And so you have to be careful not to rely too much on symbols, like incorporate your symbols with your sense data and don't necessarily view life as a discrete category of is representative and is not representative by the symbol.
Yeah, I just think we're very heavily controlled by mythos. For most of human history, humans were very, very controlled by mythos, like all of it almost. The problem is people accept the dissolution of the family unit. If people didn't accept it, then you'd have women working but focusing on the family more. Yeah.
People love to blame feminism for this. It wasn't feminism. It was Prometheus. It was the Industrial Revolution.
The what?
This dynamic of the family falling. It wasn't feminism. It was the Industrial Revolution. It was that Promethean impulse.
It was profit, like to make more money.
Right? Yep. It was profit oriented, which is people like blame feminism, and it's like, what caused feminism? Like what created
profit?
The Industrial Revolution, and then
well, it's always been for money, right? Has it not always just been to make more money? Like even feminism, it's like, hey, let's get the women in to do this because we got more
money off women. So feminism, like desiring women to or pushing women in the workforce, wasn't necessarily related to money, but it was a derivative product of money being the orienting value. So if money is what makes you valuable in society and you're saying this sex class does not have access to what makes you valuable, it is unfair to have a society set up where one person can access what makes somebody valuable, one person can't. And that is a product of what the Industrial Revolution, because the Industrial Revolution like basically completely shattered this intergenerational kind of tether to these other more, let's say, ephemeral values. And when the Industrial Revolution happened and that scattered and that broke up, now what's left but the thing you're working for in day in and day out, efficiency and money, capital production. And so after World War II, once those GI Bills were implemented, and that was the final death knell to the multi-generational family, is you get a situation where, like I said, a person is valued by how much money they make at that point forward. So if you're saying one person can have access to what makes them valuable and one person cannot, that is unfair. And that's what the feminists were doing. And so the feminism was a product of the Industrial Revolution in the sense that it's a product of a complete misorientation with respect to value system and like hierarchy of attention.
Yeah. The Amish required us to back their beliefs. A belief that can't defend itself is a failing belief. Red pillars do use it, but fall on a huge straw man. What I'm trying to think what you're talking about. It's been a minute. 1950s are constantly referred to because the 1960s radical feminists who destroyed the dating intersexual dynamics. It was the last time before everything was okay.
It's also in recent memory, because like your grandparents were alive in the 1950s. Your grandparents were alive in 1820.
No, we have more free time, and that's because we have a huge accumulation of capital. Yeah, we do. Hunter-gatherer work all day until you hunt something. Yeah, see, that's why I truly believe that we didn't work harder as hunter-gatherers. I might be wrong, but I have a very strong belief. And even as growing food, like, I used to grow a fuck ton of food, man. I really don't. But don't get me wrong, we don't have the technologies that we had back then. So for me to be able to grow how I do now, thank you, Super Thrive, by the way. No, we work longer hours now because we beat the sun with gas. Then electricity. Labor laws come after that. Throughout history, the sun determined work days. Longer now because we beat the sun with gas than electricity. What do you think?
I think we worked fewer hours, but the work we do is way more high octane and way more stressful. And I don't mean like physically, I mean like mentally.
Stressful.
Yeah.
Specifically stressful, which is not good for our fucking monkey brains at all.
because if you're doing 6 hours of high stress, high cortisol, high adrenaline work, and on the other hand, the other end is doing 16 hours of kind of like meandering about, but it's still work. Most people, like, you're probably more psychologically and cardiovascularly healthy with the like kind of meandering 16 hours of work than like the 6 hours of like constant like cortisol and stress hormones being pumped throughout your system.
And we still live longer now, though, so be thankful, you fucker.
We live longer, but we aren't healthier. So we live longer because of.
Ooh, that was a good point. We live longer, but we're not healthier.
Because, well, what's keeping us alive? Like for example, I believe like 60% of people have been or are on medication under the age of 30. And a lot of that's mental medication, but that also has systemic side effects. And also when we get older, right, a lot of the reason that old people are living so long is because of these kind of like life-sustaining measures. But is it like, it's not necessarily quality of life. They're basically kind of I don't know, vegetables, a lot of them.
Soren, I like the fact that relationship issues eventually degrade to economy, conversation, and hatred towards the situation today. This is why I try to bring it back to every time. When I used to do my podcast, bro, I used to always try to bring it back to tell those girls that they're pointing the fingers at the wrong thing. If you're pointing the finger at the other sex, you don't understand what's going on. To me, it's the financial institutions that are to blame, not fucking the other sex for anything.
Well, but the financial institutions are a product, and their ability to like basically reign as king.
Well, free market capitalism is what I would blame, I guess.
Well, free market capitalism untethered from an orienting value system, secularization.
Yeah, absolutely. And also like what you always talk about, the like community issue, like they're not being communities anymore is like it's fucking a big deal. This Serge, she's right. Other than those free days, they'd work way harder. Don, don't argue with me. I'm just kidding, bro. We live in a fallen world, but everyone wants to deny that aspect. Yeah. Well, it's as fallen as the people in it make it to be. No, actually, I think that we're all fallen, bro. I think that that's the point of being human, is knowing that we're not fucking special at all. Because Adam did a poor job in leading her, and also because of her own sin. I'm telling you, man, women can't follow temptation, or we both fall out of the loop with nature. And guys can't let women fall to temptation, or else we fall out of the loop with nature. Sergio, Eve didn't hear the law from God. It was given to Adam. Adam failed to really educate and lead her. Yeah. So no, but still, at the end of the day, it wasn't the other way. Like, she's the one who fell to the temptation. And let's think about this, guys. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. So say we lived in a monkey society, a monkey human society. We're a bunch of fucking animals. All right, we're all just fucking each other. You know that if the woman is the one that is going and sleeping around, she's the one starting the issue. She's the one starting the problem by like
not necessarily, because if you think about it, like the sexual revolution, like, and a lot of the feminists from the 60s talk about this.
If all women kept their legs closed right side, like if all women tomorrow said, hold on, if all women
men
tomorrow
just stop valuing money
sleeping,
and value their wives and their daughters, then they wouldn't have that problem. Like, but it's a feedback loop of like valuing something other than like the godly values.
But let me prove my point, like, 'cause I can easily prove this. If women tomorrow, all women woke up tomorrow and said, "Hey, guys, none of y'all get sex anymore unless you do X, Y, and..."
That's what the 4B movement is, and you have the right wingers like reviling them.
I'm just saying X, Y, Z would happen if women did that. And so women have all the power today. If all women wanted to say men have to do X, Y, and Z, or else you're never getting this coochie and having babies,
I agree, David. We aren't creating families. We value things. We value the material because we have set our society up to value things other than.
Oh, dude, I gotta catch up. I'm so far behind. Sorry, guys. She was tempted because she was easy prey, LOL, but it's Adam's fault because he was there. Yeah, he should have stopped her. I can see where right side is coming from as far as work, because it's still not compartmentalized in Kenya from... Did I say that right? In Kenya from the few times I've visited.
Hey, Trippy, I lived in Kenya. We're in Kenya.
Oh, yeah, Trippy. Tell her where. Soren, where if we, and by we, I mean the Western world, stop being so hedonistic and become more virtuous, then that will reflect in those that lead us. true. Right side. Eventually, they would have to listen to us or at least follow our example. I'm telling you, dude, women could control everything. If they just kept their fucking legs closed, the whole world would fucking change. Guys have to be better, and women need to keep their fucking legs closed. That's all we got to do to solve every world issue right there, guys. Make me president. So what is a good idea is just be a good person and persuade, manipulate, gaslight everyone around you to be the same. Huh? I guess, yeah. I guess there's what's wrong with gaslighting and manipulating and doing all that stuff if it's for good, if it's for a good reason.
No, that's instrumentalism. That's very Jewish of you, Sergio.
No. Actually, I think I have a little Jew in me because my family acts very Jewish, so I wouldn't.
No, I mean that in the sense of like, within like Lurianic Kabbalah and within Judaism, there's this idea of hypernomian morality or trans morality, where something is only as good. Basically, it can be a bad act can be good if its long-term outcome is good. That's not Christian.
Well, maybe I'm Jewish. I'm just kidding. Stern, Epicurus has been made emperor. Pleasure is the good. I don't get it. Preferably by highlighting positive outcomes of said outlook. Yeah, well, fight the inversion of virtue. Some people believe that the fruit is actually the fallen fruit, but if that was the case, Adam would be a cuck, and that's just not right. Adam was a cuck, dude. Epicurus was a cuck. Oh my God, Serge, most history agrees with you. That's why women are restricted from temptation through religion. Yeah, I truly think that story was written to curb the animalistic desires of humans. And sometimes we wrote mythos based around that. We wrote tons of mythos, tons of stories to make men and women do certain things for society to be better. And it's really cool looking at, Hinduism and all the other countries or other religions and seeing exactly how they all did it. David Jones.
Kirby, I lived in Nairobi. I went to Roslyn Christian Academy. I wonder if you've heard of that.
If Helen of Troy would have never left Menelaus for Paris, there wouldn't never been a Trojan War. Dude, I really wish that was a true story. Like, I hope it is real, but I don't think it's a real story. Makes me sad. Troy's my favorite movie. But that was, yeah, dude, such a fucking good movie. Dude, Achilles, man. Aren't all the things in the book of Genesis nothing but homilies?
Oh, he's gonna trigger some people with that one.
What is that? What is that?
Basically stories.
Why wouldn't what's wrong with that?
Well, it was getting into like literalism versus.
Yeah, dude, I hate that. Like, why do people take it literal? I think that's wrong. Are you supposed, like, as an orthodoxy, do you think you're supposed to take it literal?
Yeah, it's supposed to be both literal and symbolic.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? How is it supposed to?
You're supposed to think that it actually happened, but also like use its symbolic value.
I'm so confused. Like, okay, I guess that's okay. I just don't get it. David Jones. There's many cases of passionate crimes like men finding their wife cheating and essentially delete themselves. It was all about expanding consumerism. What was he referencing right there? 10:08. That was like 10 minutes ago. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Not true. Latin culture went through the Industrial Revolution. The family stayed because
the Latin culture was in not in stage industrialization.
That was a good point to bring up. Don's a genius. You need to debate John one day. He got his facts. In fact, without the family unit being one, it destroyed capital accumulation. The Industrial Revolution.
No, it did not.
This is like one of her favorite expertises, bro. So y'all could go back and forth real good on that subject. Labor value broke the family unification. Consumerism changed the behavior of the family. Okay, yeah, for sure. Humanism and existentialism ruined a lot too. What's humanism?
It's basically like it's values oriented towards like maximizing like freedom or maximizing agency and like the fulfillment of each individual potential. So think like classical liberalism.
Selfishness, hyper selfish.
if you interpret individualism to be hyper selfish, which it probably like hyper atomized individualism, yeah,
it's selfish because you're thinking about the individual over anything else, correct?
Many people would argue with you or us about that, but individualism without restraint leads to nihilism.
What's existentialism?
Existentialism is basically like it's a type. It really ends up in a form of nihilism. You'll have people like Sartre in French and Sartre. I always feel pretentious when I say it with the French R. But Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir and people like that, they were existentialists, and basically it's making arguments and kind of like philosophizing about the meaning of life and the meaning of like the individual within life, and it ends up in a lot of what they call existential nihilism.
I love how you're just like my human encyclopedia, and I don't have to look anything up. I'm just like, Raisa, what's this mean? Tell me. You're so useful. You know who's also like that? Michael Sartain is just like that too. It's like everything he reads, he like has memorized, and he's like an encyclopedia. Like if you ever debated him, he would bring up so much nuance and so many studies. You'd just be like, "What? Why do you have this memorized, bro?" Shout out to Don Juan. Thank you for the $5, man. I really, really, really appreciate you for super chatting, man. 1950s is a huge straw man. The end of the family is essentially the ending of capital accumulation in history. Step siblings fight for inheritance.
No, and I say that because the end of the extended family is the end of capital accumulation, because then everything becomes atomized. It's harder to build wealth if you're in a bunch of isolated like units. It's easier to build wealth and like family cohesion if you are operating off of an extended family model.
Like a blacksmith, and the other people do things like blacksmithing.
Well, yeah, because think about it. We used to pass on our trades to our children. Like now, if your dad's a lawyer, for example, there's no kind of like, sometimes there's an expectation for the children to become lawyers, but they're not passing on that trade. They're not passing on all the expertise they learned. They only pass that on if the child so happens to choose to go into that like profession. But it used to be like the child was raised like learning like the skills of the craft, like the skills of the trade. Now like you're not learning like the second restatement of torts if your dad's a lawyer. You're just going to school, and like you'll learn lawyering if you choose to go to school to be a lawyer.
So like I really like his point that he brought up though, that the end of the family is essentially the ending of capital accumulation. What do you think about that? Because that is a very true thing. Like families build up a fuck ton of money, like all these trusts and stuff. You know how many trusts?
I just explained like to how it's like the fractionalization of it. Then there really wasn't like. It's a lot easier to kind of like parse family inheritance and like parse kind of like who does what with respect to like if you're located in the same proximal location as your grandparents. If you're living in the same location as your grandparents, it's intuitive that the people in that same location will also get the farm. If you look at how inheritance patterns with respect to farming families, that's an interesting data point, because oftentimes if you break up the farm within one generation, there will no longer be a family farm. Like for example, if you split up a farm and give it to each of the individual siblings, but if you give the farm to one sibling, then
it stays.
Or have the expectation that it still continue to operate as a farm and the owner lives on the farm, then it stays a whole. And if you think about like migration out of like this intergenerational unit, that increases the likelihood where you have a splitting of assets in this way, as opposed to like communal ownership within the family.
Yeah. And then it goes to big companies to take over that land and do the same job. David Jones, Don Juan, zero true. As simple as it is, everything is an excuse. The reason we aren't creating families is because we continue to value things more than family. We are not a free market economy. We are in an oligarchy that if you
I agree with that.
and tell the government to make rules and regs that crush little companies to prevent free market capitalism. Is it an oligarchy? So is that considered oligarchy?
Techno-feudalism. Techno-feudal. Like Jan Fairfax calls it, yeah.
$5 from Don. Dude, thank you so much for the other $5, man. When Charlemagne died, his 3 sons came from different families, and the Holy Roman Empire was split into 3. This was the case in many scenarios. What's crazy is that he brought Europe together, and then he was known for bringing it together, and then it split into 3. And Don, did you know that I'm related to Charlemagne? Yeah, dude, that's my bloodline. Yeah, the right side. I'm not even kidding. I'm dead ass. You can literally look up my mom's maiden name, V Hill, from Albuquerque, and everybody from in the V Hill family in Albuquerque is all from his family bloodline. It's cool. I get to say I'm royalty, motherfuckers. David Jones again, because there's less incentive to have a family.
Yeah, well, that's because of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, another good TV show. Oh, wait, what TV show is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Holy Roman Empire, was that a TV show? Oh wait, what TV show? Small World. Borgia. I don't watch TV shows. I have no idea what the fuck that is. $2 from Don. Thank you, dude. Actually, we have proof Joseph made it to Egypt. What's he talking about? Is he talking about the actual Joseph, from the Bible?
Yeah, I assume so.
But why would he even be bringing that up?
I think talking about with respect to whether Genesis actually happened or not.
Whenever it comes to the Jewish texts, the Torah and stuff like that, do you like or have you read any of that stuff? Have you read the Torah?
The Torah is just the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah, but so is there anything different at all? You were saying that they talk about Lilith. Is that in the Torah?
Well, that's extra biblical literature. That's
because they have something else called
in the text of the Qumran, or Nag and stuff.
I think so I had a friend that was a Jew, and I thought it was really cool that they heavily debated everything all the time, and the text was always exactly the fucking same. But I thought it was really cool that they always heavily debated everything, and they would be yelling at each other and shit. Homilies don't have to be fiction; they can be nonfiction. Okay. Don, it might not be the most historically accurate, but my girlfriend at the time, I loved it, and it was better than what she normally watched. Y'all give me good TV shows that are based off historical accurate things. I loved Chernobyl and I loved Waco because they were real things that happened. And I can't roll my R's, so don't get me to say none of that.
I can't roll I can do the French R, but I can't roll my R.
Damn, I'm like this white girl over here. Somebody save me. I don't want to be as bad at talking Mexican. You can't pass it on if every darn job requires you to get a degree. You might get your necessary, but it means lucrative jobs. Don Juan, okay, $5, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Okay, she semi-agreed with my point, but because the family is not split like polygamy societies, capital grows. That's why we have enforced monogamy. I didn't think about that. In polygamy societies,
polygamy.
Polygamy, nah, because there is different ways to say it.
It's polygamy.
Polygamy, yeah, I am saying it wrong. do you know what the other words are? Have you ever heard of polygyny? Gyny.
Isn't it polygyny or is it polygyny?
Polygyny is the one where it's one guy, multiple.
I always thought it was polygyny.
It's definitely.
I said that wrong. You said polygamy wrong. I thought it was polygyny.
At least I knew the harder word. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we have enforced monogamy. I never thought about that. The family is not split like polygamy. That's crazy. There's less incentive because of the government, not industrial revolution. He's really pushing.
I totally disagree.
We had enforced monogamy. For more, you can look at Ludwig von Mises on the family.
Oh, come on.
Do you not like it?
There's a quote by Nassim Nicholas Taleb where it's libertarianism is political philosophy for toddlers, and not Ludwig, but he's referring to Rothbard, and he said libertarianism is political philosophy for toddlers, but the Rothbard is economic theory for toddlers written by toddlers.
I never could get behind libertarianism because it seems so like
It's just the opposite end of Marxism. It's two sides of the same dialectic.
yeah. But it sounds like almost like so. What do you think about anarchy? Actually,
It's just another form of utopianism. It's why the anarchists and the Marxists get along so well.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're best friends. Damn, I guess we're getting back to this fucking video, guys. Y'all are really chatted up, man. I appreciate y'all. And thank you, Don, for showing all that support. Please, guys, go support Right Side, though. I really, really want her to start streaming more. And the only way we get her to do that is if we go subscribe to Right Side's Twitter, guys. So go show some fucking love. If you want to show me some love, become a member. That's the best ways, honestly, guys, to support us. Because once you get so many members or subscribers, that's when you can, like, really start to make more content.
Women are on OnlyFans or hanging out in South Beach at this point or somewhere in Europe. So men are completely expendable, right? When the utopia crumbles and the men got to go to war, or whether it's just building the sidewalks or up on the crane, we don't really appreciate it because you're on your phone, you got your laptop, you're getting your mocha broken lattes at Starbucks. We'll forget who built the freaking Starbucks, who built the cups, who built the factory. No, we forget about that because life is too easy. I'll say one last thing. We talked about women. They're picking the bear. They're picking other women. Here's another stat out there. High schoolers, it's really weird. High schoolers increasingly identify as LGBT, vastly driven by girls. I think we have a stat. High school boys in 2015, 2.4% identified as LGBT. Now, 2021, that's the latest time they did the stat, 2.8%, a 0.4 uptick. Women, ladies, 2015, 10% of girls kissing cousins in the bathroom. 2021, 25%.
What do you think about that stat? Is that a good one to laugh at?
Sorry, I was going.
Oh, you're good.
The LGBTQ identifying kids.
Yeah, but it's showing how drastically different it is for the guys to the women. Like, why the women go up so much more?
Partly because right now, social currency is related to whether you fall into an oppressed group. Ugh, he's a Thomist. Ugh. Anyway.
Oh, I gotta keep up. I gotta keep up with this fucking chat, man. They do be talking a lot. Before the Spanish came, the natives were in the Stone Age because of their family laws.
Boo, Aristotle. Go, Plato. Go.
Men could have many women. I can't respect libertarians after that horrible Chase Oliver pick they made. Jesus fucking Christ. Who's Chase Oliver? What is he talking about? Fill me in, Right Side.
Exactly, he's right. Chase Oliver is the Libertarian Party's pick. He is a pro-Troon, basically Marxist subversive.
He's pro-Troon?
Yes. Pro-Trooning kids.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Just damn, dude. Libertarians fell off, dude.
Really bad. And I posted after this. I was like, well, glad they made my decision easy for me. I'm voting Trump.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy that they did that. Women could have many men. Oh, don't bring up sperm wars, bro. Red pill is for weak morons. Gordon, stop attacking me, bro. You're so mean, dude. By the way, I'm an Aristotelian Thomist, so quoting Nassim Taleb is a huge red herring. What is an Aristotelian Thomist? Can you explain what that is?
Well, it's basically the Catholic Church position. Via Thomas
The
Aquinas.
Catholic Church position?
Yeah, Thomism is a Catholic kind of philosophy.
Okay.
And so basically the Catholic Church in the 14th century integrated Thomas Aquinas's use of Aristotle, or understanding of Aristotelian ethics and Aristotelian logic.
Who was Thomas Aquinas?
Thomas Aquinas was a Catholic, I believe he's a monk.
But he wasn't like a pope or nothing?
No.
Okay.
And well, funny story is Thomas Aquinas actually became doctrinal in Catholicism because of Meister Eckhart. Meister Eckhart was actually, funnily enough, he was actually prosecuted by the Catholic Church for pantheistic heresy. And he's the one responsible for Thomas Aquinas becoming doctrinal within the Catholic Church. Thomas Aquinas is the one who introduced this kind of rationalistic interpretation of things, this kind of materialistic bend into Catholicism via Aristotelian logic, and Aristotelian like reason / rationality. There's a different. The Eastern Orthodoxy kind of integrated Aristotle a little differently. They mixed Aristotle with Plato, and it's a little more. Let's say it's not esoteric. It's a bit more non-material. it's more oriented towards symbolism and a symbolic interpretation of reality, as well as like aspects of like reason and rationalism. But reason and rationalism are second, kind of this like spiritual experience, like theosis is given primacy.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Bad because in the physical.
As someone converting to Eastern Orthodox, I don't like Thomas Aquinas, and I don't really like that interpretation of Aristotle.
It's just, but so it was Thomas though who read Aristotle and said and like came up with all this because Aristotle was before them, right?
Oh yeah, way before.
Yeah, way before them. So he basically like took Aristotle's writings and everything, and he incorporated into Catholicism and just tried to bring it together.
Wait, what did you East Orth?
Hold on, okay. Let me catch up. I don't think they're actually gay. They identify because of the classroom politics. For the algo, thank you, Chef Don. What's up, bro? It's been a fucking minute, dude. St. Thomas used to levitate when meditating on the mysteries. Did he really?
Yeah, that was like the Darth Vader devil grabbing him by his throat and lifting him up because he was possessed.
But like, wait, so Don Juan, this is the guy you like support, right? Like he likes this guy?
Yeah.
Right? Well, I mean, I like, dude, I mean, I also love Star Wars, so I guess I might like this guy too. East Orthodox still crying about Mehmed in 1453. What is that? What's the inside joke?
Well, just crying about like the doctrinal differences between Eastern Orthodoxy and Catholicism and these kind of like philosophical differences.
This when another schism happened?
Well, the schism happened in like 1000.
But was this when there was like a creeds or anything in 1453? What happened? And
I actually don't know what he's referencing there.
there was probably like some type of bullshit going on. They had to decide something. Welcome to the Western world built by Catholics. Hey, bro. Protestant.
He might be talking about that's what I figured. Because the Eastern Orthodox were trying to request military reinforcement from the Catholics, and there was like this thing. I can't actually. Did they get them reinforced? I don't remember. I know very little about this time point in history.
Was this during the Crusades? When was the Crusades?
Oh yeah, nope. The Crusades were like from like 1100 to like 1400 ish.
But like when that was happening, was Orthodoxy and Catholics working together?
There's been points where they were militarily helpful to each other, but like working together is a strong word.
The fall of Constantinople. Okay, so that okay.
But what was that empire called?
And took the capital.
The Kalahari or something, Caliphate, whatever, whichever caliphate it was.
No, Muslims took over Constantinople. No, not during the Crusades.
I think this was after the Crusades.
It's crazy how many people owned that fucking city. All religions were created by humans. Hey, I actually agree with you heavy on this one, bro. Orthodoxy's wrong because it's flawed. All humans are flawed. Keep following human fucking rules, you goofballs.
We have an atheist or Reddit atheist edgelord over here, guys.
What? Who? That's not me. No,
I'm talking about Gordon.
I was about to say, stop telling them about my history. That's fuck. How you cried to us because you couldn't handle the Muslims. Yeah, dude. Looky there. Like, I guess that was one of the cases where we were, or y'all were asking for a lot of fucking help, like little bitches. Typical orthos.
Thanks for that stat.
Wait, what did you say? Why you think most of these women are going gay compared to the guys?
If you, Kermit was saying this earlier. They're identifying as bisexual, but they're not actually changing their sexual habits, and partly that's because, like, in like these college kind of social circles, in order to have social currency, you need to belong to an oppressed group. So they just identify as an oppressed group to like be taken seriously among their peers. Otherwise, you're considered an oppressor.
This is just another proof that women are communal and y'all do anything to be accepted by the fucking group, as I always say. Yeah.
Hey, I hung up a Trump flag in my dorm room.
I'm proud that you didn't get beat up for that.
I had people complain to my RA, and they're like trying to get her to make me take it down. It was so funny. Because when you turned on the light, it glowed across campus, and it was so fucking hysterical.
Very mature, right side. Very mature.
So funny.
Great. We're edgelords atheists. Yes, we love them. Vatican Catholic has 17 videos on Orthodox.
Oh well, if the Vatican says it, it must be true.
I need to check that. I need to definitely see.
Wait, remind me. Who's the Pope right now?
Hold on. Who has the cooler shit?
The Jesuit.
Wait,
who is blessing gay unions?
But like, who has more cool shit? Like, who has more treasure?
Who's more materialistic?
No. I'm dead ass. No. But who has more cool? No, but let's be real here. As far as like history goes, like the Catholics have all the cool, like all the shit. Like
yeah, they stole it from everyone and they're hiding it. They hide it.
Dude, no, like, dude, I don't know. I kind of side with Catholics on a lot. I'm so happy that Fucktard and Fucktard are finally going to be gone from YouTube.
Fucktard?
Oh, dude, yeah, I heard about that. Is that true? Apparently, Fresh and Fit are quitting, I think.
Oh, tragedy.
Yeah, tragedy. No, actually, I'm very torn because I honestly hate Orthodoxy and Catholics equally. I really don't like idol worship, bro. Like, I don't like the idea of the saints, like, worshiping, like, those men or praying through them or whatever the fuck they like to say it. I don't think wearing a cross is right either. I think the praying over the Bible, like, I think a lot of shit people do is very esoteric. I think it's very close to, like, what people do when they're doing rituals, like, literally fucking demon rituals and shit.
And you're saying this and you went to the Assembly of God church?
I don't anymore, right?
Oh, interesting.
You went to Assembly of God church. I don't anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Tell us more about the speaking in tongues, Sergio.
I actually only did it a couple of times because
Tell us more about the speaking in tongues.
Whatever. Wait, didn't you also?
I faked it. I had to. They were pressuring me to do it. They had to go to the front, and they were like, the longer I wouldn't do it, more people would come up and put their hands on me. And like, I thought there was something wrong with me, and because I was like, they all seem so sincere when they do it, and I'm like,
come on, give us your little tongue scream that you did for them.
Listen, I can't. I don't.
That's as embarrassing as it gets, right there. Did you ever hear about
it too? You just. Did they pressure you to do it too? Like, were you kind of like told
what fine arts, or are you talking about tongues?
No, speaking in tongues.
They didn't pressure me to do it. They were always like, as soon as like you're gonna know when you're ready. Like, it was more that I pressured myself because
when you're ready, and when you're ready is when you've like basically like reached final form of accepting Jesus. So if you don't do it, it's social pressure, because if you don't do it, then it's like, oh my God, like they're gonna think I'm I'm possessed by a demon. Do you ever?
Or I'm not all the way.
Yeah, like it's horrible pressure tactics, and they bring you up to the front and they put you in front of everyone. It'd be really bad because I was in the front. Like, have you ever seen this being slain in the spirit? Where people fall backwards.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So that would happen. So everyone else would fall backwards, and I wasn't like falling. I was like, what the fuck? And like they would bring other people to come up to get me to be slain in the spirit, and I wasn't doing it. And eventually I'd be like, this is getting really embarrassing. And so I was just like, okay, I guess I just like fall backwards.
No, see, they weren't ever pressuring, and like there was I remember one time there was like a demon fucking case, and that dude happened to end up being schizophrenic as fuck that did it. Like, how ironic that the guy that fucking thought that acted possessed actually turned up to be a schizophrenic. Shit, I'm missing a bunch again. We don't have a pope. Again, another red herring. Ooh, look at the percentage of LGBT who support. What I missed? I gotta go down more. Search, talk to the people in 121 AD, asking for help. Dude,
listen, I was 12. I was like 12 or 13.
Surge talks to the people in 121 AD. What was that 121 AD? Was that when the Greek Orthodox was set up?
The Martionites.
I think
That's when the Martionite canon was put together around like 100 AD.
Was Greek Orthodoxy within
well, no, there wasn't the schism didn't happen until the Seventh Nicaea Convention.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that, but Greek Orthodoxy Church was the first Orthodoxy church, and I think that was at 121 AD. Maybe I'm wrong. Sergio is treating Orthodoxy as a salad bar. Pick and choose, bro. What do you mean salad bar? Like I only want to take like my favorite parts from it? No, I really do. There's only a couple things that I like about Orthodoxy, bro. And that's that like they don't think that you should like preach to other Christians, like try to make other people Christian, you know, just like live a good life kind of and like by example. I really support that. I think there was one or two other things that I really liked about Orthodoxy, and I can't remember it though. Sedevantist here, Missy. What's a Sedevantist?
Seven-day Adventist?
Sedevacantist.
I don't know what that is.
Do they say gibberish and someone else supposedly? $2. Thank you, dude. It's in the Bible not to be Babel Protestant. LOL. Dude, I'm not a Protestant. I'm a Christian. Okay, y'all are all the fucking hedonists that are choosing sides. Jesus would have never wanted any of y'all to choose a side. Trust me, I know what Jesus wanted because I'm smarter than y'all.
That sounds like gnosis. Sergio has gnosis.
Hey, shh. I'm a cult leader. Just go with it.
Did you also receive that revelation while sitting on the chamber pot like Martin Luther?
Yes, I did. Yes. Protestant is the answer. Sorry, guys. David Jones. Right side and Sergio folded like a lawn chair to Pentecost. The thing is, the coffee was really good, and we got to play video games there. You just don't get it, bro. You just don't get it. If you could have a coffee bar like that, you would understand why we did it. Like it was worth it. And 121 AD people were passing around.
The video game thing is real. they had the little fucking video games. It was ridiculous.
Dude, that's why I got addicted to Halo 2. Like when I started playing Halo 2 is because at our church, like they had like the TVs and they were all wrapped around in like
so ridiculous.
And dude, we were playing Halo at church. After we only got to do it for like a month or two before we got in trouble and like parents were complaining about us playing shooters at church. And then after that, it was only if you were like a leader you could go. And they had fucking internet hooked up, and it was the church internet, so it was like way faster than anybody else's high-speed internet. It was fucking sick. I played up there all the time. Did you hear about the priest that had a venomous snake bite him on purpose to prove God and died? Obviously, that's messed up, man. What an idiot. That's his own fault. I just mean she was fully down with speaking tongues and trust falling with everybody else. I never did the trust fall. You did
12. David, I was 12.
You went to a hardcore one. Did you go to a Pentecostal church?
Yeah, Pentecostal / something.
Okay, so like I don't think, or I think Pentecostal.
Assembly of God is Pentecostal.
I think I feel like because whenever I've heard of Pentecostal, I've seen like super hardcore like little kids worshiping and stuff, and I didn't really see that.
Oh, probably because you went to like a more mega church type thing.
It was a mega church.
Smaller churches, yeah, they pressure kids to do that stuff.
Did you ever do fine arts?
No, I refuse to participate.
Dude, I love that shit. Like I love
you would have to drag me in there by my hair. I thought they were such weirdos.
Bro, I did multiple categories: drama, human video, like large, small group. Like I did all that. I would love that shit. It was so. We went to nationals every year. Like our church was one of the best.
Everyone goes to nationals.
Well, but like
I've never known somebody who didn't go. To
I didn't win nationals, but one of the best groups from our church did win nationals the one year that I went, and it was fucking fun. Like it was in Colorado the year that we went. It was dope. So the seat in Rome is empty. I don't know. Is that? I didn't even know that could be a thing. Sergio's a heretic. No, you're a heretic. Christians are not supposed to divide themselves, bro. Y'all choosing a name is dividing yourself. In 70 years, the throne is empty. Have you heard of this before, right side?
I've heard of like Catholic, more traditional Catholic denominations that.
So they don't accept all these new popes that are doing all this gay
Yeah,
shit.
but you could just solve that by being Orthodox. But
So this says, edit the chat. No, I'm not an Gnostic, man. Sergio Vatican Catholic's last video is about this. So I'm gonna have to go check that Vatican Catholic guy out. Playing Xbox is heretical. Stop it. He was a Protestant. Nah, dude, there's nothing heretical about playing Xbox, guys. Xbox Live made me the man that I am today. Serge, stop bragging about the participation awards. Did I brag about that? I'm gay.
Yeah.
I'm gay if
You
I
probably
did.
got your Fine Arts Participation Award.
Bro, look, fine arts was fun. Like, I don't care what anybody says. I'm a big drama nerd. I actually found a picture of me from junior high when I played Huck Finn in Tom Sawyer, and I'm definitely gonna post it on Twitter soon. So everybody watch for that picture of. I look like a little fucking monkey, dude. Like I look very funny as a little fucking kid in junior high. Very goofy looking.
No matter.
Just so y'all understand how goofy I look, they used to call me Mowgli at church. Yes, I look like a little fucking Indian boy.
No matter what, no matter how bitchy these girls get, no matter how entitled, no matter how hardcore feminist, are you switching teams, boys?
No, I mean, what?
No.
Yeah,
You don't need a big answer. Just say no.
Women are sexualized today.
Okay,
So
no,
women
but
are put on a pedestal to look very sexy and hot, and it's attractive. So I'm not surprised other women find that attractive. I don't see men putting other men on pedestals that
Well,
are very
if you ever
even.
listened
Did you say something?
Mm-mm.
to the movie Boomerang with Eddie Murphy, what the father say? Hey, you messed up. You know what you did? You put the pussy on a pedestal. And then what happens? You put the pussy on the pedestal. Now she don't think she's worthy of you, and the pussy leaves.
Well, it's
You
because
put the pussy on the pedestal.
it's simply because we've made men superfluous right now.
There it
We've
is.
simply made them like they're either. This is more to your point about well, they seem like they're children, right?
Do you think men are superfluous? Rolo loves that word. He's like obsessed with it.
Superfluous.
Superfluous.
No.
It means unnecessary,
Unnecessary, yeah.
especially through being more than
Ancillary.
enough. Do you think men are unnecessary for women today?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
If a woman can like buy her own fucking shit, like pay all of her own bills, like protect
It's
herself.
such a materialist like framing of it. Like
I think some women think men are superfluous for sure. Like they think they're literally
yeah,
used.
a bunch of people think a bunch of things, but like that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean they're right, or doesn't mean like that's critical mass.
I'm sorry, but if you believe the Noah story, you need to go back to school. Do you believe the Noah story? Oh, you're Orthodoxy, so you gotta believe it's
I can't
happening.
not believe in the literality of Genesis and be Orthodox. So yeah.
So were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark?
Ken Ham is a retard, and I hate that motherfucker.
Tootsie Rolo Tampon is one of the dumbest people I've ever heard. Never heard somebody change his last name to Tampon. We are not superfluous. If that was the case, women wouldn't be hitting me up. Just saying. Hey, Don, how many women are on the panel against 3 RP dudes? Like
yeah,
9?
I haven't heard. I've heard hardly any of the women talk.
Yeah. Well,
those are the guys.
Why do we need to hear women talk? What everything they say is stupid. Oh, do you think women can give advice to men?
Yeah.
Really? On how to get women?
On how to get. Yeah.
Really? What advice would you give a guy to get women?
I'm not saying that I should be giving anybody advice about dating strategies, but I'm saying.
But you think some women can?
Why not? Yeah, they're women, so they're obviously live in a woman's head, so they have insights with respect to like what women think and how they think.
Do you think women are always honest about what they want?
No, that doesn't mean that. Presumably, if a person's giving advice and they're coming from like a right place, then they can provide advice with respect to like what women want or what women say or how to interpret what a woman says.
Well, the problem is that women always say their long-term mating strategy. Like they always say, like when they describe what they want, they always say the long-term mating
Good.
strategy.
You shouldn't be sleeping around.
Huh?
Good.
Well,
You shouldn't be sleeping around.
well, there's a little bit of a problem.
Haram. That's haram, Sergio.
But it's wrong when they say that and then they fuck Brad the bartender on the weekend. Like that's not. It's just. It
Yeah, well,
doesn't.
then that's someone you should avoid then.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I should shut up. I agree with you. Another problem with Orthodox is that it's Metropolitan of Moscow disagrees with the Patriarch of Constantinople, and they just don't talk to each other. Yeah. That's something I noticed about the Orthos. They're very divided too. I mean, y'all are ridiculous, man. Just be Christians, you fucking hedonists. Y'all are horrible. I'm gonna keep calling everybody else hedonists, and that. or no, what's the word? Heretical. Y'all are all the heretics.
Everyone's going to hell. Everyone's damned, but me. I will be saved by the grace of God.
No, y'all are heretics because y'all are trying to separate Christianity. Are you not?
I'm not separating anybody.
Are you orthodoxy?
Not yet.
But did you call yourself orthodoxy?
No, I said I'm converting to.
Okay, so you're converting to something. So when you convert to it, would that mean that you're separating yourself?
No, because I'm not damning anybody to hell.
I'm not saying that you're damning anybody to hell. I said, are you separating yourself
By
from
that
other?
logic, even being a Christian is separating yourself from other people who aren't Christians.
No, because if I just say that I'm a Christian,
No.
me and you are the
No.
same because we're both Christian.
No, but
that
you're
means
saying
I'm not
though,
separating myself.
I'm a Christian. I'm set apart from non-Christians. There's no difference between that and saying, "Oh, I'm Orthodox."
No, because no, there's a huge difference between being a Christian and being orthodox.
I know it's not. Well, because the view of many churches and many denominations is that if you aren't in their denomination, then you aren't actually Christian, and it's fallacious to call yourself Christian if you aren't in their church.
But then they would be the heretics then, because they can't say that. I'm telling, like, dude, there's no way. Like, how can people logic around this? How can
You
orthos
just
and
put it because
Catholics really do it?
Ortho believe that Orthodox Church is the one true church, and therefore anybody not in the Orthodox Church is not a true Christian. And so all that's saying is these are Christians, these are fake
How
Christians.
is that not heretical?
How is it heretical?
Because how can they prove that they have the one true church? This is why I always go back.
Because
Like,
Orthodox claims to be the original church.
yeah. But I can always disprove that by showing that it was just men deciding that. It wasn't God that ever said that, or Jesus that ever.
That's not falsifiable because you can't know who, when, or what God revealed what and who to who.
Well, but it's on both ends. Like, you can't prove that it's true, and you can't prove that it's wrong either.
Well, you can create a historical genealogy, like historiographically.
Yeah, and that's what they do. But it always goes back to a man saying that that's how it should have been, and man is flawed.
Was Jesus not a man?
Jesus, because of the Trinity, Jesus is man, but he is also God. What do you mean?
Exactly. It goes back to a man.
No, but Jesus was not of us. Jesus was perfect.
No, he's incarnated, though. He's a man.
But we're not. But like that. But that is heretical to compare us.
The Orthodox Church is saying that like they are the one true Church of Jesus Christ.
But that's heretical to compare us to Jesus Christ. You cannot compare a human to Jesus Christ.
No, it's saying Orthodox Church is the one true Church of Jesus Christ. They are following Jesus' teachings. Christianity is both like it's both a doctrinal religion, but it's also a revealed tradition.
Revealed tradition. Men are 100% superfluous in women's lives today. They don't need to have children, and many are choosing not to. They can make their own money and own guns. Just look at how people are behaving. Some crazy bitches definitely think they're superfluous. Right side, if women were good at advising men how to get the girl, why are they so bad at keeping the girl? Lesbians have the highest churn rate.
Well, I think
those
knows this
are
answer
crazy.
because, that's not a real union in the eyes of the church and the eyes of God.
So that's why it doesn't work. Gordon Becker, do you understand how many people today have pretty bad mental and emotional health? That is what is causing the rise in narcissistic dating advice and habits. Yeah. Like you were saying, the stress is pretty bad today. Actually, Sergio Martin Luther, who used to dream about throwing feces.
Exact thing, John Juan. He talked to demons while sitting on the chamber pot.
Look, you don't understand. Sometimes it's that bad, all right? Like, have you ever like been shitting and you had to do this? You had to do this whole thing. Like, you gotta like move. You had to like move over to the left, like because your stomach was hurting so bad. You had to like move.
No, I've never. Nope, never.
You had to stretch a little bit. Like, oh, then you haven't had, like, a bad moment yet. David, if women needed or felt like they needed men in their personal lives, they would act like it or care about what men want. Oh, well. Sergio, in 1054, Orthodox were going to join us Catholics, but their leadership changed their mind. Is that what? They almost came back
It's
together.
way more. Yeah. Timothy 4 was pretty sure that was 7 Nicaea.
Wait, so they split apart and then wanted to come back together?
No, Timothy 4 was 7 Nicaea. I'm pretty sure.
No, because Nicaea was way earlier than that.
No, wasn't it? Not 7th Nicaea.
Y'all be bringing way too many dates. I'm not a fucking historian. You fucking assholes, man. Making me Google all type of shit. Then we had Council of Florence. We even had Orthodox members in the Council of Florence, and some joined. Good for them. If God is anything, it's this planet and the universe in which we inhabit. God is not a person in the sky. So Father God, it's Father God and Mother Earth, bro. So to me, women or like female nature is Earth, like the physical, and I think God or man is the metaphysical. That's just the way I see shit. Sergio,
Yeah, Ephesichism was Timothy 4.
Sergio don't understand theosis and the healing of the nous. The church isn't just humans; it is the anthropic. God lives in humans. Yeah, but this is the problem. Is this goes back to the like the Holy Spirit argument, bro? And even in the church, even in Orthodoxy, they disagree over things all the time, and they just go and pray about it or go have dreams, and they're like, okay, I think this is what God wants. And that's
what was that, Mr. Assembly of God?
Huh?
Speaking in tongues, gifts of the Spirit.
Hey, I'm not prescribing for anybody to do that, right side. God, why do you keep attacking me for my past, bro? I'm not
What
that.
denomination are you now?
Nothing. I'm a Christian. I told you, stop separating us. You're destroying Christianity. Stop. We are both Christians. Like, why can't we be on the same team? You know what's funny is like Andrew Wilson actually shared like a picture a long time ago, and it was like the round table picture of the knights, and there's like 3 of them, and it was like Orthodoxy, Catholics, and Protestants, and he like and it was like them coming together to unite, and then it was like Christians, and he X'd out Protestants and Catholics, and he was like, okay, now this is right, and then I like downloaded the picture and I X'd out Orthodox, and I was like, now it's fixed, just Christians, let's go.
Fake Christians, fake.
Dude, y'all are so lost, man. So lost. That's not Nicaea 1 or 2. Gordon Becker is following a Protestant L. God is not the sky. That's why you get what you don't understand scripture.
Facts based on
Definitely not.
Catholic W.
That's the
Catholics W?
What he said, I was saying Catholic W.
Okay.
Type of men that you get when you see Homer Simpson or Everybody Loves Raymond, or that archetype of
Unbelievable.
goofy dad who needs to be saved from himself, and mom's the only one that can do that, right? Then you've got the guy who's the borderline abuser, who she keeps coming back to all the time, and is in an unhealthy, maybe he's a narcissist, and is in an unhealthy relationship with, and the guy's just borderline ready to hit her. Then there's a guy who's like the latter half of the millennials and pretty much all of the Zoomers, who's the incompetent kid who doesn't know how to drive a stick, doesn't know how to tie a tie, doesn't know how to do basic life things, right? And so if that's your choices, women are saying, fuck that. And that's why you want to know why they're choosing to be like LGBT or whatever the hell it is that they're identifying as. It doesn't necessarily mean they're actually going through with that, but they're like, I would much rather get with other women. If this is the selection of guys that I have to deal with, Homer Simpson, borderline abuser, or incompetent fuck, I don't want to be with that guy. And so therefore, what's my alternatives? This is my alternative.
Go big or go home.
Do you think women have to choose between those 3 things?
No.
I thought he was pretty accurate, kind of. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Right, I was distracted by watching people dunk on you, and
Dude, who the fuck is dunking on? Why is my chat? Is it your chat or mine? Like, this is so fucking retarded.
half mine, half yours.
Read St. Thomas Aquinas.
No.
Theologue.
Boo, Thomas Aquinas. Boo.
I'm definitely gonna read that, Don, because I just want to be smarter than right
read
side.
St. Maximus.
Honestly, I just want to be smarter than right side, bro. So if she's gonna choose ortho, I'm just gonna go all in on fucking Catholicism just to like prove a fucking point at the end of the day. I'm praying for you, Sergio. You will become ortho before you die. You are in my daily prayers now, bro. You can add me to your prayers, and I guess we're gonna pray together because I still pray also, man. You know what's crazy, man, is traditional. All the traditional stuff that Orthodoxy pushes. Like, I totally think it's fine if you want to do that, or if anybody wants to do that. But to try to tell other people that's the only way to like Christ or to the light, I think is absolutely insane. Insane. Thank you, by the way. I don't know your name. Right Side, is that your name? Yeah, her name's Right Side. You can call her that, or you can call her Hegel. She's obsessed with Hegel, so you can call her that too.
Homer.
She's a Hegelian, if you didn't know.
Oh, I'm an I'm in the anti-Hegel board.
No, don't listen to her. She's Hegelian.
Make men more feminine. They're going for the like type B's in these shows.
No, I'm not.
What's it called?
If men show up in the show at all, yeah.
Listen,
we're out for the straight guy.
Modern Family.
Californication got
Phil
canceled.
Dunphy was like such a type B. Like,
So I'm going to ask you a very specific question. Ready, Toria? This is all you. Because I asked this question to a couple of the girls the other show, and it blew my mind. And you're not going to like either selection, but you have to pick one. Are you ready to play the game? Would you rather date Andrew Tate, the person you said you hate, and he's like the worst guy ever, or
a grizzly bear,
Dylan Mulvaney?
Oh my god, that's an unfair question.
No,
Who would you pick, Right Side? Andrew Tate or Dylan Mulvaney?
Is self-deleting an option?
No.
No. What about deleting somebody else?
No.
Honestly, I take Dylan Mulvaney because he's like less body mass, so it takes less arsenic.
Are you serious? What do you have against Andrew Tate?
If I also have an equal amount of things against Dylan Mulvaney, but in my calculation I was like, who would be easier to delete?
But like this is in this hypothetical, you are gonna end up for spending the rest of your life having sex and marrying one of them.
No, because not if you delete them.
No. In this hypothetical, you can't delete them. I'm removing your ability to do so.
And if I can't delete them, then Andrew Tate.
I love it, guys. See, the women always want the same type of thing. They like to lie, guys, but we know what they really want.
What do you mean? Because Dylan Mulvaney is a gay tranny on HRT.
You're the one who just said that you would be with Andrew Tate. All right, that's all I'm saying.
There's a real man who
I'm definitely clipping.
One of them was taken away.
Definitely clipping that and posting it everywhere.
Neither of them, most men now are undateable because of questions like what you just asked.
Listen,
so
ask me the most ridiculous question. I won't skirt around it, but just pick one.
I'd rather date this guy for at least being able to psychologically,
So you're saying that you can't even choose between an Andrew Tate and a girl, boy, man, child like Dylan Mulvaney?
Neither of them are on my intellectual.
But who would you rather kill if you had the choice? Sorry, this isn't a hard question.
Oh, no. You're about to get this channel taken down. You're about to get this channel removed. Don't answer that question. Don't answer that question.
If you had a chance, where it's you and one other man in the world and you had to reproduce, who would you pick?
Hello, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile with a very
Ryan
real,
Reynolds.
not imaginary offer.
Between Dylan Mulvaney and Andrew Tate.
The one
And you
person
have
I
to
would pick
yes.
is not famous. So
Okay, but out of the two, you have to reproduce.
then I guess I'm not.
The fate of
This
the
is
planet
the
depends
problem
on
we're
your
running
choice.
into.
Hey, Right Side, who's the prize, men or women?
That's a stupid framing.
Why?
What do you mean? That's ridiculous. It's more like materialistic. Like it's literally just a like. It's
Yeah, let's
another
play the
iteration.
materialism game. Let's play the materialism game.
I refuse.
Why?
Because then it becomes goofy and it becomes like, what does that even mean?
Who's the prize? Like who is more valuable, the man or the woman?
Valuable in what terms?
In everything. Sexually, reproduction, financially, huh?
That entire question is so absurd. It doesn't even deserve to be acknowledged.
Man, that's messed up. Men are the prize, and women today don't understand that. Like, I would honestly say the reason why the dating marketplace is messed up is because we don't prize men like we should. Like, I'm not saying all men are the prize, but if the guy does have his shit together, he is absolutely the fucking prize. Like, yeah, I think
Compared to, and then the woman is what?
she's not the prize. She's under him. Like she's just a vessel
That
to
is
make.
nonsensical.
Like she's just a baby. She's just a baby baker. Like there was 100 guys on an island and one woman, and another island had 100 women and one man. Which one's gonna reproduce first?
They're both gonna reproduce.
No, which one's gonna have the most kids in 10 years?
The one with 100 women, but how does that have to anything to do with?
So who creates more life, men or women?
So you're basing who is a prize based on this hypothetical absurd example, and then extrapolating
creates more
and
life?
reducing it down to a dynamic where there's one man and one woman. That's ridiculous. And then you
But-
have to get arbitrary because it's like, oh, the creation of life. Well, in that case, well, then we should all just become baby mamas and pump out as many kids as possible, because if maximizing the amount of raw biomass is the metric that we're basing this off, that's ridiculous.
I'm just saying how reality is. Okay, so the woman who has
how reality is.
Here, I'll prove it.
We can get back in epistemics. Like, quick. So how you interpret knowledge and generational knowledge is dependent on your orientation and your value system. Here you are privileging an extremely Protestant and extremely heretical value system where the material is only like the metric of is how you orient your life. Like your life is oriented based on like material production, efficiency, production of capital. What produces the most capital? Oh, having the most people. And that's kind of like what your proxy is, material production. That's ridiculous.
Well, no. So this is why it's very simple, and it's just based off of reality.
No.
The woman who hold on. The woman who had the most kids. How many kids did she have?
I don't like.
She had 69. She had 69 kids. The man who had the most. How many? Yeah, I know, right? The guy who had the most kids.
But why?
How many did he have? How many did the most?
Biomass? Why is raw biomass?
The guy who had. Answer the question. The guy who had the most kids, how many did he have?
Genghis Khan. I don't know. Like
he had 888. It wasn't Genghis Khan. It was a guy. It was something the Impaler. I forgot his name. But
Genghis Khan definitely had more kids than that.
Huh? Well, I mean, he might have had more.
Why is your value system oriented towards like raw biomass production? Notice this. You're doing that thing again, where like you're privileging just amount of production, like it's efficiency of production. That's that materialistic Protestant-oriented framing.
But no, it's just value. It's just showing value. If a guy
what's value?
He provided more value. He made more kids.
Exactly, materialistic efficiency.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm basically like the world we live in is material, so we're gonna base something.
So why would you indulge in that?
I'm not indulging it. It was a fun hypothetical. It was just a fun hypothetical. I'm not saying that like we should do these things.
You're saying like based on reality.
Men are the prize.
Reality. Because then now how is producing 880 kids actually producing value if those kids are leeches on the system and they go off and they kill a bunch of people?
I mean, this was a long time ago, so
see exactly. Like, weird. You can't like producing raw biomass is valuable. How is that valuable if those 880 kids turn out to be abject degenerates and 60% of them end up in the prison industrial system?
Yeah, so I'm not arguing over what's good or what was bad. I'm just saying the fact that men are the prize because we create more value.
Yeah, but that's based on a completely fallacious, like logical, like that doesn't even flow logically.
We create way more life.
How, and again,
in a shorter period of time, a guy can create way more life.
If your focus is actually on creating, again, like just raw biomass, the life you create ends up being a net negative to the system.
Well, it depends what you consider a net negative.
Oh, I view raping, murdering, stealing, pillaging, ending up in prison 5 times for age 30. I consider that a net negative.
But if a guy is a multi-billionaire and he can take care of all those kids, it doesn't matter. Like if he rules an entire country like Vlad did.
See, now it's getting into absurdism.
Yeah, but I'm not like I don't want to fight for that. Like my entire point is just that guys are more valuable. Like guys are the prize. Like, and if I asked you
based on a like completely fallacious kind of like extrapolated set of contingencies that are not tethered in any way, shape, or form, really any value system that actually makes sense. Because if you actually think about these examples, you can't spend time like. It's not money that creates a good, decent human. It's spending time with both their mother and their father. If you're having 880 kids, there's no contact with the father. They become a degenerate and that negative to the system. They become a leech and a parasite.
Oh yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that it should. I'm just pointing out the sign, like the facts that guys are. So hold on, that's not
the facts though. See, you're using these words completely untethered from the reality of the situation.
But it is a fact, though.
No, it's not a fact because you're saying my opinion is a fact. That's not a fact. You can say
it's not an opinion. It's the truth. Guys create more. If a guy can create way more children in a short period of time than a woman, then he creates more life.
Again, how is that more valuable? Why do you consider raw biomass?
Because creating life is extremely valuable on a planet where you have to create life to survive.
Creating life, but also like completely abdicating responsibility is not more valuable. In fact, it's degenerate.
He's able to have the responsibility too.
You cannot have responsibility for 880 children. Period.
I think you can. Wait, so
never. No. Period. Never.
Here, I got another question. Who goes down on one knee? Who goes down on one knee? The man or the woman?
In proposing, the man.
Yeah. So why is it that the woman wants the ring?
It's basically like a dowry. Traditionally, it's a dowry.
But it would be because like the man is the prize. Like she's working
No.
to get the ring. Yeah, the man is the prize.
No, the woman's the prize. That's why she's given a dowry.
No, but like she can't get marriage without him. Like she has to do what he wants for her to be able to get the ring. So he's
true. It's a mutually collaborative effort. There's give and take.
No, but in general, I'm saying though, in general though, like because guys are the ones that give out the ring.
Then why do guys say happy wife, happy life? That seems contradictory and contraindicative of what you're saying.
Well, because that's not true. Happy wife, happy life isn't true at all. Like it's the horrible.
Well, I also think what you're saying is not true, and it's not actually like tethered in any coherent value system.
Well, it's just tethered to the fact that because women want because since men are the gatekeepers of relationships and women want relationships,
They aren't really though.
men are the prize. Like you have to fight to get the relationship. You have to.
Again, men think they gatekeep relationships. That's not what happens.
Well, yeah. So the top men do. I'm not talking about. Remember, I said there's like 3 different genders. Like there's
now we're operating on
value men and
another
there's low value men.
policy, right? Because we're operating off the OK Cupid like 90%. That's not.
Well, like let's not even go off OK Cupid. Like let's bring up that if you if you want to be with a certain guy. Like say whatever, we're just saying hypothetical, some weird world. You want to be with this dude that's 6'4", he's jacked, 250 pounds, muscly dude. He's just super sexy, you know, every girl wants him. But you really want him. You can't do anything about it. You have to do whatever he wants if you want him. So he's the prize.
And so if a man wants a hot woman, he has to go out and bust his ass and be rich.
Well, no, I would put a beta male. That's what a beta male has to do. But like I said, there's like
no, men get rich because they want pussy.
Well, they get rich to be the long-term mating strategy of a woman.
Men get rich because they want pussy. So
well, they want
then? Who's working for what then?
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
exactly. Men get rich because they want pussy.
But the richest guys,
the price to them isn't the money. The price to them is the pussy.
Who rules the world? The richest guys in the world, or the regular dudes?
Whoever owns
who rules the world? Like who makes the world go around? Is it a small group of really rich men, or you know, top men, or
a lot of politicians don't start out rich? So are you talking like who the lobbyists, the politicians, like?
I'm just saying, like the richest, like it's always the top guys that make everything happen, and women keep chasing top guys.
Those men are literally probably about 50 out of 8 billion. That fraction is so ridiculous that even like using that as a metric is absurd.
I'm just saying that the world changes because of a few amount of men. So we keep talking about the majority of guys that don't matter. They're like there's essentially
the world allows those men to exist in that state. See?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. Everybody's very mad in chat. Holy fuck. Sorry, motherfuckers. And Tate very clearly a psychopathic human sex trafficker. Who's that? Andrea Taint? Oh, you're talking about Andrew Tate. You made his name gay. How weak are you? Yeah, Gordon's definitely very mad at me right now. I am so sorry, Gordon. Bad faith questions for clips. Sergio, you are higher tier than this. No, I used to ask these questions all the time on my podcast, and I would just simply want to hear right side's side on it. Y'all can watch any of my old podcast shows where I ask these girls the same question. I actually don't even remember, like, because I had like 4 things I would ask for the men or the prize thing. I only remembered just 2 of them just now because I'm fucking retarded. It's been like a year since I've show.
If your point requires like a dozen caveats and a dozen contingencies, the point is frustrated, like on its face, prima facie.
It's just I just really want to make people be able to.
Well, you're doing participating in dialectic. That question in itself is a dialectical question. It's conflict driving.
Well, of course, yeah, of course, but the main reason why though, like, is because society is messed up because we don't respect men. We don't at all.
Telling women that a man is the prize is going to make that worse, because now you're basically creating an antagonistic conflict driving relationship where you accelerate the contradictions and actually encourage a Marxian.
I would argue that for some there is nuance right side. Yes, some women, it does cause them to be like, fuck these guys even more, but there's some women that are like, damn, he has a point.
I'd argue that
I'm going to look at dating a little bit differently now because of that.
Well, no, notice how that's another caveat and another contingency. So that's like right, unless like.
I mean, considering I had these girls on my show and I would text them afterwards, and some of them did change their opinions off of some of these things I would say. And if
are they the girls who
right,
side,
if you're a girl and you're chasing dude after dude after dude, and chat, what I call Chad chasing, right, and cock carousel, and just keep chasing all these dudes, they're wondering like, what the fuck, like, what is happening? Why is this so hard and stuff? And then somebody just sits down and explains certain things or says things like this, and then they learn something from it, and it changes their life.
That's not the same thing, though. So explaining to someone that the guys they're chasing are basically in a different frame of mind than what they actually want is not the same thing as saying like X is the prize or X is not the prize. One is guidance and advice based on reality. The other is some like arbitrary contingent hypothetical where you have to fulfill X number of contingencies and caveats for the hypothetical to even make any sense. And the contingencies and caveats are so absurd that there's an absolute frustration of purpose.
The whole point is it's just a mental game to show that guys truly do provide way more value than women. And like I know that's horrible.
Ridiculous. Like that's on its face ridiculous. Because that's so Marxist. I don't even know how to convey that to you, right? Because all that is coalitional bargaining. You're asserting that men have more value. So like what you're trying to do is you're trying to put men on the upper hand to value as a collective. It's coalitional bargaining. So Marxists do with the proletariat and bourgeoisie. It's coalitional bargaining. It's trying to create a heuristic in somebody's head that men are associated with value. Therefore, men should have more decision-making leverage in any context. Men should, for example,
the leaders. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in the context of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, like, because the proletariat performed the labor, therefore X contingencies should matter. Therefore, you're swinging between these two dialectical poles where it's like capitalism versus communism. Oh, men matter, women don't matter, or women matter, men don't matter. It's not either or. It's basically the dynamic doesn't even make sense if you have one piece but not the other. So like if you have men with no women, then there is no value there. If you have women, no men, there is no value there. Without that contingent reciprocity, then the entire project is completely fruitless and purposeless.
Hegel, by the way, libertarians can't be on the dialect with Marxism because there's no one libertarianism, but there's
That's what Marxists say. Marxism wasn't real. There was no real Marxism or communist. They weren't real communists. Yeah, we've heard it all before. They're not real libertarians. You know, there's a reason. Like libertarians say no one hates libertarians more than other libertarians. It's funny because Marxists say nobody hates other Marxists more than other Marxists.
You're very excuse of a man, Gordon.
Damn, Gordon, chill.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. And you're a vagina because you hide on the internet anonymously. Generational knowledge has been lost in the West. Next thing you know, this fucktard is going to praise. Yeah, you're a very good example. Right side, listen, the biggest issues with orthodoxy is the essence of the energies and the palimism, logical fallacies. Have you heard those ones?
There's the essence energy distinction, and all that's doing is demarcating, like it's making an argument for panentheism. God's essence doesn't change, but his energies interact in the immanent. So I don't even understand what you mean. Like, do you not believe in the essence energy distinction? This is the problem with Catholicism because they like subscribe to Aristotle, that concept of the unmovable mover. That's a problem because then it's like, oh, well, if it's an unmovable mover, you have problems with respect to creation. You have to subscribe to like some contraction theory, where God technically isn't moving because what's happening is like God is omnipotent and he can move within himself while simultaneously not moving. And so you have to subscribe to this internal contraction theory called Simsum, where you have this like, contraction expansion and the sephirotic emanations, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so with the essence energy distinction and the idea that God's essence is static, but his energies are dynamic, you can maintain that distinctive difference while still being a panentheist. It's hard to say there's not an essence energy distinction and not be a pantheist.
Don's probably so happy he gets to argue with you about this. Is this fucktard really praising Vlad the Impaler? Fuck yeah, I am. Fuck yeah, dude. Go have 888 kids, you fucking goofballs. Gordon, you are truly a disgusting person. I appreciate
Jesus, Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon. Gordon's really hurt. Is he one of your friends?
I've never.
You don't know who Gordon is? The way you said his name, it was like he's somebody you went to school with or something. Absurdity always wins. Yeah, that's why I'd be absurd. How does the amount of babies a man can make matter in a monogamous relationship? Yeah, it doesn't matter. 100 men versus 100 women actually fails because neither is a stable way.
Thank you, Prince.
Society can't make it a objective claim of value superiority based on the absurd hypothetical. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Prince.
Your value. Men are the prize. We are the prize. Well, David's a man can always get tired and overlook some kids. The thing is, and also women are. If men weren't the prize, then why do women seek a guy that's taller, faster, stronger, smarter than them?
Oh, that's silly considering if you believe in like evolutionary imperatives. It's obvious.
Well, yeah, but
value.
Because men are the
Why
prize.
do men seek women with big butts and big boobs? It's because women are the prize. That's how absurd that kind of like comparison is.
No, it's not.
It's absolutely categorically absurd.
No, it doesn't make sense because like men are better than women in everything.
So that's interesting because I won't bring that up, but
men are better.
It depends.
It depends about what. I'm telling you, women want a guy that's taller, faster, stronger.
You're bargaining things like all men are better than all women. Because I guarantee you, 99.9% of men, if they debated me, they'd lose. And it's not because I think I'm better than them. That's just because I have a set of I in my adult life, I focus on basically accumulating information because I think it's interesting. And so if we're talking like in competition terms, then I'm better than them if I would be able to beat them in a debate or beat them in an intellectual contest. And so that's where it gets like when you actually get into the specifics, it breaks down and becomes absurd because then you recognize that it's just collective bargaining. And any collective bargaining is collectivism.
Women go down on both needs. Just saying. They both make equal amounts of babies if they're babies together in the context of who's more valuable in a relationship. Then the man's ability to make more babies is irrelevant. Doesn't going on one knee to a woman symbolize in a sense submitting to the woman? Kneeling in battle or in front of royalty is a show of submission. Yeah, I actually don't think that guys should go down on one knee whenever they propose. Do you think that's messed up, right side?
I don't do whatever you want.
Wait, if your man didn't get down on one knee when he proposed,
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't give a shit?
No.
Are you his last name?
I don't know yet.
Why?
More so related to like that's more like logistically related. Like what would be easier with like would it be better to have a professional distinction? For example, like being in the same field with me, or that can cause some problems with respect to like nepotistic assumptions or assumptions with respect to like privilege. In law, there's this thing called privilege. And there's these like ethical bars. People may assume that if you are, for example, in the same field as your spouse, and the only way to know that is by their last name, you may be hurting your business opportunities if people think you're potentially biased based off of blah blah. It's kind of to avoid nepotistic assumptions.
So what about if you have a child? Would you let your husband have the child, like would the child's last name be your husband?
I honestly really don't. It doesn't matter to me.
I just think that since the baby comes from the woman, I think that obviously, that's like your claim to fame as a woman. But I think since the baby doesn't come out of the guy, I think that the guy should be able to have his last name. That's my opinion.
I have no problem with that. It doesn't matter to me. I really think it's a non-issue, to be honest.
You are a fucking retard, and those types of women want to use those men.
What is he talking about?
He really is mad, but I don't do that because I'm a virgin. You're not a virgin, Don. You were just talking about getting bitches, I thought. Where are all the virgins here? Frustration of purpose.
Abominable snowman.
Dude, no. Do you know who this is? They're on Twitter with us. You never seen them in Twitter Spaces?
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah. Virginity for life. You're a liar. Chases Gregory Palamas, but will stop when she watches Vatican Catholic. You need to go watch Vatican Catholic.
No thanks.
Is it
Watch
actually
Vatican.
like YouTube channel?
Who's Mr. Krabs' daughter?
I'll give you one thing right side. You're smarter than Mr. Krabs' daughter. I don't have my name on here if I was anonymous. Well, show your picture then, dude. Put your fucking pictures up like a real man. Sorry, but I really hate the red pill and everything it stands for. You should go debate them if you're so smart, man. Start a channel, take down the red pill. What the hell? Why is this recommending me? Yeah, why are you getting recommended? What's so funny is that's on your YouTube right side. That doesn't have that many, like people, but you're getting recommended. Did you even use a thumbnail?
No.
You're getting recommended and you're not even using a thumbnail? The algorithm just randomly pushed you out. That's crazy. Blah, blah, blah. He caught the this or that fallacy. Man. Is a Thomist. Of course, he doesn't believe in the EE distinction, which also goes with broken Roman Catholic false Trinity model.
Based.
I can't believe how much drama there is between have Orthodoxy and Catholics really been going at each other's throats for this long?
For
like
1,000 years, yeah.
it's this but the debates are this established, like because they've happened so many times, like they're very well.
It's kind of like abortion.
Huh?
The abortion conversation is so tiring.
Wait, so there's different abortion, like
No. It's like the arguments are so established and everybody knows them, and so when it gets brought up, it's just like eye roll because it's like everyone already knows.
99.9. My comments are delayed compared to your conversation. Yeah, because I'm fucking behind, man. This is a YouTube channel. Pearl is Mr. Krabs' daughter. Hey, that is pretty funny. 1,000 David Jones. So what are y'all debating or talking about? We were talking about a lot. We were jumping all over the fucking place. I think the red pill is going nowhere so long as the legal system is what it is. Red pill will have a constant supply. Yeah, they are. All right, we'll go back to the video for just a second. Sorry, guys.
Victoria, I respect you because you come on and opinionated. What you should say is, as much as I hate Andrew Tate, I'll work with him to make him understand and appreciate love women, and he's at least moldable.
He doesn't.
But there's no chance I'm picking girl, boy, man, child, Dylan Mulvaney.
He doesn't.
How are you not saying this?
Tate doesn't deserve my DNA, but I'm sure somebody will.
I'll let the people in the chat respond. Victoria, respect to you. Moving on.
Thanks.
Let's talk about having kids.
Kids.
Right?
Babies.
Babies, you guys are lighting up over here. Anybody on the panel have kids that they're claiming?
No.
All right.
Huh?
Red or green, ladies, how many of you?
Well, Michael has 3 cats, and I have 3 cats also. Weird.
I hate cats.
Why?
Because they're so stinky and they're so stupid and they don't do anything.
You really don't like cats?
No, I really don't like cats. I hate them.
Would you like a guy that acted more like a cat or more like a dog?
I'd prefer a guy that acted like a human being.
But like more like the loyalty of a dog or like the aloofness of a cat?
I'd like a combination. I'd like a dog cat.
I mean, that's a TV show, so I guess you can say that. That's the thing.
Want kids, red or green?
Green. Here.
No business.
Guys, why is it so complicated to raise your thing?
Green.
It's under your right leg.
Okay. Green, red, green. Natalia?
Green.
Note to production, get a couple more of the thumbs so we don't have to actually use our thumbs. So most of you guys want kids. There's some stats out there. We're going to show this article in a second. But Rayan, why off the bat? How old are you, by the way?
I'm 23.
That's right. Your brain hasn't fully formed yet. The prefrontal cortex.
Yeah,
but at 23, why don't you want kids ever?
Oh, well, at 20.
Ever? Yeah.
Maybe like when I'm 40.
What?
Like,
You're 40?
You already
have kids at
Bro,
40.
in her mind, that's not a different. That's not her lifetime.
That's not a thing
40
right
is
now.
not a reality to her.
It's
like,
not.
Legitimately, it's not real.
I could die tomorrow.
Again, when you
But the odds are 99.9999% chance you
I'm
won't
not
die.
thinking
we've been watching. Hold on, we've been watching.
You just heard the girl next to you basically say she had an epiphany that she used to be a young 23-year-old idiot, but now she's a wise 23-year-old woman.
You know what?
How'd you not listen to what your friend said?
Wise, like 6-year-old woman.
What?
I said wise 6-year-old woman with the traditional.
26-year-old.
Yeah, I feel like traditional stuff is like old, like 60
So
years
paint me
old
your
stuff.
ideal life before I show you this article.
My ideal life is just being super rich and just being happy, being with someone that I love. Maybe kids, maybe not. I don't know. But like some people, they can't even be allowed to have kids.
Rolo, on a scale of 1 to delusional, where does our friend rank?
I
And what
told
you've seen?
delusional. I mean, your retirement plan is to find a suitcase full of money on the side of the road.
No,
That's
I'm not
kind
saying
of
I'm
what
gonna like get money. Oh my god, I work for my money. I work for my shit. But like,
I believe you.
yeah. So,
but I also have to point out that she's 23 years old. She's
Correct.
she's probably at the apex of her like,
Yeah.
sexual market value, and so the last thing she's thinking of is children at this point in time, right?
Yeah.
The average age of first pregnancy is right around 28, 29 years old. The average age of first marriage in the United States for women is 30, and it's 31 or 32 for men, right? It's gone up actually.
Like I'm
So
not thinking
she's
of
not,
kids
it's
or
a
marriage.
complete, like you were saying, it's a completely different reality from her. She's not thinking about long term
Okay,
right now.
but I get it, and I totally respect it. But there's a difference between thinking about it and at least acknowledging at some point, yeah, that'd be nice. At 40, what percentage of women have kids after
she's
40?
There's a
throwing that
5%
out
chance
there.
of conception at
You
40.
could adopt.
5% chance of conception after 40. What do you want to like if you had to make an age and say I don't want to wait after this age? What's the best age?
Like for a first child,
Yeah.
I'd probably say the best one probably 28, 29, 27 and 29.
Kind of like what the stats show.
Yeah.
And then same with marriage. Is
And
there
that's mostly related to like financial security.
because that's when most people are out of school and they have a good job and
Yeah, and they're able like to not be on welfare to have a kid.
But I mean the average marriage was like 30, so it's just kind of weird. But like would you want to get married before you have the kid, like at 27, 28?
Well, yeah, duh. Obviously.
I mean what the fuck? Like why? You can
Why?
have
Because
a marriage today. Like
I
it's
don't
easy.
plan on having kids without.
You don't want to be a baby mama?
I'm so good, thanks though.
Oh, dude, you're missing out. It's the life. Prince Kermit go cry like in 12. When you by the way, how was life under Muslims? Oh man, this is so great. I would love to like just read a bunch of jokes that are just like Catholics roasting Orthodoxy or like the other way around. She would probably simp for Tate in person, girl from video. Oh, right side. Yeah, she would. Right side would definitely.
I think it's referring to me. I think it's referring to one of the girls.
Yeah, he was. I'm just saying if it was you, you would simp for Tate
I would
too.
definitely not simp for Tate.
Yes, you would. Oh no, cat hater. Any opinion is now wrong. I agree, dude. Cats are literally the greatest. I have 3 boy cats, and I fucking love. Actually, I got. Show off my baby. Oh, he's right here. I can't believe you don't like cats. They're literally the best things
I
ever.
like dogs.
I actually have my other one too, but he's sleeping really good, and I'm not gonna ruin it for him because that would be messed up. How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
Like with you right now?
They're at my parents' house because I'm moving out of my apartment.
Yeah, no, I like dogs. I have 2 dogs also, but cats are literally the shit. They're very special. Prince Current, you can ask Saint Tynus. Y'all make me read way too much. It's cool. I don't hate you. Is Gordon the Christian guy?
I don't know. He's not. I don't know who that. He's a atheist guy.
Yeah, it's cool. I don't hate you, and your opinions or mindset or thought process is disgusting. The red pill just gets me going. Well, come and debate about it sometime, man. I love the red pill. It's great. Cat dog is an abomination that has no butthole. I had to think about that for a second. You're right. It's nasty. Who's the top patriarch of Metropolitan and Eastern Ortho? Which country, by the way? Who's he talking to? I don't even see.
He's talking to Kermit. The frog. Kermit's commenting on my stream.
Oh shit! I thought I could see both comments, but I can't see that one. They're so adorable. Cats are amazing. Got them. Yeah, I know my cat's adorable, bro. Barry knows what's up. Cats are amazing. Got the mom and son, and the mom kicks the son's ass all the time. Yeah, they fight all. Oh, dude, I love watching my cats. That shit is hilarious. Oh, he got down. Here's one of my other ones. Got to show him off. His name is Biscuit because he makes biscuits all the time. The other one, y'all.
Wearing clothes.
Yeah, he likes to scratch his back too much. Like he licks it like too much. So yeah, he gets to wear a shirt all the time. The other one's name's Pablo though. You know, like Pablo Escobar. You know, because he's so cool.
That's special.
My own cat just say hi to one neighborhood. You can like cats, but owning a cat is like dating a traveling stripper. That is accurate.
That's funny.
Dude, all my cats literally came from my porch, man. Like we saved all of them from my neighborhoods, and they they're fucked up, dude. Like they'll come and like eat off my shit, and I'll be like, "Oh, you're so cute. I guess you can come
I'll take
inside."
you home.
Yeah, no, it's my girlfriend. She's way worse than me. Way fucking worse than me. I would save all of them though if I could. Like one of my ultimate goals is making millions of dollars just so I can have like a shit ton of fucking like prey animals. Is that weird? Is that bad? I just really like it, dude. I love animals. They're the best.
Okay,
I'm trying to help you.
But here's the story, and this is what is alarming, and this I think is a very necessary conversation because we can talk about body count and this and that. This is actually reproducing the planet. Here's an article from the Wall Street Journal. Suddenly, there aren't enough babies, and the whole world is alarmed. "Quote unquote." One of the economists said,
I'm gonna go up to this next part, the Stand By Your Man, the last part, because I want to see what they talk.
Watch live and local news on a variety of networks. With
at the end of the shows, we have what is called the happy ending. Let's bring it all in. Rolo's here.
We're in the trust nest.
Let's go. We're in the trust nest. The circle of trust. I thought I could. What, man? So the happy ending. And this is another Wall Street Journal article. By the way, Wall Street Journal doesn't sponsor the show, but I fully endorse them because I got smarter from reading them. But they actually revealed the secret to a lasting romance, which we'll show you in a second. Oh, here it is. The secret to a lasting romance is doing new things together. Researchers have tips for how couples can connect through spelunking, stargazing, and sharing, what does it say? New things, guys. So couples who tried new activities together for at least 90 minutes a week reported increased feelings of romantic satisfaction, which persisted even 4 months later, right? No sugar highs, aka spelunking, whatever that is, ice skating, stargazing, cooking class, doing new things together. Couples who saw their partners as a source of insight, excitement, and new experiences had more desire for sex with each other. So there's only one person on the panel that's been married for at least a year. Well, I was, but that's a whole other story. You've been married, yes, I actually was. But you're the only person who's still currently married. What's the secret to a long, happy, sexual chocolate relationship?
It's understanding happiness, which is exactly what this is referring to. So happiness is not something that happens long term. It's not a destination. It's not some goal that you get to. Happiness is a proximate goal. It's not an ultimate outcome like we were talking about. There's ultimate outcomes and there's proximate. Well, when happiness is an emotion, and I think one of the greatest disservices we do to women is we teach women that happiness is something that they can achieve in the long term and maintain it long term. That's why we prescribe SSRIs, antidepressants for women way more than we do for men, because we have sold women on this idea that if they get married, if they do this, if they do that, if they go to therapy, if they go to yoga, if they go to whatever, then they will be happy. It's the carrot that keeps you going, right? Well, the problem with that is it fundamentally misinterprets what happiness is. Happiness is doing. We do happy. We don't get happy or be happy. We have to do things. That's exactly what this is talking about right here. I do things with my wife. We do.
Yeah. So is that the only thing like you've agreed with Rolo on so far? You think?
No, there's been a couple of parts that I've agreed with.
As far as his the way he thinks.
Yeah.
We're both in, like, we rescue greyhounds. Okay, so that's like one of the things that we have in common, right?
So,
so we do things, and when you're doing things together, when you're doing, I'm just throwing out something cute, right? But we also raised a daughter from infancy to like 26 years old, right? So we have a shared history of doing happy together. So it's not like, oh, we're all just gonna suddenly get to 65 and we're all just gonna retire and have this nice, happy, blissful, joyous feeling all the time. You have to be doing shit. And I think whenever I see people trying to put a measurement on happiness and say, well, the average woman is happier or unhappier with kids, without kids, like depending on who you're reading, it's all based on one fundamental bullshit premise, which is you can be happy, or you can be content. And the human animal, the human nature of the condition of humans is discontent, and how you deal with that discontent. The things that you do that make you happy. It's also like depression or anxiety. It's an emotion that pushes you from one state into another. If you're happy while you're doing that thing and you're enjoying it and it's intrinsically rewarding, you feel happiness. When you are like playing guitar, surfing, doing art, singing, whatever it is that you doing comedy, I don't know, whatever it seems like your natural talent, it's usually because you feel good while you're doing it and you want to feel that feeling again in the moment while you're doing it. At the end of the comedy show, at the end of the gig, at the end of whatever it is, you might have a feeling of accomplishment, but that diminishes and it goes away and you come back. So discontent is actually a feature and not a bug of human nature. So doing things together rather than just sitting around and saying, oh, hope happiness like smacks me in the head today. That's not how things work. And so if you can understand that and you can work within that framework, you're gonna have a much happier doing happy together than you would otherwise.
I hope your lady took notes.
So do you want to do hobbies with like your spouse, like when you're married and stuff? Do you think that y'all will have hobbies you do together, like maybe a sport? Yeah. But so this is a hard one for me because I just personally kind of like disagree with this to an extent. But the reason why is because like I just think that men and women enjoy different like I think there's things that we enjoy together, and I think that there's things that we enjoy like with our own sex. So like, would you agree with that? Like, there's something.
Not really. So like, there's hobbies that are more
co-ed,
commonly chosen by one sex or the other, but like that doesn't enjoying hobbies with your significant other doesn't mean that you can't have hobbies to yourself. That doesn't mean that you have to do all hobbies that you have with your significant other. It just means that you have something of interest that you share. So,
well, let me ask this. This is a better way then. Do you think it's a necessity? Do you think that you have to have a hobby with your
I think
spouse?
you have to have things in common.
But it doesn't need to be like a hobby like tennis or anything like that. Like it can be your kids, and it can be like the Greyhound thing, like Rollo just said.
But I always think that you have to have personalities that have like intersecting interests
In something
that you can like spend time together or appreciate in the other person.
Because like I feel like me and my girl, we don't have anything in common. Like we watch movies together.
What's a hobby?
And that's it though. Like we don't like
you don't have to have like X number of intersecting things as long as you have something that you can do together and enjoy it.
So there just needs to be at least one thing, I guess we could say. I don't know. For me, when it comes to hobbies and stuff like that, like I've been there, kind of done that, and I don't know. I feel like I have more fun whenever I do like my guy type. Like I used to play paintball a lot too, and I don't know.
Well, you can have like things to yourself. Like say what he's saying is not preclusive of having things to yourself.
But like, say you really enjoy hunting, and you're with a guy who likes to go hunting, but what if he wants to go hunting like not with you? Like maybe what if he wants to
I'm having a guys' weekend. Like you don't need to like involve your significant other in every single thing you do.
Okay. You don't think that there would be like flaws in anything like that? Whenever you're like, no, I don't want you to come with me this time.
If you say it's a guys' weekend, then no.
Okay. I don't know. I guess it's hard for me, but most people don't have these issues when it comes to relationships and hobbies.
I'm gonna ask the ladies a question. I'm gonna let Kian weigh in, and Michael's gonna get the final word, but Rollo just crushed it. Then we'll do super chats. We'll wrap up. You heard what he just said. Hopefully you're listening. That's great. You know, the one thing that one of the things I've learned from you is like the one thing you can't do in a relationship as a guy is be boring.
Yeah,
perfect
is boring. Perfect is boring. Being perfect is boring.
Exactly. So that means some dudes are gonna kind of mess up a little bit. Some guys, you know, they do some wild ass stuff.
Would you agree with that? Do you think being perfect is boring?
Well, considering that like there's no such thing. Like I don't really know what's being said there because like perfect is an unattainable standard. So like no one's gonna have anybody that's perfect like as like a de facto rule. So I don't really
like a guy that's trying to be the perfect boyfriend. Like say he's like just doing everything really right. Like is that a little bit so like here's something that I sometimes say that's controversial is I say like you got to emotionally stimulate your girl. Would you
I disagree.
You do disagree?
Maybe some people might require that or like that. That's not a universal rule. Because like you want like maybe like at first you want to remain emotionally interesting, but like nobody wants an emotional roller coaster as a long-term partner or for like long term. Like once you settle in, it should not be this constant like almost like volatile emotional type thing. It should be steady and constant. It should not be like you shouldn't be like, oh shit, like what are they gonna do this time? Like
Dr. David Buss talks about this a lot, that a woman's long-term mating strategy is to never be with super conflict because it is dangerous, literally dangerous. Like
well, that's annoying, and it's like someone who's constantly picking fights over everything. It's just annoying. Like, just shut up.
I don't think it's always about fight. Like me and my girl just roast the fuck out of each other all day long.
That's playful. Like that's not really like an actual like actually being mean and contentious.
Yeah, Don Juan huffing cope. You'd get crushed if you went on Jay Dyer's debate spaces. He was a Thomas Tradcath. You got no real argument, thus you'll fall back into ad homs. Anyone paying attention can see. Love you, Juan, but RC is a fail. Come back home. So I didn't know that about Jay Dyer. So I bet he's really good at that fucking debate if he actually transfers.
I love Jay Dyer's channel. It's really good.
There's definitely a caveat to that because people who date then marry young would be the happiest because everything they do together is new. But young marriage is a predictor of divorce, apparently. Really, I didn't.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't. What? But why?
Partly because like when you like, if you get married at age 18, like you're not mature. Like you're not.
Oh, like what is that stat based on? Like what age is too young? Like what are we talking?
I believe the most stable marriages are like on the latter half of their 20s.
So
like,
25 plus.
Yeah. But 25 to like 32, like when you're talking like late 30s, and the
Have
most
the highest
marriages,
chance of staying together.
yeah, between I would probably say like late to mid 30s.
Okay, so
Because a lot of the marriages after the mid 30s often like are second marriages, and those like the divorce stats are actually skewed by people getting divorced in their second or third marriage. If you remove those, like the divorce rate actually drops a lot.
it's just because people getting remarried that should have never got
Yeah,
fucking.
and like your likelihood of getting divorced when you get remarried is like 80%. It's insane.
Well, yeah, like once a girl figures out the system and how she can finesse guys for half their fucking money, she's like, damn, I need to do this 2 or 3 more times. Like, why the fuck?
But a lot of the time, like you have to have a marriage that lasts longer than 5 years. Like the most like common law like jurisdictions, you don't just automatically get half their stuff, and like they keep their assets that they had before the marriage. And so like it's normally with extended marriages, like long marriages, where basically half of marital property is split.
David Jones, intersecting interests or values. I don't need to be interested in what she's doing to enjoy it with her. I hate shopping, but I've enjoyed spending the time with them while they were shopping. Yeah, this is very accurate to like what I am. I will spend time with her and let her do all of her bullshit, and I will drive her to it, and I will spend time. But yeah, I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Everything for the most part is subjective. 18 to 25. David Buss has said everything he talked about in his books was wrong. He's pulled back one statement, bro. He pulled back just mate switching hypothesis.
I
Whatever.
agree with David. After 35, it's like a horseshoe.
Late marriage also have higher divorce rates after 35. Okay, so it's a horseshoe from like under 25 to over 35.
Yeah.
Like a sweet spot in between 25 and 35.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, like, if there's a stat for first marriages always succeeding. Like, what's the best age for like first marriages always succeed? Because like you said, the stats are fucked up.
Well, apparently, like have you heard that stat where it's like if you pray together at least once a day, like if you have like daily devotional, and like the divorce rate is like less than 10%.
Yeah, is that true?
Yeah, according
So
to
whenever they say studies like that, like that is quantitative, but like what was the sample size on something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I'm assuming you have to do power. If you're going to get published in a journal, you have to have had done like an accurate power analysis, which means there's statistical power in your like behind the number in your sample set. So,
and how do they determine that? Like, does there have to be a minimum size of the sample size?
well, you do you run like ANOVA, and you like make sure there's sufficient statistical power. There's like statistical methods that you can use to determine the sample set you need in order to determine if there is statistical power based on an N in a sample set.
Late marriage also have higher. Oh yeah, already read it.
But every guy, I would assume, and every girl wants that ride or die. You heard this thing before, right? She might ride or die. Oh, what happened? Yeah, we broke up. So I guess she ain't riding.
She died.
What just happened?
She died.
But obviously, Amy, you said this, in the marriage vows, for richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, through sickness, through health, all that fun stuff. There's going to be some issues. Guys are always going to mess up. Guys are going to do something stupid at some point. You talked about if you submit, he'll commit. But also the reality is 70 to 80% of women are the ones that filed for divorce. What's the number?
70 to 75.
70 to 75. Then it goes higher if they're college educated. Here's the question for the ladies. What makes you the type of girl who's going to...
Why does divorce rates go higher if she's college educated?
They go higher for bachelor's degrees. They start to level out for PhDs and masters, actually. So
just it's like the medium retards. That fuck. Right. It's like the really smart people do good, but the fucking...
It's like that I love that the midwit bell curve one where it's like... That's my favorite meme.
For richer, for poorer, for better, for the worse, from sickness to health, because if 80% of women or so are going to cut and run,
no poorer.
Take that.
Wait, so I actually was getting in an argument with a TradCon on Twitter like a couple days ago, and she was talking about how like if a guy should never... She was mad about a guy like saying "shut up" to his girl. She was arguing with Isabella Moody about it, and like if a guy slips up, like say your husband slipped up, and like y'all are a good Christian couple. Like y'all go to Orthodoxy church all the time and everything. But one weekend, he's really stressed out for some reason, and he says, "Shut the fuck up" to you. Like he's just like he's really mad, and he's just shut the fuck up. And you know it's very mean. You're very pissed off. Clearly, you walk away. Whatever. He comes and apologizes like 2 hours later. He's like, "Hey, I shouldn't have done it. Like, I'm really sorry."
If he's
Huh?
repentant, then okay,
So-
accepted. If
Yeah.
he-
So this girl though, this track I was arguing with, she was making it sound like that, like if a guy did that, like he's not a man of God anymore or something, or like she would like fucking ruin the marriage if like he. Basically, I guess what I want to know is like, where is the line drawn at? Is it always physical abuse, really?
well, that like to say it like shut the fuck up. That's not. That's
Yeah, that's just, I mean,
that's
that's emotional abuse, right?
not really. If someone like people get mad. People get mad and they say things they don't mean, or they say hurtful things. That's like life.
So, like, any of these marriages, like any of these trad-con women that are saying, like, basically that their husbands are fucking perfect and that they don't do anything wrong, you know, at all, and that's how they should be. Like, they're basically fucking Jesus Christ and damn self. Like, and like when they're shaming other men and they're saying, yes, other men, you need to be as perfect as my husband. Is that realistic?
No,
And are those women probably just lying and virtue signaling?
probably.
Say like I don't know. It's been driving me really. I've been having like this crisis in my own mind of like all these people that are Christians that are basically like virtue signaling that they're really perfect.
Yeah, it's all fake bullshit on social media. It's just fucking bullshit.
But like, so where's the line drawn at of like what you're? How does that not condone bad behavior?
I see bad behavior as when you do something wrong and you're not repentant and you don't apologize.
I don't know. I think I'm always gonna have this crisis in my head where it's like if you can be forgiven by God, it's like He's saying you can go do bad things.
No, that's called
Yeah, there's a word for it. Somebody said this the other day.
yeah, I can't remember it, but you don't repentance isn't just apologizing to God. It's being repentant to those you harmed as well. So you can't just like apologize to God and then not have to worry about it. You have to like mend. Part of repentance is like mending basically like making it right with those that you hurt. So it's not just when and done, apologize, get over it. It's like remediating the problems you caused and like how you hurt those that you hurt by your actions.
I'm definitely gonna start roasting these tricons even more then because it looks like a pattern that they keep doing this shit.
That's
right.
it.
No
pour. There it is.
What makes you
Don't
the type
get
of
sick
girl
or
that will
pour.
stick it out? Educated. Here's a question for the ladies. What makes you the type of girl who's going to stick it out for richer, for poorer, for better, for the worse, for sickness to health? Because if 80% of women or so are going to cut and run,
No pour.
Take that.
That's
right,
it.
No pour.
There it is.
What makes you
Don't
the type
get
of
sick
girl
or
that will
pour.
stick it out?
You're good.
Pretty simple question.
I think being like fundamentally based in reality.
What about living with the guy? Are you dead set on you won't live with the guy until you're married, like the stats show is best?
So there's confounders in those stats. So oftentimes those who don't live together for they're married, the reason that's associated with religious affiliation. So you're less likely to live with the guy before you're married if you're already religious. And there's also like a higher, more stigma against divorce in religious communities. And so therefore you're less likely to get divorced if you're religious. And so the confounder is religious affiliation as opposed to, because these things you're looking for cause and effect. Like what is a cause and what versus what's just a casual association. And you don't know if the denominator is actually living with them or if the denominator is religious affiliation, because people who are religiously affiliated get divorced less and they are inclined not to live with somebody before they're married.
So that's one of those stats that it's really hard to tell what the truth is on it.
Hard to tell what the causal variable is.
What do you personally think?
I don't I think honestly it's wrong biblically, but also like life is tough. And people are poor and we don't have the intergenerational support systems that we used to have. And
but you can save more money. Like say like you
that's
go
what
and
I'm saying. That's what I mean is like the
but you can
financial.
save more money then.
Well, that's my point. Is like, oh yeah, presumption. Presumption's the word.
Presumption. But no, like I just figure that means that more people would do that. Like you would both like your husband or your boyfriend, you know, stays with his parents, he saves money, you stay with your parents, you save money, and then when y'all get married, you can go buy a home. Unlike the people that didn't do that.
But oftentimes
When
like,
they moved into an apartment together before that, you know?
Oftentimes people aren't living in the same place as their parents live because they have to move to an urban center to work and make money. Because all the jobs are in urban centers unless it's work from home. And so those instances you save money by cohabitating. And so
with these rent prices, like, I don't know, dude. It's crazy.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying. Is like you save money by cohabitating.
Cohabitating with your parents or with your partner?
With your partner.
I mean, I still think it's better to live with your parents.
I agree, but the problem is like most people
like it's too far away from
move to urban centers. Yeah, they have to move to urban centers to have jobs. These oftentimes parents like are either in the suburbs, far away from like the city centers, or they're rural. They move rurally, and so in order to get a good job, oftentimes you have to move to an urban center.
What would your parents want?
Wait till marriage.
And then move in together. Yeah. So you would be disappointing them if you decide to do that beforehand?
I don't know. I have a little more leeway now because there's a black sheep in my family. But
yeah, you're like, I'm not the worst one, so I can like kind of do whatever I want now, right? you get a hall pass now. How nice, you know? But see, this is where, for me personally, I've lived with 5 different girls, and like I've lived with all of them, you know, obviously. And that study must be pretty right because I didn't end up marrying any of the previous ones.
Well, yeah, like if you're not living together, you're more likely to like finalize it, like tie the knot so you can live together.
Yeah. I don't know. That one's a study that like really hurts me because it hits me personally in the heart because that is me.
Is a good one, which again is why the red pill is good because it teaches you to understand evolutionary psychology. Like there's just some things that are ingrained within human nature that are like they can't be changed, right? What Roller was talking about, the happiness levels, that's one of them. I've always said that like success and happiness, it's the progressive realization of a worthy ideal, not the realization of it. That's why so many people, when they hit the goal, when they get the husband, they get the money, they get this, that, they're unhappy, they're unfulfilled because they stop striving for something, right? I think that at the end of the day, like the happiness, the fulfillment, it comes from the journey. And why I would stick by my man number 1 from a religious standpoint, but then number 2, I mean, what we're saying that like if he cheated or something like that, I mean, I'm just smart enough to know that if I leave him, the next man I date probably going to do that as well. Like there's some things that are immutable to human nature. Having an understanding and a grip on that helps you to move accordingly.
I'm just getting this like Curb Your Enthusiasm thing with a girl divorcing the man, and then she's like, all right, that's it, and then she sees like the next dude cheating on her, and it's just like bum 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 bum, but not that we're condoning cheating, but you know, you guys all sticking by Donald Trump's side, so let's pull a Melania. Toria, what makes you the type of girl that's going to stick through better, worse, poor, sickness,
forsaking all others?
I think above the red pill is the Christ pill, so take the gold pill. And
ooh, I got a good one. How long would you last if your man lost everything? Like something bad happens and he can't make money no more. He's down very bad. And we're gonna say that it's not like some disease or anything like that. Like it's like a mental problem. Like he goes through an intense maybe his father dies.
I mean,
and he's intense for like 4 or 5 years.
Where like it won't really be that big of a deal.
But like say like I just have this belief that there's a timeline for every woman. You don't think after 10 years of him being depressed, we're talking
well, that's bullshit because then that shows that like he's unrepentant and he's like not actually trying to kind of like there's a set of time where okay, there's understanding, and then after a certain point it becomes a vice. Like you're actively participating in a vice,
and then that's when it's okay to leave that person because you're obviously hurting the family.
Like, obviously if you're religious, then consult with your spiritual father, and like hopefully your church will be able to
save him,
and
pull him out of it. But yeah, I would say every woman has a limit and they can't be with a guy.
There's no such thing as like people say like
There's no such thing as
I
unconditional
think
love.
there's it's debatable where like altruism, like true altruism, maybe in the saints, but the average person, if they do something, everything's conditional to an extent.
I highly disagree with you. I actually think altruism is the greatest trait of all time. And when you truly do, the reason why,
goal, but it's unattainable, and most people don't act altruistically.
yeah, I agree with you. Most people act with they're nice guys, like they do something with the intent for the other person to do something nice to them. But when you're truly altruistic, it's the greatest superpower of all time. And the reason why,
like, are you doing that thing altruistically for altruistic reasons?
I'll actually explain to you why. You act altruistic because it filters the good people into your life. When you act altruistic,
No, then that's not altruism.
yeah. But anytime you're doing it for any type of benefit to yourself, you could say it's not altruism. But at the end of the day, what scientifically happens when you're altruistic, like I'm just saying, I'm not saying this is what I want, but what actually scientifically happens if you're truly altruistic to other people, you literally attract those that are reciprocal. You do not.
But
You
then,
do not attract.
if you have that in your head while you're being altruistic, then you kind of like frustrate the purpose of altruism. So it's like,
What I'm saying is, if you don't even have, if you just truly just help everybody around you, you truly just try to give. You don't even like. Don't get me wrong. There's people that are coming around and will take advantage of you because people take advantage of people.
that's perfection, though. So like I argue that.
But what I'm saying is, you find both. You find the horrible people when you do this, and you find the really good people. And the really good people stay around you, and the really bad people are usually gone after that. So the whole point of altruism, it's a shit test. Ultimately it's a shit test to figure out who are the good people in your life and who are the bad people in your life. That's the whole point of altruism. And if you're truly altruistic all the fucking time, get rid of all the bad people, and you only have really good people in your life.
But so again, but like that's not the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is like, I don't want to debate Vatican Catholic. Oh, the crux of the issue is that
You reading that super chat? He got you with it. Kermit Dyer won't debate Vatican Catholic. We're here for it, not ad hominem. If it's true historical facts, I've told Wilson to set up that debate. Damn, Don.
I look at the one above. I was recommended apparently again, or you were. I don't know whose account that was on.
I can't read anything that Kermit's saying, so.
No, it's Lionheart Psychology.
I'm missing that too. Why? I thought I could see everybody's messages when we streamed like this, but I guess not.
It says not. Let me scroll up. It says not sure why this was recommended to me. I clicked only because you had a hot girl in your thumbnail. Lol.
Yes. Yeah. Let's go. I know what I'm doing.
This is why you should always have a hot girl in your thumbnails. Basic Broadcasting 101.
No, for real. Like that's why do y'all think I have the subs that I got? That was how I did it, guys. And best statistic for lasting. Both who stay in shape. Yeah, that is a big one too. If both people stay in shape, then the marriage lasts. Presumptions. We can call it presumption, acting like grace covers sins that have not been repented of. Real Christian is always finding issues to repent of and behavior to bring into compliance with God. Yeah, you should always be humbling yourself. Absolutely. You should never have pride that you're ever fucking perfect. Not sure why this was recommended. Oh, that's what you just read. Yeah, then we just read that. Thank you for the 5 though, Don, dude. I really appreciate you, bro. Ayn Rand would say altruism isn't real, but a weakness. Yes, that is true. Because it creates and enables dependency. We lack a real sorting system for the actually disabled and the willfully lazy. Yeah, I can say that altruism, most people hate altruism. And the reason why they hate it is because they've been taken advantage of multiple times. They acted altruistic, but that was never altruism. If you ever got screwed over and you got pissed off about it, you weren't being altruistic in the first place.
See, that's the Notre Scotsman fallacy. Because then it's like, then there's instances where like you call altruism, but you wouldn't actually know they're altruistic unless that thing ended badly for them. And so it's like, oh, when those instances end badly, you say that wasn't true altruism. That's Notre Scotsman.
Give me an example.
Like what you just said. You said, oh, if they react negatively to an act, like a charitable act, when somebody takes advantage of them, that wasn't true altruism. But then,
well, like if they do a charitable act, and then that person that they do it for doesn't they never see that person like say that person takes advantage of them, like they do that and then they do it multiple times again, or it's clearly that they're taking advantage of this person, and then the person who was being altruistic gets mad about that person doing that, then they weren't ever being altruistic in the first place.
Yeah, it's no true Scotsman fallacy.
But how?
Because like when you say all the examples that do not confirm your like preconceived idea of something as not real examples of that ideal. And so it's like, oh, when things confirm your ideal, that's when they are that thing. But when things don't confirm your ideal, that's when they are not that thing. And it's just based on kind of an arbitrary sorting mechanism.
It's all altruism is always based off if you're expecting it's being a nice guy.
The problem is like, are you being a nice guy? Like, it's not altruism if you do something nice, but you do something nice because that nice thing makes you feel good. That's not altruism because you were receiving a reward.
I agree with you. I've never said anything that I'm doing it to make me feel good.
Yeah, but you may not be doing that consciously, it happens subconsciously.
Huh?
It happens. Your dopaminergic reward system, like influences.
Sometimes it's an obsessed with wanting to give value to others. It's not about you getting anything from. Dude, trust me. There's nothing fun about.
Feel good. You get a dopamine hit when you do nice things.
Huh?
You get a dopamine hit when you do nice things.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, so
that's a reward. That's a reward. When you get a dopamine hit, that's a reward.
Yeah, but what you're saying then is that there's no such thing as like what the guy just said about Ayn Rand. There's no such thing as altruism then.
Well, no, I'm saying that I believe only the saints have ever been truly altruistic.
See, it's like I think that anybody who acts Christ-like is being altruistic. So yeah, I agree with you.
You don't know that if they're actually like. So this is like one of those Protestant things again, where it's like the material state of an action, or the material, like the actual effect in the material of an action is what characterizes or what constitutes the nature of that act. With orthodoxy, it matters like both the material effect and the mindset. Like, what was your thoughts? Like, were you doing that for righteous reasons, as opposed to just the material cause and effect?
I don't know. I just think it just depends the framing of the person who it depends how you see altruism. And like, I truly think most people are nice guys. Like, they do things with the intent of, I do this for you, you do this for me, or I do this and I'm going to be happy, or I do like, and
none of those are altruism.
I know, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing that all that is not altruistic. And what I'm trying to say is that I don't do any of those things. Like, I literally just like it's just helping others. And when you do that, great things come. Like, it's very simple to me. Like, I don't
even having that kind of like heuristic where like good things are associated with good things coming. That's arguably kind of
frustrating. But it's more like what I'm not even saying that. Basically, I'm saying based off of testing this, based off of doing this so much, I can prove that good things come. I'm not saying I want good things to happen. I'm not saying that like
that some
should happen. I'm not saying that good things should happen or any of that. But what I'm saying is, after testing this a shit ton.
So hesychasm, and what the saints were really good at is like every time you pray, your mind drifts, and there's like this back and forth that happens where you're like drifting in and out of focus, kind of when you're like focusing on the words of a prayer. You probably don't, but because there's not that thing in Protestantism, but like when you're reading off of a prayer book, you're supposed to like really focus on the words, and while you're focusing on the words, your mind drifts back and forth. And that snapping back into focus is kind of like an analogy for like life, where like you have to keep snapping your focus back on like Christ. But the problem is like if you're doing that, also happens when you're assessing your own motivations for an act. Like, you'll have like a flitting moment where like you think, oh, I do this thing, good things will happen to me. Well, that frustrates the purpose of altruism. And the saints are saints because they participate in the hesychastic tradition, which is like intense focus on the word of God and like basically this like, union with God, theosis. And why like I say that the saints are probably the only ones who have ever been altruistic is because they can maintain that focus. They maintain that focus on Christ when they do an action. That focus, like with respect to like reading the prayer book, like they have it like intense focus on an orienting focus on Christ.
I think it's an extremely materialistic view of Christianity.
No, it's the opposite. Theos is the opposite of materialistic.
But no, like to be able to say that because they are able to concentrate on these things in their mind, something that.
But that's
like,
that's by definition not
material.
that's by definition not material, because you're focusing on Christ, which is ephemeral, which is ineffable. You're focusing on the ineffable, like, and that's expressly non-material.
Yeah, but I understand that part, but the thing is that they have to make it material. Like it's not always going to not be that. Like
They don't. It's a mindset. It's spiritual relationship. It's spiritual maturity.
but like the second they do anything in the world that is altruistic is making it material.
Well, but that's not what makes it altruistic. What makes it altruistic is the spiritual dimension.
So you're saying altruism is only a spiritual thing?
I'm saying true altruism is spiritual.
Yeah. So yeah, and I guess that's where I would have to disagree. Like,
I like Prince Kermit to weigh in.
Is that somebody else who commented?
Yeah.
I wish I could see your comment.
I want him to weigh in because he's going to agree with me.
Who's Zed Wagner? He just said, though.
And it's just a matter of being loyal and looking for somebody who mirrors your own values. And obviously, you're going to disagree on certain things.
Why did you wait 2 hours to break that one up? We've been waiting for that all day. The Christ bill.
Which did you get any super chats? Or can you even get super chats yet?
I don't think I don't think I can get super chats.
Oh, okay, yeah, you gotta get 500 subs first.
They don't let me talk because I'm more intelligent. So that is part of what's great about me. But also, at the end of the day, it's who you want to get a dog with. So, you know, I agree with reality, and I would say
you wait to the end, and then it's like the Christ bill.
There it is. Okay, Rayan, what makes you the type of girl that's gonna stick it out?
The type of girl, I'm loyal. I don't know. I don't have like a full like.
You know what? That's
definition
perfect.
of it
She
all.
don't know.
I'm
She's still learning. That's probably the best answer.
But I'm loyal.
I'm not
That's
gonna say a
actually the
bunch of
correct
words.
answer. You don't know. That is
Like,
that's accurate.
That's ding ding ding. That's the answer right there.
Fun.
Hold on, I'm gonna come to Jasmine last because I feel like she's gonna say something. But Slow Jams, rap us something while you're the most loyal chick out there. Go ahead.
Okay. I was drawn to work in marketing and SEO because I'm naturally curious. I get that curiosity.
I'm the most loyal, not because I smoke weed, but I'm the most high, so I'm the most royal. I'm looking for my king because I'm a queen, and I hope we repeat and make from 2 to 3. I'm speaking English. Why I feel like I'm a ride or die chick. First of all, I look young forever. I'm black, so I'll never die.
Black don't crack.
Then
That's
number two,
fact.
number two, I got brothers and stuff, and uncles and a father and stuff. So I seen a man from every stage till he got in the casket. So I understand that it's different eras you're gonna go through. Different times you're gonna be really strong. Different times you're just not gonna be in those few seconds. You better not be. And then I totally get it. I understand men evolve, men change. It's like watching your brother. I hope it don't sound weird or like incestuous or anything, but it's like watching your brother grow. Like that's your friend, that's your man. I'm there for you as long as you're there for me. We're all good till it isn't. So
Slow Jams, it definitely doesn't sound incestuous that you're looking at your brother that way. Not at all. Okay. Jasmine.
I'm staying because of the peace. I think that is something so important. I think a lot of us really go after happiness, but the truth is you're not always going to find happiness in every situation. So it is about being able to make peace and being able to find peace, whether that is through communication, through the hard moments, through the tough moments. I'm staying for that peace. And with my current partner, and I do see this going long term, we are both in it for the peace and both committed to working through any of those tough areas. He's a human, I'm a human. We're both going to have our bad days. We're both going to have our good days. I'm not there for him because I'm not with him because he's happy 24/7. I'm with him because he brings my soul peace and because I bring his soul peace. And that to me is more valuable than happiness.
Okay. Dude, you're incredible.
Thank you.
All right, Kean. You've heard all this. Final words. What do you want people to say? We're talking about a happy ending right here. We want men and women to get together. Happy ending. What's your secret for a lasting relationship and romance?
I think one of the most important things is for a man to always be evolving.
Pause. Look how gay his pants are. Look at that clown shit. What
the guy on the left?
He's wearing pantyhose.
Wait, but that guy's not even red pill. That's the really sad thing.
It's so. What the fuck are those pantyhose? Look at that.
You see what his shirt says? It says TRT won't save you. I love that shirt. I need this. I love that.
Look at his pantyhose. That is ridiculous.
I will admit, I can see his fucking cock outline. Yes, that is too much. But that shirt is fucking fire, dude. Because I usually say this all the time. It's gonna be really sad whenever society like reverts back to like some crazy shit because of World War III and all these guys that are on testosterone and they can't get it anymore. it's over. And they're about to make it to where you can't even do your own shots anymore. Michael was freaking out about it last time I talked to him like a year ago about it. But he was saying like they're going to try to make it like he thinks they're going to attack men next by getting rid of TRT and make it to where
Come on.
What?
Not attacking men.
You come on, they're trying. Why do you not think that the men are being?
That's saving their car. No, dude, banning TRT is or like preventing like TRT shots is not attacking men. That's saving their cardiovascular health.
Hey, dude. So wait, hold on. If a guy has like 100 T levels, you're saying he shouldn't go get on TRT?
No, not if it's due to age. That's a natural, like biological.
But like, say like it's not because of age, because he's like fucked up because
that's
of
a hormonal thing, and that should probably be remediated by your doctor, or you should probably change your diet. It's probably related to your diet, honestly.
But so you don't think that if a guy has really bad, like, because sometimes it's so bad that they can't just fix it with the environment. You know that, right?
Well, they're probably eating fucking McDonald's like fucking soybeans and like shit.
I mean, I agree, but like I'm saying, if the number is so low, because there is some numbers like
stop eating soybeans and stop wearing tight pants.
You mean tight underwear too?
Yeah.
Polyester, I think, is really bad or something like
Wear
that.
some loose boxers and stop wearing white pantyhose.
Dude, do not take this girl's advice about boxers, guys. If you don't wear boxer briefs, these bitches will make fun of you. And make sure you get some nice black Calvin Kleins too while you're at it, because you gotta be respected. Yeah, that's like. Did you really just say boxers? You would respect a guy in boxers?
Why wouldn't I? I don't
Like
understand.
like regular boxers, like what your mom bought you when you're 8 years old.
Yeah, what's wrong with boxers? I don't get it.
You never made fun of a guy because he still wore boxers?
No, but I also don't see a lot of guys underwear.
Oh, you're just such a good little Christian girl. Forgot. Christ is transcendental. If the Holy Spirit is acting through the individual, Sergio, as a Protestant, I'm not a Protestant, you son of a bitches. I swear to God, don't stop calling me
You are a Protestant.
I am not a Protestant, bro. Just because I was a Protestant a long time ago, stop telling me that. Like now this is really heretical because you're telling me what I am. That's messed up. That's not very Christian of you. Okay, I'll read this again. Sergio, as a Protestant, with grace doesn't happen synergistically. Orthodoxy would say grace is a cooperative act. It is the energies working through us that make it altruistic. It isn't a human-centered or directed act in this case. Explain that to me.
Basically, like theosis, it's unification with God. And so when you are able to, by the grace of God, you're able to like be altruistic because God is giving you the strength and kind of like working through you with his energies, like essence energy distinction.
What would it be called? Works in Catholicism, is it not? To show works?
Well, no, because you are not doing that. Like it's like he said, you're only able to do that through theosis. You're only able to do that by the grace of God and by the grace of God's like energies and strength. Like,
see, this is what's crazy to me is like there's all these Protestants, even me when I was 13 years old and I was going to church. I sat there all day long at my church working on videos and all types of shit, all for treasure.
Playing Halo.
Hey, yeah, and yeah, when we get our break, me and the leaders win and pwn some noobs on Halo too. Yeah. But yeah, it was all very much serving though. Like the entire church was based around serving for treasure in heaven. Like I didn't get paid for nothing I ever fucking did. It was just
like that. Like theosis isn't necessarily just serving.
Like how can people say so? But like how can people say that like these people are being altruistic because they're doing it through orthodoxy, but me helping my church when I was 14 wasn't altruistic because I'm not, because I was a Protestant.
It's not that they're altruistic because they're doing it within an orthodox paradigm. It's because they are only able to be altruistic if they have if they're
because they're focusing on Christ the entire time.
Yeah.
But say like I'm praying, like whenever I was at church all the time, like it was very much like when I was working up there, we would pray. Everyone, like sometimes the leader would grab me and be like, "Hey, we're about to go pray really quick. You want to come?" Like there was plenty of times where we were focusing on Christ. Maybe I wasn't like a saint sitting there thinking about Christ every 3 seconds to go back and forth between what you were talking about. But I don't see how you can knock someone's altruistic acts when they're just not doing it.
It's not about you. It's not about
They're not
your,
doing it as good as the
no,
Orthodox.
no. Because it's not about you, and it's not about your altruism. It's about whether like Christ is like basically like the energy is like an essence of distinction.
I know, but we like to say, Orthodox like to say that the Holy Spirit is only going through them because they're Orthodox.
No, Orthodox are not saying that. They're not saying that they have the Holy Spirit, no one else does. They're saying that in order to be altruistic, that is a gift from the Holy Spirit, right? Like that is the energies of God giving you the strength and working through you. It is not something you do by your own willpower.
Yeah, and it's so, but it drives me crazy though because Protestants can still be experiencing this. Are Orthodox?
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to like what God does and does not do.
But is it wrong to gatekeep it? Like Orthodoxy sounds.
Gatekeeping it though.
Oh well, I guess I just heard you wrong, but it sounded like Orthodoxy is like gatekeeping this ability with only their saints, and like that's ridiculous. If it's like, oh yeah, only our saints can be altruistic because we're able to do X, Y, Z, then that's ridiculous. That's gatekeeping.
No, but the reason they're saints is because they've like achieved a level like a holy union with God, and that's why like God is able to work through them, and it's not something like they've done of their own will.
Sounds hella prideful.
Well, not really.
I mean, it's saying that like
Saints don't decide whether they're saints or not. Other people kind of like observe them, and they're kind of like I don't really know the process of declaration of a saint in Orthodoxy. But someone can't just say they're a saint and they're a saint. Like that. That's not how that works.
I thought I read your last super chat. My bad, bro. Maybe I missed the other one that you're talking about. But if you're talking about this one, Dyer won't debate Vatican Catholic. We're here for it, not ad hominem. If it's true historical fact, I've told Wilson the subject. Yeah, I read that, bro. Maybe missed something else though. But yeah, I tried to read it. Those are denim leggings. Yeah, dude, that shit was tight as fuck. Read Philippians 2:13. The Greek here explicitly calls out the energies, but Ayn Rand wasn't a Christian, thus she critiques it as a false construct and an evil used by progressivists to justify Marxist anti-capitalist measures like wealth redistribution. What do you think about Ayn Rand?
I don't really like Ayn Rand.
You don't like objectivism at all?
It's not, but it's materialistic objectivism. It's pantheistic. It's based on like this materialistic paradigm. It's self-referential and self-confirming.
Oh yeah, I agree that it's hyper materialistic, but I mean, living in a material world, would you say that
there is objective truth, but you cannot discern that truth through the scientific method through empirical means?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, yeah, but would you say that like did you read Atlas Shrugged or Fountainhead? Yeah. And so like what was like your personal takeaway?
I think she's a horrible writer.
So does everybody else in the fucking world, I guess, but I mean still very popular though. Wear boxer briefs, yes, wear boxer briefs, guys. Or go commando. Hey. That's like some boss shit, honestly. I think a guy who goes commando is fucking Chad. If a woman cares about the type of underwear you wear, find a new woman. Yeah, true, I guess. I drop her, I guess. Sorry, Sergio, I didn't mean to trigger you by calling you a prostitute. I was just fucking with you, bro. I love you. Oh, I have been seeing Prince Kermit on here. I'm just retarded and was reading your name wrong, I guess. But no, Kermit, you're all good, bro. But just call me a Christian from now on, man. I'm better than all y'all. Look, when St. Nicholas, yes, the puncher of the heretic. My favorite story is St. Nicholas's story. And giver of gifts found out a man was about to sell his daughters. He secretly threw money over that man's fence to prevent it. He didn't do it publicly. What's the point of that story?
That he's making the argument that was altruism.
Okay. Threw money over the man's fence. Does anybody else in history like talk about this being altruism?
There's different definitions for altruism, and like for example, like it is consistent for an objectivist, like a materialistic objectivist, to not believe altruism exists.
Ayn Rand versus Rothbard when libertarians don't agree. Commando gets me shaved. Yeah, I could never fucking do that shit. That's disgusting. What's done with this video, guys?
All the time in as many categories as possible in life. I think that's ultimately what leads to a woman continually finding fulfillment, is that constant respect that she has for him in that dynamic. And so I think as long as a man's consistently pursuing excellence within himself and looking to become more emotionally intelligent, finding more success, becoming a better father, a better husband in every single way, I think hypergamy is absolutely, it's not even a matter of me thinking. Hypergamy is an absolute real thing, but I think a lot of women will stick around a lot longer if she's seeing her man constantly doing that.
Gotcha. And you can learn that in MOA. Michael, final word.
What was the question again?
Secret to a long-lasting relationship and romance. You heard Rolo, your friend, your colleague, co-host, give an amazing answer.
Yeah.
What's your answer?
So it's going to be desire, like what he talks about before, but that's going to change over time because you're going to change over time. You're not going to look the same. For me, I think it is a function of partnership and boundaries. You have to, are we on the same team? Do you respect? Respect meaning, do you protect? Do you protect the brand? Do you protect the family? Do you protect the crest? Do you protect the home? Do you protect the sanctity of our relationship? It's not, as a man, if I have an attractive girlfriend, I know guys are going to hit on her. That's not their responsibility to not hit on her. It's her responsibility to protect the sanctity of her nipples, her vagina, and her butthole. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? Her face. That's
in which
her,
order, though?
That's her job. Let's butthole first. It's her. Don't nobody clip that. It's her job to protect that. And so as a result, like it's our job individually to protect the sanctity of that. That's how you last forever. That fiery, hot, red passion, that emotional thing. It's fun when it's up here, but when it's down here, that's when she goes off and she embarrasses you, or she goes off and hooks up with your brother or some crazy shit like that. Files for divorce. That's all down here. That's why this is not how you have a long-lasting emotional relationship. It's the sanctity. It is the peace that comes from respect and from boundaries and from setting expectations.
I think one of the big mistakes that people make about the red pill is that it's like very anti-woman, or it's misogynist or everything. I have said this, and maybe this is a good way to end the show. I've said this before in at least 3 of my books. Men and women are better together than we are apart.
Yes.
We are innate, evolved, created, or evolved, however you choose to believe. We're an innate complements to one another. My strengths offset my wife's weaknesses, and my weaknesses are offset by her strengths. Okay, so when people throw this out, I've already been accused of this, of saying, "Oh, you're a male supremacist" or whatever. Like, I've been saying this since as far back as the mid 2000s. Men and women are better together than they are apart, and they are innate natural complements to one another.
Clip that right there. Great segment right there, Rolo. Thank you.
Now take me off your list.
So after seeing all this and seeing Rolo, you know, a little bit more takes about Michael and stuff, what is your really strong opinion on Rolo? I mean, I'm guessing you've never really watched like a full content thing from him. You've probably only seen like clips.
I mean, I've seen like clips of him in other places where he's like more hyperbolic and like less rational. Like, he's fine from this episode. I have really no beef with him as far as this thing goes.
Yeah. So would you say, as the guy that's like the creator of the red pill, it's not that bad if
The problem is, it's like a straw man though. Like this presentation, of course, this kind of dressed up presentation is fine, but the real problem is when it starts to spider web, kind of like with feminism. The initial idea it seems reasonable, and then when you actually look at the extrapolated version of it, it becomes not so reasonable. And it's kind of like that, where the initial set of guiding principles seem realistic and rational, but certain people or certain hyperbolic applications where you have to go into extreme contingencies to make a point, and the principles become diluted and watered down is when it becomes a problem.
Whenever it comes to Michael, do you have any different opinions about him after seeing this, or do you just still think he's kind of cool? He's okay. He's not he's fine. So when it comes to these people, would you do you respect the red pill more when you see people like this talking versus Fresh and Fit and shit like that?
I mean, I don't really respect movements or loosely affiliated ideologies. I respect people, and I respect people based on their actions and based on their competencies, and I don't the loosely affiliated red pill movement. I don't respect it any more than I respect feminism, for example, or Marxism or the critical theories. It's just it's just a set of loosely affiliated ideas. With respect to the individual practitioners, they aren't necessarily characterized by some loosely affiliated movement they identify with. Obviously, that looks different in practice for different people. But I see that more as in the way they implement that set of ideologies. That's more of a testament to their individual character, their individual framing of the world, than it is the set of ideologies itself. Yeah.
Could you see yourself being friends with either of those guys?
I can be friends with almost anyone.
So like, but like, but on an like you feel like you could have good intelligent conversations with them, like a good interview with them, and like like you don't see them as like bad people or disingenuous.
No, but also I don't really judge people by their like kind of
internet
hyperbolic social media persona, because obviously that's kind of like not, that's like, it's a put on almost, right? I don't really conflate that with necessarily who they are as a person, because it's obviously like everything done on social media is like a simulacrum. It's like Baudrillardian, like it's a simulacrum and simulation type thing. It's like the hyper reality. It's not reality. It's like a holographic projection of reality, and it's kind of a distorted representation. And so you operate as if you operate from that distorted like representation as if that's real, you're going to have a messed up and skewed perception, because it is just a distorted projection of reality. It's hyper reality. It's simulacrum. And so I think it's hard to judge someone's character or their like propensity for, I guess, rational discussion based on kind of a set of hyperbolic clips.
Yeah. Man, I really, you just please, just for 1 second, just please say, yes, I'm red pill right side now, just so I can clip it and make people think that I made you red pill. Come on, please, just say it.
No.
I'm gonna clip it together no matter what. Just say the word red pill really quick, and then say like right side, and I'll take care of the rest. Just
red pill sucks. Fuck you guys.
okay. Now say right side really quick. Just say it. Come on, come on.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Crazy.
Red pill right side.
Yes, right. Yes, guys. Right side is red pilled. She said it right there. I told you I was gonna red pill her on this stream. That was easy as fuck. Yo, I knew you would love red pill once you saw what it really was.
Oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here!
You had to like, you
Get
know,
out.
see the creator, and you know, I'm really happy that I was able to red pill you so easily.
Oh.
We got it recorded and everything. We don't even have to worry about it. But yeah, shout out right side turning red pill, man. I knew you would. Wait, oh shit, what I miss?
Speaking in red pill tongues.
Oh wait, why do you believe the saints were altruistic? I think that's pretty easy to understand why. I don't know. Trello gets called out later. What, on that video? Well, it's already over. Don't read his book. Bunch of logical fallacies. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I hated his books. Rello blocked me on Twitter because I called him a baby boy bitch after that pro stream. That shit was funny, dude. Yeah, I even got blocked on the same day, bro. We're like fucking blocked brothers. We both.
I've been blocked by Andrew Tate. Ugh.
That's an easy one to get. I can get that one. I'm good friends with his friends though, so I'm not gonna do that. Fucked up that you did that because he's my homie, man. Andrew Tate's my homeboy. Very red.
I just like posted like some YouTube clip of him and he blocked me and DMCA'd me.
I'm telling you, like they do it really quick if you just like competition. They don't want no competition. Mary Wren, he is after the whole Britney Venti, bro. Old man didn't know where to go. That shit was hilarious when Britney got fucking Rolo with the fake email. I never laughed harder at a fucking YouTube video. I just couldn't believe that somebody really believed that shit. And what was funny was I watched Rolo's stream while he was like reading the emails and stuff, and it was like, and I remember being like, this just seems so fake. Like this can't be real. And it's like, and then whenever Britney Venti came out and was like, yeah, that was all fake. I sent it. I was like, that is the greatest troll of all time, dude.
What did the email say?
It was like, it was just giving out like bad. Like it was trying to ask like for nude. They were trying to give like underage nudes to him. And he was like, well, I didn't, want or I don't know. It was just really funny. Like he tried to dodge that. Oh, it was super funny though. Saucecast is not done, by the way. Are you talking about Saucecast? Like, oh, Saucecast is doing a show right now. I'm surprised they ran so long. Oh man, Prince Kermit went hard right here. The point being, this Saint Nick helped the bankrupted man who was struggling with an impossible situation in a way that only God could be glorified. Okay, any way in which our own identity ego gets recognition, it kills any claim of altruism. Pride inherently resists grace. I love seeing it this way. Yes, I would rather be misunderstood my whole life and have the worst thought about me and the truth come out. I'm gone at the day of judgment. We find what good I've done, submission to God's grace. Work
Hermit as usual.
yeah.
I only found out he was Orthodox like 2 weeks ago. I didn't know.
I think integrity is a really big deal too. Like how you act when nobody's looking, I think is massive. This is another thing. Like I guess like that point is kind of like goes back to that in a way. How you look when nobody truly knows. Michael is a man in his 40s dating a woman I believe can't even get into bars yet. He is a man real men and fathers try to protect their daughters from. Hey, don't talk about his girl's old enough to go to the bar, bro. That's fucked up. She was a bartender when they got together. She was definitely 21, man. Don't be like that. They've been together like a couple years now, so she's a little older. Social media is a LARP. Yes, it is. Is Facebook reality? It's Facebook reality. No, she folded like a lawn chair, and now she's speaking RP tongues. I knew it would happen, guys. I knew it would happen.
Whatever.
That was the easiest convert I ever had, actually.
Oh, I figured if you're gonna clip me, I might as well just make it easy for you, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I not only that, but I'm adding it to the stream deck too. You know, like I'm definitely gonna like take full advantage. The stream deck, you put little noises, and you just be like boop, and it'll be like right side's red pill. It'll like, you don't know what a stream deck is?
No, I've never heard of that.
It's for like you can do all types of shit with it. Like, but the main thing is like noises. Like I can put like when I press it, it'll be like bum 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 bum. You know, like the stupid gay shit. I just don't set it up. Blocks brothers. Yes, we're blocks brothers, bro. He blocks everybody. This video is not done, Sergio. Keep watching. Okay, is it that good? I guess we gotta like it has to be pretty good if he gets cooked at the end.
DHS.
There it is. All right, guys, amazing show. Everyone's bio descriptions are in the YouTube below. Amy set that up. We got some super chats we'll get to.
Yes.
And we're wrapping up. Go ahead.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for super chats. I'm going to be reading them. We've got John Drops. Proxyology doesn't use data, but
Oh, he gets cooked in the super chat. Even funnier.
red pill is somehow proxyology. LOL. Dating prescriptions by Roosh and Rossi were the key. If that was the case, it'd be proxyology. Then we have him again. He says, why does proxyology brought up in 2011 for game, but it took the red pill from 02 to 11 to come up and mix it with proxyology? It's intellectually dishonest. Then we
God damn, they're cooking.
have last stop. Most conservative women are pretty feminist. They will quickly jump on the team women when they see fit. Then we've got our last few chats. The growth experience. Get your passport, fellas. This ship is turning around. Then we have Speed Dragon W for
the ship is turning around like back to America. Okay.
Speed Dragon W for the superstar Cassidy. Amy Nat, keep up the great work. With Adam, oh no. Then we have Zach Kroger. Hard to do new things with a partner when they are all a 20-year-old women who want to do is travel and find themselves. Also known to men as being a 304. And that is it for chats today. Thank you guys for chats.
Well,
what do you think about passport bros?
Do what you want, man.
They're gay as fuck, though.
Whatever. Like, I mean, it's kind of like silly because it's like you give like because if you ever watched 90 Day Fiance, I've watched a couple like clips of it.
I watch clips.
Where and I'll see like updates afterwards where it's like they get to the U.S. and then like they get their green card and then boom,
And then they dip.
bye. Yeah.
It's so dumb, dude. Like, I think a guy is so retarded. Dude, people are more racist in other countries than here. Like, you got me fucked up if you think that they actually like us in those other countries.
Oh yeah, they're 100. Like it's 100%. Like if you
Everybody hates
actually
America.
legitimately think that's going to last, and that they're not just trying to like get a K-90 visa, or whatever it's called, you're dumb. You're dumb.
She was 19, dude. I don't think she was 19, bro. And even if he was, he's 45 with a 19-year-old. Damn, dude. Michael Sartain's a fucking Chad. Dom DeMarco. Yeah, dude. I wish I had the Dom DeMarco. She was being altruistic. Wait, what was right side being?
I was being altruistic.
What for the red pill thing?
Yeah, I was being.
Yeah. Looky there, guys. I knew you didn't have to be a saint to be altruistic because she definitely ain't a fucking saint. He said multiple times like a year ago that he was dating a night show. Okay, maybe she is 19. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, guys. Well, thank you all for coming, dude. This was a really fun one, guys. Right side, thank you so much for doing this again with me. I really hope we get to do another one. And
yes, do it.
yeah, I'm gonna try to find a really good video for the next one that we can definitely go against each other on. I feel like I need to go watch my old episodes because I like forgot how to argue with women. Like it's been so long since I like trashed women I need to like get a little refreshed on how I can beat you in
Yeah,
some of these.
you won't. Good luck.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta refresh myself. I'm a little. Damn, Bang Tango, what the fuck, bro? Yes, bro, I've been back. Like, what the fuck? I haven't seen you. Haven't been on stream in a minute, man. What's up? I missed you. It's been a real long time. But guys, yeah, I will see y'all. Oh shit, I forgot. I need to say, guys, I think I'm doing a stream tomorrow night with Layla. What's Layla's channel's name?
Layla Gray.
Layla Gray. Guys, she's really cool, guys. She was wasn't she on Jubilee a long time ago?
I think with Pearl Davis, yeah.
Yeah, she was on the Pearl Davis episode on Jubilee. But she's super cool, guys. It might actually be a better like super hardcore argument because me and her actually like kind of hate each other sometimes. So we might actually like go at each other's throats a little bit. It might be really entertaining. So I really highly suggest coming to that. Thank you everybody that's still here. Please like the video that before you leave. Please make sure to go to her channel and go like her video and subscribe to her, guys. Useless Eaters podcast, or what's the exact name on it?
Yeah, so on Twitter, my podcast Twitter is Eaters Useless. I changed it, and then my YouTube @ is Useless Eaters Pod, and then you can follow me also at xexclusionary on Twitter too for my main account.
Yes, guys, please show some love. Please go subscribe to her on Twitter so we can give y'all more content like this. Please, if you want to show support to me, just become a member on YouTube. That's all I ask. It helps me a lot. Home math is a big thing now. Yeah, dude, home math has been blowing the fuck up. Michael Sartain's blowing up a lot right now too, and so is Andrew Wilson. All of them are all breaking 100K like subs right now, which is really crazy. I can't believe how many people are blowing up. We're next, guys. We're fucking next. We got 1,200 people watching on Twitter. Hopefully the Twitter algorithm does something good, or maybe YouTube will love us if we just stream a bunch and we don't say bad words. But yeah, we got to say better words. But guys, thank you all so much for coming. Really big shout out to Don Juan for all the super chats, bro. I can't say enough thank you enough when you do that. I will see y'all tomorrow night though for that next show. Thank you, Right Side. I'll see you on Spaces. Guys, come join us in Spaces. Add us on X, and we're on Spaces all week long. Come and debate us. Come debate Right Side. She'll kick your ass. Doesn't just kick my ass all day. Yeah. I'll see y'all later, guys. Have a good night. Peace out.
See ya.